Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. You're joining me here for the live build-up towards WrestleMania Sunday. It's WrestleMania 42. Number one is in the books as far as events go, and it's had a bit of a mixed reaction, right? Let's hope night two is a bit more eventful. We'll be talking about that right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
Once again, guys, welcome back to the channel. My name is Scott and we are here to get you hyped up and in the mood for night two of WrestleMania. As I said in the intro, night one's left a bit of a sour taste in people's mouth, it would seem. There were good things about night one, don't get me wrong, I did enjoy it. But pinning a lot of hopes on night two to kind of make this total package of WrestleMania feel a little bit more fulfilling. We're going to get to thoughts on night one in a little bit, and of course the main reason behind this show is to hype up and get you excited for night two. And to be fair, there is a fun card to talk about, just like there was with night one as well. It's just whether or not it delivers. I don't want night one to hold us back too much, because again, there were still some good moments on night one that I think in the cold light of day we can appreciate, but there were certainly problems there as well. Let's hope they've learned from some of those, and night two will kind of kick on a little bit more. Later on, we're going to be joined by more members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team to give their thoughts on night one, but also, of course, preview and predict all the matches taking place on night two as well. Speaking of which, let's get into the card itself. Tonight at WrestleMania, we're going to see Sami Zayn defending the US Championship against Trick Williams. And again, already this makes me feel a little bit better about things, because I'm excited about what Trick Williams can do here. Of course, he is a fresh talent that many people are really rooting for at the moment, as they are also doing so for Femi. Of course, Femi versus Brock Lesnar, rumored to be the opener, and many people have kind of earmarked this as, you know, one of the big spectacles of the entire weekend. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. Will it be 5 minutes? Will it be 2? Will it be 17? Who knows? I mean, judging by last night's, it'll probably be about 8. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in this one. Dominic Mysterio is going up against Finn Balor. Of course, it's the Demon Finn Balor this time, so that'll put a little bit of extra spice to it. Whether or not they kind of go full force with the Demon and maybe give him a win here, I don't know, but let's hope it's the spectacle isn't lost on people more and more, because they really do need to do something with the Demon if they're going to keep using him like this. He hasn't been around since WrestleMania 3 years ago, I think it was, when he faced Edge. But yeah, he doesn't tend to win these days as the Demon, so maybe he can change that at WrestleMania 42. We've also got Jade Cargill going up against Rhea Ripley. This is a marquee match in the women's division. I think it's something that you'd fantasy book, essentially, especially when they were in rival companies. And I got to give them credit. What I saw from them on SmackDown and their promo work was quite good, and it did help build this match even further for me. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do in the ring. Jade Cargill, of course, going into this as a champion, and has her 2 running buddies, B-Fab and Michin, maybe popping up in this match as well. Who knows? Maybe Io Sky or someone else might come along to even the odds for Rhea Ripley. Now, the match that I'm probably most excited for is this one here, the 6-pack Intercontinental Championship ladder match. And that's simply because it is a multi-person ladder match. I really enjoy these at WrestleMania, so I'm really kind of pinning high hopes on this one, especially after the first night. I think this could be one of the most exciting matches of the weekend. Of course, JD McDonough versus Dragon Lee versus the champion Penta versus Javon Evans, Rey Mysterio, and Rusev. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do in this one. Then, of course, we've got what is surely going to be the main event of the evening, CM Punk versus Roman Reigns for the World Heavyweight Championship. This is an interesting one. Really hard to predict, in my opinion, because, you know, again, you've got that age-old thing of, oh, but what if Roman's not around if he's the champ? I don't know, but maybe they could work around that, because putting that title on Roman, I think, makes that title look good. Again, whether or not, you know, we consider it part of the old lineage of the World Heavyweight Championship that was in WWE before, even the WCW title, the NWA title, however you want to look at this championship, whether it's a new one or an old one. Either way, I think putting it on Roman is a good thing for that championship, and it might freshen things up and give Punk something new to do as well. Not that I've not enjoyed his run, but yeah, I just got a feeling that it's been a long time that they've put gold around the waist of Roman Reigns. I feel like they're going to be tempted to do it again. Let's get some of these comments here as well. Jacob Robertson says, hello, how are you doing today? Doing all right, buddy. Looking forward to night 2, even if night 2 left a bit of night 1, I should say, left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth as well. What else do we have? Daniel Wiley says Roman will beat Punk tonight, and I can't wait for Oba versus Brock. Yeah, I'm really excited for Oba versus Brock, and yeah, I'm kind of leaning with you, Daniel. I think Roman might actually be picking up the victory tonight. Jacko also says the Rock to return at night 2 WrestleMania tonight. We could get it. I mean, I think there was a scenario where he could have shown up on night 1 with a TKO type storyline with Pat McAfee, but yeah, might happen here, especially of course with the history between him and Roman Reigns. Opera75 says, hey buddy, hope you're doing well, thanks for tuning in. And Daniel Wiley also says, come on, I've just stopped watching the Arsenal game. I come on here to cheer myself up. I don't need that kind of action, Daniel. Look, the season's not over yet. We'll wait and see. Right, let's move into talking a little bit about night 1. As I say, it's left a bit of a sour taste in people's mouths, and I'm sure some of you want to vent as well. We're going to be showing my instant reaction review to it on this very stream. Then later on, we'll be live again, and I'll be reacting to some of the best comments on air with the panel when they join me. But in the meantime, I'm going to be in the background lurking with you guys, watching me from yesterday, and seeing how tired I looked at 4 a.m. But yeah, keep your comments coming. I'm going to be commenting as well. And as I say, after that, I'll be back live. And yeah, we'll get right into predicting night 2 as well. Sludge is in the house. Good to see you, Sludge. Hope you're doing well as well. Again, let's move into reactions to night 1 of WrestleMania. Here we go. And again, I'll be lurking in the background. Keep your comments coming. And my favorites will be brought up at the end of this segment. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for the instant reaction review for night 1 of WrestleMania 42. That's right, it's in the books, and there is a lot to talk about. Some good, some not so good, and we're going to be diving into it right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. As I say, Saturday night's events are in the books. And yeah, I mean, like, it weren't a terrible show, which is probably not the best kind of bar to start with. But there were there were things I enjoyed about it. But, like, I think my overall take at the moment is, like, I think WrestleMania doesn't feel like WrestleMania anymore. Like, the 2-night thing is going to play into it. You know, a somewhat lackluster show is going to play into it as well. And TKO's approach of, you know, as I said on the build-up show, I'm not naively thinking that this regime is completely different to the corporate side that WWE already had before. But there's definitely been a switch. And I think the approach means that things have kind of plummeted in certain areas. Now, don't get me wrong, I think performance-wise there was some fun stuff tonight, but like there's just a lot of reminders that take you out of, like, I don't know, like the zone, really. Like, there are so many ads, and like it feels weird to even say this, but like I think this was the case maybe with last year's one as well, but like you come out of it thinking like there was nothing other than the matches in the ads. Obviously, there was one, maybe two if you kind of count it that way, but like mic segments. But there was nothing backstage or anything like that. And it feels weird because I feel like if this was 10, 15 years ago, like you would never be calling out for like more backstage segments. But like definitely not in the place of matches. But the point is, at the moment, we don't get anything but short matches. And like again, this isn't me saying the matches were, just wrestling, and there weren't a lot of wrestling either. It was just a lot of fluff. I think there was like a ridiculous stat that in like the first 2 hours there'd been like 39 minutes of wrestling or something crazy like that. Let me see if I can find it. There's another one going around just before the final two matches. There was like a thing going around about how long each match had been. Let me see if I can find that. But man, it wasn't a lot of wrestling. I don't know, and I don't really know how to feel coming out of this show. It was, again, there were things that I enjoyed about. We'll go through match by match. We'll talk about all the big spots and stuff like that. And there were some nice surprises. I say surprises, some things we knew coming. There was one big surprise that was really lovely. But yeah, I've got the match times here. First match, 7 minutes, 10 seconds. Second match, 14:10, 8:35, 8:15, 15:45, 9, 22:55. I mean, that's not a lot for an event that was 4 hours long. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, where did the time go? And that's not like I was having so much fun. Like, the time just was. No, I wasn't having so much fun. I was waiting for the show to kick off, and I think I felt that way yet, like last year as well. I don't want to just be coming on here all negative, because there were things I enjoyed about it. I'm looking at the card here, thinking, like that was quite fun in some areas. But man, anyway, let me know what you guys think. It's man, it's going to be an interesting review. But let me know what you thought of the show overall. What was your favourite matches? What your favourite moments and stuff like that? Appreciate you guys. Hit me with a comment straight away. Sludge says, what just happened in my life? Kieran, on the opposite side of the spectrum, though, says, brilliant night one. Look, if this sets up and night two is, like, spectacular, like this was, like, to wet your whistle, like, all right, maybe. But... you are absolutely correct, says Sludge. Tonight, only one match had the hype build up video package. Yeah, no real promo packages or anything like that. I feel like you could have done those almost all of the matches, like Liv, Jacob, and Drew. Yeah, I mean, especially those ones you mentioned there. Such big storylines going into this, and it feels weird. Again, I'm not trying to be like. I know back in the day, people would have probably argued about that. They would have said, too many promo videos, too many backstage kind of silliness segments. But like, when we just have match ad, and somehow it's 4 hours with matches that barely go, like to 10 minutes, it's crazy. Sludge says that shows how terrible this build has been. Only one hype up package. 3 out of 7 matches surpassed 10 minutes, as Sludge as well. Kiri says the fatal 4-way, Liv versus Steph, Becky versus AJ, all adding all the time up was 24 minutes. All of them added up. Not happy with no returns in the main event. Look, we said earlier on the build-up show, it could have been a place for someone like The Rock. Who knows? With the main event, look, we'll get to that. But I guess they kind of solved the problem by like just having Orton turn on McAfee anyway. But we're back kind of where we were, and then Orton was just really a bad guy at the end when he still beat up Cody. Right, let's before we get to Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton, let's start at the very beginning of the show. It starts out with John Cena doing his entrance, which was so strange. Like he's coming out in a suit. He ran at the very end, but like he didn't really do many of his normal mannerisms. I guess he was trying to have that definition between Cena the wrestler and Cena the kind of host. But yeah, I was surprised to not see him in any kind of merch. But I guess that again, the lines would have been too blurred. He's trying to maybe separate a bit. I guess to him in an ideal world, maybe he would have come back this WrestleMania. And yeah, so that kind of doesn't help. But anyway, Cena straight off, and he did this later on when he talks about the attendance number as well. Like he kind of joked about the build basically not being great, or like that people didn't feel the build was great. And he said you know, something along the lines of like, what was it used to say, Michael Cole? Polarizing, which was Michael Cole's kind of annoying way that he used to basically be like, some people don't like Cena, so that's why you don't get all the cheers. You can hear some of those boos because he's such a polarizing character. He wasn't a polarizing character. Like, the kids liked him and the adults didn't, generally speaking. Like, there are two sides to it, but it doesn't make it polarizing. Like, it wasn't like half, like, it wasn't like a politician or where half the you know, population agreed with his politics and half didn't. It wasn't like that. It was just a silly cop-out way that Michael Cole used to say, you know, to give the reasons. And it, you know, might not be Michael Cole's fault. It might be fed that line, but you know, they never had the balls to turn Cena heel until they did it not too long ago. And you know how that went. To be fair, but yeah, it kind of like, it was weird that Cena alluded to that like straight away. Again, it was just another reminder that they were like, hint, hint. We know you're not happy. Like, it was such a weird thing to like, if you're not gonna fix it, like, why acknowledge it? Like, it's like, we're not really the bad guys, it's them out there. Like, I don't need that from this previously billion-dollar company before TKO even come into it to try and look like they're plucky underdogs that are being told what to do. Like, I'm sure there is kind of management issues and whatever else, but like, and they're just playing into it and the perception of that, but it's strange. Like, I don't know where we're going with this sort of stuff. That ties into the story in the main event as well. It's just so bizarre. Right, let's get into the matches though. First up, you had the Usos and LA Knight versus Division and IShowSpeed. It was basically exactly what we expected it to be. This and the Unsanctioned match were going to be on ESPN2. They're going to be live, they're going to be free, and it was the opportunity for people to... It was kind of like a pre-show in that sense. We're talking about missing the pre-show, and this... I guess it was kind of treated like that. And even when they promoted tomorrow, they were like, these two matches are on ESPN, the main channel this time, for free. And then the rest of it's on WrestleMania properly. That's what it kind of felt like. Anyway, the Usos come out with a big entrance. Quite fun. LA Knight comes out in, I think it was like a pickup truck or something, or big old car at least. The Vision come out with a multicam, and a big old sheet in the middle of that was IShowSpeed. And it was exactly what I kind of envisioned, really, as one of the possible outcomes at least, was that Speed was just going to turn babyface because he didn't want to be in a match in the first place. Started out with some impressive stuff from Speed, you know, to his credit. Did that backflip, did the head scissors, and then eventually ended up with Austin Theory kind of bullying him. LA Knight won with like a quick shove. Like, I didn't really understand. I was looking up and down. Like, it was in the show had barely got underway, and I was like, wait, what the heck's going on? But in the end, Logan Paul attacked Speed. Jay prevented Logan Paul from doing the elbow. They come and saved him, essentially, but then they helped him set up. Speed gets up to the top turnbuckle and does a really nice frog splash before himself, I should say. But before that, did the zoo. Of course, the Ronaldo celebration that Speed is kind of, I guess, known for himself nowadays as well. But a fun little opener. I can't deny that. It was a fun little opener. But like, there's not a lot on this show where I'm like, I don't know. I don't even know how to kind of put that across. Like, there's not a lot where, obviously, I think there were things that were better and, like, I guess, stole the show, but there was still nothing that was like, in years to come, WrestleMania. Yeah, it doesn't live up, basically. This show does not live up to other WrestleManias in many ways. Let's just get to some of these comments before I move on to the next match. Kieran says, not happy with the no return to the main event, as we touched on. Also say Braun Strowman in Vegas also, apparently. Sludge says, I was confused. Did he turn on McAfee, or was he confused like when he RKO'd Charles? I'm so confused. Yes, so there was a spot where he accidentally RKO'd the ref. I took it as he was turning on McAfee, but yeah, maybe I'm wrong. We'll get to the main event in a bit, but Sludge says, honestly, this did what it was supposed to do. Quick 8-minute match and a fun opener. I wasn't entertained. Yeah, I agree. Nothing offensive in this match for me. I agree with you, Sludge. I thought it was pretty good. Kieran says, Sludge's finish is sick. But I don't like the way he does the yeet. But yeah, generally speaking, it was a fun little opener. Gets these guys on the card. Yes, the Usos should have probably been a tag title match. Yeah, we probably want more for LA Knight, and yeah, the Vision has took a little bit of a detour, and yeah, it had celebrity involvement with Speed, but I think they made the best out of a bad situation, several bad situations, to cram this together and get the most out of it. So yeah, I actually quite enjoyed this as an opener, I gotta say. I show Speed, I think he did his job and he come across quite well in this one. So yeah, congratulations to those. A fun opener, and that's what you want with WrestleMania, right? Then after that, we move into Jacob Fatu versus Drew McIntyre in the Unsanctioned match. Now, we were speculating earlier on the build-up show, whether or not this was going to be a draw, no contest, because of this kind of stipulation lends itself to things like that. It wasn't the case. There was a victory. Jacob Fatu picked up the win. He came out with some fire, and then you had Drew McIntyre coming out with a big entrance as well. I guess Angela's back now, cutting up the stage and kind of helping Drew get onto the ramp. Of course, Drew's old sword. It didn't look like the same one, but maybe it was. Drew was beating up Jacob Fatu with his phone. Same sort of spot he's done several times now, I think, at WrestleMania, where he gives his brother the phone to upload the clip. Fun. I enjoyed it. Drew did an incredible flip over the top rope, which was really, really cool to see. Again, a man of that size, and he's not a rookie either. I'll put it that way. So the fact that he could be doing these kind of moves and so graciously, I thought was incredible. So really, really good performance from both these guys in this match, but that moment especially. There was a kick out of Jacob's moonsault. So we started early on with the WrestleMania tradition of kicking out of finishers. But yeah, kicks out Jacob's moonsault, which was a bit of a shock. The referee's belt got taken off of him by Drew McIntyre, but then that turned against him as Jacob started to use it. But there was a Claymore, only hit a 2. Fatu was pushed off the top rope to the outside for a table. I think it was to the outside. And then there was a moonsault through the table eventually by Jacob Fatu, who actually hits it this time and gets a 3 count. I thought this was pretty good. With all the weapons, I was surprised there were no kind of handcuffs. They really played into Jacob Fatu's past of having been in prison. They got the cop car and they did the promo in the cell from Drew McIntyre. So I thought maybe there'd be some sort of like prop relating to that, but there wasn't. But hey, that's a minor complaint, if you will. But generally speaking, I thought it was quite fun. Double the time in the first match, 14 minutes this time. Still pretty quick. And I know they were cramming it into that first hour, I guess, at this point, but it doesn't get much longer after this. It doesn't go longer than for 3 more matches, essentially. The next 2 are quite short as well. But this is where, like, literally my note says, okay, so the main show starts. Like, it felt like that was the pre-show. As much as we've all been clamoring on this channel for pre-show matches, like, this felt like a weird way to kind of deliver that. But it wasn't. It was part of WrestleMania, don't get me wrong. But there was something about the way they kind of changed over. Then there were like camera mess ups. There was a lot of weird mess ups technically on this show. At the very start, at this point, Cole said started hyping up the wrong match. Mistakes happen, don't get me wrong. Like, mistakes happen on this channel all the time. And I thank you for sticking by us despite those. But like, there were just loads of times where the camera just went really wonky. It was like, I don't know, like maybe it's just something was going. I don't know. I really don't know. There's been a lot of that, I feel, on these big shows over the past few years as well. Right, let's get to the next match. Before we do, let's get to some more of these comments. Sludge says this match should have been at least 20 minutes. It didn't feel like an unsanctioned match. It just felt like a no-holds-barred match. For an unsanctioned match, I want crazy spots and unorthodox weapons. Yeah, we were talking about that, weren't we, Sludge, on the build-up show? You know, the differences between these different, no DQ, hardcore, extreme rules, unsanctioned. And we did have a little bit of a stab at it, didn't we? We tried to look at how they do differentiate sometimes in their booking. And as you say there, sometimes it does have those kind of unorthodox weapons and kind of crazy spots. I mentioned on the build-up that they could have ended it in a draw if both guys kind of fell off a balcony or fell off the Titantron, off the stage. But yeah, they didn't go with that. I'm not saying I wanted people to kind of put themselves at risk. I'm just saying I kind of get where you're coming from here, where like it was fun, but like yeah, it was what, unsanctioned anyway. Sludge says I want to see something different in one of these matches. New weapons, unique spots, but this was very entertaining for a no holds barred match. Some cool spots though. Yeah, see where you're coming from there. This is also where we should have got our first video package, says Sludge. Yeah, really confusing. Again, like the lack of video packages on this show, like, you know, as Lucas said, as much as like he was saying on the stream earlier on, like sometimes it's too heavy on the kind of, oh my gosh, this has been a story that's been brewing for 10 months. You know, it doesn't all need to be like that, but a lot of these feuds are. So like highlight that, you know. The only one that really did it from what I can remember is the promo package at the end for Cody and Randy, which was good, but even that was kind of, you know, spoiled, as we all know, by the insertion of Pat McAfee, and that leveled the storyline as well. But anyway, we're gonna get there. Kieran says the cameraman chip it up. I missed that, Kieran. I came back into the room. My wife told me about it, but I completely missed it. But yeah, apparently he was like laying on the floor, kind of laughing. You could see him in the background. So fair play. Next up, we did get the Tag Team Championship match of the women's division, and as speculated for just over a week or so now, Nikki Bella was unable to compete. Now, this speculation really ramped up on Friday night when there were stories breaking that she would be out and she would be replaced by a returning Paige. But then last night at the Hall of Fame, she basically said, yeah, I'm all right, don't worry. Then she came out on a crutch. I said, I've been trying to make it. It's just not going to happen. But I've got someone to take my place. And it was Paige. And there was a great reaction. It was a great moment. I felt really pleased for her. Yes, we've seen her in AEW. We've seen her wrestle, which in itself was incredible considering what she'd gone through. But to see her back in WWE and have a match in WWE at WrestleMania was amazing as well. So I'm really, really pleased to see her back and healthy. You know, her, Daniel Bryan, Edge, like, what incredible stories. You know, it's amazing. To see where, you know, how they all were they all managed to come back. Yeah, very emotional. So really, really pleased to see that. Now, the match itself, like, it was alright, but another example of, like, it just felt so rushed. This apparently was 8 minutes and 35 seconds for 4 teams. There was 8 people in this match. One of those had come back after being away for years, and the best you could give them was 8.5 minutes. Really, really frustrating. Let's start with the positives, though. Started out with the Moth and the Butterfly. That was pretty cool from Charlotte and Alexa. Alexa Bliss had a note on the back of her gear. I can't remember what it said now. It was clearly a reference to Bray Wyatt, something forever or something like that. It was 2 words. I can't remember what it was now. But yeah, credits to her. It was really nice. You had the kind of Moth gear and the kind of logo in the background. Really nice to see and quite a sweet kind of touch there. Anyway, Lyra and Bailey came out looking like they were like laughing at something, like they were facing backwards, and I don't know if just something messed up in their entrance, but that was weird. Then you had Paige's entrance, again, the return, which was cool. Look, on the build-up show, I was confused about whether or not the Bellas had been heels or baby faces, and Lucas was telling me, no, they are baby faces. The last time I really saw much about them, I'm only really watching the highlights these days, they were heels to me, and I just felt like it was weird for Paige to come back and join Brie in that sense. Look, they're from the same generation, as I keep saying, but there's not much beyond that. Let's jump to the end. Like, they win the match. And I'm happy for Paige. I'm happy for Brie. And I feel bad for Nikki. But, like, it just shouldn't have happened. Like, they're going to lose those titles soon, right? Surely they have to. I'm pleased for them. Like, I really am. Like, especially Paige. But, like, it should have been Brie and Nikki winning the titles. And if it weren't going to be then, just don't do it. Like, the shock was Paige's return. She didn't need to win a title. I'm happy for her. Don't get me wrong. As a performer, as a person, I'm happy for her. But, like, it's weird when they do this with teams kind of split and someone steps in anyway. It's even weirder when they're twins. It's even weirder when those twins have never had the opportunity to win these titles before. Those titles didn't exist when they were on the main roster before. The tag team division didn't even exist. To be fair, they never even teamed, I guess, that often. So, yeah, like, it's just a real disappointment for me because I think, like, if they do it now, like, Breeze won it twice anyway, and Nikki would always have only won it once. If they even manage to do it for the two of them now. So they might even do a weird thing where Nikki attacks Paige and somehow, like, when they throw the titles around as if they mean nothing. They might even do like a weird storyline like that where Nikki doesn't even win the title but she's the champ. They've done weird things like that before, but I hope not. But yeah, it's kind of frustrating to me. As happy as I am for Paige, I just the whole point surely was for the Bellas to become tag champs, like to have it on their CV and make those titles have that lineage as well. Like, so yeah, kind of disappointed in that sense. But like, again, nice moment. Rampage, Cradle DTT by Paige to pick up the victory. Good for her. Like, a moment in itself. But long term, I don't get it. Let's get some more of these comments before we move on to the next match. Sludge says, I feel so bad for Nikki, like the Bellas deserve the belts. It's a shame that injuries happen, which have affected a lot of this year's Mania, which is, yeah, that's a good point. Love the moment, but feel bad for Nikki. Yeah, I think we're on the same side there, Sludge. And it didn't look like she was hurt. It just looked like they had a hand or crutch. She didn't need those crutches. Yeah, I think it was a leg injury, wasn't it? I love the gear from Alexa and Charlotte's a Sludge as well. Also, I've never heard a theme, but I sort of like the Irresistible Forces theme song. Yeah, speaking of entrances, they had a cool entrance, like coming out with a bit of an homage to Demolition, who just went into the Hall of Fame as well. So yeah, really cool to see that. I would have give it to Bailey and Lyra. I don't like the winner at all, says Sludge. Yeah, like I was saying on the build-up show and on last night's weekend kickoff show, like, for me, just, if it weren't the Bellas, just keep it on the champs. There was no reason to take it off them. I think they just wanted the moment. But yeah, we'll see where we go with this one next. But yeah, not all negative though. Like, there were some positives in this, and it was nice to see Paige back. Next up, we've got the IC title on the line. AJ Lee defending her gold against Becky Lynch. And what do you know? It's another match that's barely over 8 minutes. 8 minutes, 15 seconds. Like, terrible. And talking of terrible, oh my goodness, the Wonder Years. That entrance was awful. And I feel so bad for everyone involved because I don't feel like it was Becky's decision to make a mime. And I don't know if the band would have wanted to mime. But then again, WWE have always had live performances anyway. I know the argument is that some of them haven't gone well. And maybe something was not going well in rehearsals and they decided to mime. Maybe there's a technical issue. But my goodness, was it embarrassing. First of all, they came in late. Right, the intro of the man comes around, and at first I thought, well, that's clearly mimed, right? It sounds exactly the same as the entrance song, and it was delayed. So I thought, all right, well, they're just miming the first bit because they wanted to get that. Like, it's like doing Cody's wrestling. There's more than one royal family, and being like, oh, if he says it live, it won't sound the same. So all right, but then when the song kicks in, like downstate play, right? That's how I'd kind of see it. And then the Wonder Years did not play. From what I took of it anyway. Maybe I'm wrong, but to me, they seemed like they were miming the whole time. And maybe I was just swayed by the intro clearly being mimed and they were playing a little bit. I don't know. But to me, it sounded suspiciously perfect. And exactly like the entrance song. And they weren't moving in the way that you'd expect that sound to come out of them, essentially. So it was rubbish. I feel bad because A, I really like the song, and B, I like live music at WrestleMania, and C, I know it's Becky's, like, one of her favourite bands and how much this theme song means to her. And it just was not the entrance. Like, I feel like they've got to do it again, like, next year. Just, like, not mime it. And then look back at this and go, why did we do that? But again, maybe there was a reason behind it. But to me, man, it was one of the most annoying things about the entire show for me. Sludge to see, this is where Paige should have returned. We would have had this moment, and this match just happened. Yeah, we talked about Paige maybe returning on Raw, right? And kind of facing the winner of this, who is now Becky Lynch. Great song, bad performance, says Sludge as well. Yeah, I'm not happy with that. Let's get into some of the notes about the match itself. Well, you know what? There was another entrance. Let's talk about that. AJ Lee had a nice entrance as well. Most of this show is about entrances. So I feel like most of my notes about entrances because the matches are so short. AJ Lee's entrance was lovely. All the little kids skipping around. Did you notice one ran to the back at the beginning? Bless him. I don't know what happened there, but a nice little entrance there, and kind of just that visual reminder of like these women are heroes to people and inspiring. So that was really nice. The match actually felt like it was Becky Lynch versus is it Jessica Carr, the referee? She had a bee in her bonnet about her the whole time, and again the match was only 8 minutes long, so it was probably about 4 minutes of that, to be fair. Getting towards the end of the match, because again not much happened, there was a Black Widow, a hair pull from Becky Lynch, nice heel move there, and she removed the pad. The referee got sandwiched in between them on the turnbuckle. The head goes into the turnbuckle of AJ Lee, and then there's a manhandle slam and the 3 count to pick up the victory. She finally defeats the ghost that is AJ Lee and finally gets back the Intercontinental title. It's third time for Becky Lynch, and yeah, I don't see it being a long reign. Again, I feel like she could lose it on Raw. I feel like Paige would have been a great surprise there to do it. But maybe it'll be someone else. You know, there were talks earlier on about maybe Sol Ruka. It's a big jump up for someone like that at this moment. But yeah, I think keeping it on Becky for a long time is probably not the way to go. But for the 8 minutes they got, it feels like I'm talking about the Divas era now. Like, don't get me wrong, they got less than 8 minutes, but it feels similar to that. For what they got, I think they performed quite well. Man, I need a drink. Next up, let's move into probably, yeah, maybe I'll say it, match of the night. Really enjoyed this. 15 minutes, 45 seconds. Not the longest match. Kind of a Raw type match in some ways. Getting back to the entrances, Seth comes out with a smoky jacket, a mask, and black eyes. He had, as in his eyeballs were black. Not they'd been punched yet. And yeah, the jacket was cool, like the holes in it, so the kind of, I guess it was like dry ice or something, the smoke was coming out. Then he'd move it and it came up, it flapped out. That's pretty cool. He had a mask on, which the camera missed taking it off. I don't know if it was on purpose, but it seemed like a bit of a production mistake again. Gunther's entrance was all right. I thought there might be something fancy, like an orchestra. There wasn't. He had career killer in big letters on his entrance graphics. Straight away destroys him, by the way. Hits him with a powerbomb, and Seth's not looking good from the get-go. Seth does start to kind of find his feet again on the outside. He starts throwing chairs at Gunther from the outside, and I thought, hold on a minute, is this no DQ? What the heck's going on? Oh, wait, the bell isn't rung yet. It does ring eventually when I get back in the ring, and yeah, a lot of back and forth. Quite a fun match. Your typical thing at WrestleMania again, where they start relying on things like kick-outs of moves and stuff like that. There's a kick-out of a pedigree, which turned into a stomp. So there was a pedigree, then a stomp, I should say, and then Gunther kicked out of that. There were 2 dives from Seth to the outside. It goes for a third. He's caught by Gunther. He hits him with a power bomb on a couple of power bombs on the outside as well. One on the outside of the ring, and then I think one on the announce table, which I think might have buckled for a second one on the night. No, maybe it didn't actually, because then there was a pedigree on the table, wasn't there? And it didn't break then either. Or maybe it did. But either way, there's a pedigree on the table. Then there was a stomp on the table. A lot of table stuff. And this is, yeah, to be fair, at the same point, they're still on the outside. And Seth, as soon as Seth got up, I was like, oh, yeah, Braun Breaker's coming out now. And he did. And what do you know? The camera kind of just... It wasn't the best camera shot again. Yeah, there was a spear. And I'm glad Braun Breaker come back. It was a nice return. Expected. I was hoping that's what they would do. I was hoping they'd bring it back to the division because, as we were saying on the Weekend Kickoff show, as we were saying on the build-up show, this surely isn't what they had planned for both these guys. I was surprised to hear Heyman kind of say that the plan would have been, I think it was Braun Breaker versus CM Punk and Seth versus Roman, which I'm kind of shocked by Seth versus Roman. I don't see why they would have done that. It's kind of similar to last year, had the triple threat and two of them are still in it. It would have been the other two, I guess, or one of the others with Roman. Yeah, wouldn't have been a fan of that. And what the heck would that have meant for the Vision? I mean, that makes sense if he was still in the Vision. Maybe that's more like what he meant. But yeah, I guess it is because he was talking about how he would have been involved. So yeah, but yeah, once he left the Vision, surely it was going to be about Seth versus Braun, for example. Anyway, that looks like where we're going again. Gunther did win with a sleeper, as we kind of expected. Rob was kind of speculating on the build-up show that maybe Gunther could win by kind of some sort of cheating tactic, and this was it. Then after that, there was a long run down the ramp from Braun Breaker as he hit Seth with another spear, kind of an awkward looking one because he was picking up some steam and he kind of hit it like it just seemed like he span in the air as he hit him. But yeah, a cool visual, I guess a cool WrestleMania moment, if you will. But good to see Braun Breaker back in this one, as I say, 15 minutes 45 seconds for this. Definitely match of the night by far, says Sludge. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm going to commit to that. I did enjoy things about Cody and Randy. But, yeah, I think Gunther versus Seth, as I think expected before we went into this show, I think that was match of the night. But let me know in the comments, guys. Did you enjoy this match the most? What was the match of the night for you? And what did you think of WrestleMania Saturday overall? Of course, we'll be back for WrestleMania Sunday content, where we'll have the build-up show, getting you hyped up and in the mood for night 2 of the PLE. But at the moment, we are recapping everything that went down on night 1. If you're watching live or on demand or as part of the replay section on that build-up show, we appreciate you. And yeah, thanks for tuning in. I want to know what you think of the show overall. The 6th match of the night was Stephanie Vaquer defending her Women's World Championship against Liv Morgan, who again, most of my notes are about entrances, and it's not because they all had massive entrances, but they had cool entrances, different entrances. Liv came out to a brand new song, which is now apparently her theme song. They kind of did the same sort of like routines they did from the music video. If you haven't seen it yet, the kind of dances that they did, the routine, if you will, was kind of lifted from that. Yeah, I mean, I think Liv looks like a star. I think, yeah, same old stuff there. I think she's a great talent, and you know, myself and Rob were talking about this on the kickoff show that WWE did. We did a watch along for it, and we watched the music video. Then we're trying to, you know, just figure out whether or not they are just hoping they're doing it for WWE for a character, and if it works and she becomes a star outside because of it, then so be it. Maybe they're hoping that it might go viral, and if it doesn't, it becomes part of the character. I think Liv said that she just wanted a new theme song. She thinks she's going to be a one-hit wonder, something along those lines. Anyway, Stephanie had a cool entrance herself. She had those kind of petals raining down, and a lovely little train behind her on her outfit, her ring gear. Yep, kind of paint my numbers in this match a little bit, really. It was 9 minutes. It was same old stuff, really. The Devil's Kiss from Stephanie Vaquer. Liv hitting her own Devil's Kiss. Didn't quite happen. She got stopped by Stephanie. Judgment Day did get involved. We were talking about whether or not this is where the seeds are planted or where the turn actually happens for the Judgment Day, but I felt it would be too soon because, you know, she is a big bad heel, Liv Morgan, at the moment, so it'd be hard to garner that kind of sympathy right here. Maybe a jealousy angle comes after this, as I say, now that she's champion, as I did predict. But getting ahead of ourselves there, let's go back to some of the highlights from the match. Yeah, again, you had Judgment Day getting involved. They tried to distract Stephanie. They did a good job at it. Oblivion was hit, but only a 2 count. Another example of people kinking out finishes on this show. Liv dove into Raquel by accident a little while after this, and then Stephanie dove off the ropes as well to take them out. Then she was thrown into the steps by Liv Morgan, who threw her back into the ring, took advantage of the situation and the distraction, hit with the Oblivion, and gets the 3 count. Again, I feel like it's hard to judge all the matches because they are so short. They weren't given a lot of time. 9 minutes for this one. Liv Morgan, I think it's the right result. It was a decent performance from both ladies in it and the 2 people that helped sell the story on the outside. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all I can kind of give it, really, because it was just, yeah, it was all right. Yeah, cool, right result. Nothing spectacular. And that is, again, nothing on the performers. I just think maybe they didn't get a chance to do that. So I said this should be our second hype video promo. Honestly, love Liv Morgan. It looked like they spent more time choreographing the entrance than they choreographing the match. Ooh, what a line. The match should have also been longer, says Sludge as well. Yeah, I get where you're coming from there. I mean, saying that, I mean, when you add up, I mean, it's a long old ramp, yeah, but when you add up the entrances for most of these matches, they're going to cut it close to the match time they actually got, especially the Fatal 4-Way Tag Team match, right? Like 8 minutes 35, even if each team had 2 minutes each, they're basically right on point for the length of the match, which is crazy. Right, let's move on to the main event of the evening. This one actually got apparently 22 minutes and 55 seconds to breathe, and you could tell, I mean, it was the main event. I guess it deserved more time. We're talking about Cody Rhodes versus Randy Orton with Pat McAfee in his corner, but not for long. I think they did a good job, WWE, to be fair, of getting rid of the Pat McAfee equation early on, and Jelly Roll getting involved and stuff like that, and just getting rid of it straight away. Jelly Roll even playing into that as a good guy, being like, as he did the past few weeks on SmackDown as well, being like, oh, you don't need all this, and why can't people just stay out of it? You know, he had the line, I think it was something along the lines of like, where was it? I wrote it down. It was like, go give them the one-on-one fight they came to see. So, yeah, cool. I think they dialed back on some things here because of the backlash they got, no pun intended, even though they're probably going to face each other next month. Although this does now mean that Pat McAfee's out of WWE, apparently, because he lost, Randy Orton lost a match. But maybe that bond is broken because of the way Randy turned on him. But we'll talk about that a bit later. Or did he turn on him, as we've kind of talked about in comments. Yeah, Randy Orton. Yeah, I mean, he kind of wasn't really involved at the start. I mean, you got, to be fair, I mean, it started out, let's go with the entrances again. Cole putting over Pat as a heel. And I think it was admirable because everybody knows the relationship they've got. Even Wade Barrett acted surprised. And Cole really kind of crapped all over him. Then you had Randy's entrance, nothing special. Cody's entrance was pretty cool. He wore a new jacket and a new mask, which I thought was really cool. And then they went through his kind of history, really. His entire history showed his debut, I think it was, against Randy Orton with a CR on his trunks and the green trunks themselves. It showed when he wore the face mask. Then it showed Stardust. And then it showed his return to WWE. And I thought it was really cool. I liked how they did that. It was a good entrance. But this is what that should have been all along. Like, they touched on that. This had a promo package, you know, to their credit. As Sludge has been saying, a lot of these deserve big promo packages. But it still could have been better. It should have been more focused on that. But as I say, on the build-up show, maybe they just felt like they were struggling because people wanted to boo Cody and cheer Randy, inserting Pat. To their credit, as much as I didn't like it, I think Pat should have been inserted somewhere else and could have still played a good heel role. I guess it did the job there, right? It stopped people booing Cody as much, and it kind of made people annoyed with that side, that like whoever's against it, not so much Randy, but just anti-Cody, you know. So anyway, it was cool. And to be fair, they could have done more with this entrance as well. They could have done mustached Cody Rhodes, you know. dashing Cody Rhodes. So there was more they could have done, but I appreciate what they did do. Started off with Pat attacking Cody Rhodes with the microphone. He gets a crossroads for his troubles. He's taken outside, and then there's an elbow drop from Jelly Roll, who just appears out of nowhere, like an RKO, from one announce table to the other, puts him through it. And as I say, then he hits the line, go give him the one-on-one they came to see, fight they came to see. In the match itself, Randy Orton gets busted open on the post. Cody puts the blood from that on top of his dream tattoo, so some nice kind of visuals there, storytelling. And again, once the Pat thing was out of the way, like it felt like the match that it could have always been. Cody kicked out of a crossroads because Randy decided to hit him with one. He only gets a 2 with it. Cody therefore decides to hit Randy with, so with his own medicine as well, hits him with an RKO. You guessed it, only gets a 2. Then a little while later, Cody is measuring for a crossroads, I think it was, and then instead there's a shock RKO out of nowhere. Once again, only gets a 2. And then Cody starts to be a little bit naughty. He hits him with a finger poke. There's shenanigans because the ref starts going down and stuff like that. There is a low blow miss, but then Cody hits one. So again, he's acting a little bit naughty here. But you keep getting Michael Cole's point going. You can't blame him. You can't blame him. It's like yeah, that's what they do when they try and justify a good guy doing something a bit naughty. Cody Cutter is reversed into an RKO, which was a fantastic spot, by the way, especially for, a move that is almost an homage to the other, being a cutter and a cutter. And again, it played into that kind of teacher, student, it was really cool. And it was great, perfectly timed reversal in my eyes. I really, really liked that. It was a great spot. The referee is taken out at this point, and Pat McAfee runs down in a striped referee shirt. Counts the 2, and then Randy Orton hits it with the RKO. Now, it already hit the referee with an RKO, as Sludge mentioned earlier on, and he kind of just seemed to be, because of the finger poke, didn't really know what was going on. He then hit, as I say, Pat with a finger, not with a finger poke, with an RKO. I took it as he was turning on Pat, but maybe I have to watch it again, because at the end he was a naughty boy still. Cody Rhodes was... I've just got a text from a mate that says Commercial Mania talking about this show. Cody Rhodes hits the crossroads, gets the 3. Fair enough, yeah, he won. If it was me, I would have given it to Randy Orton. If we didn't do all the Pat stuff, even more so. And then after the match, I thought that was it. I've started setting up for this stream, and then I was like, wait, what the heck's going on? Randy Orton was attacking him. So, yeah, he's jealous, basically. Cody holds up the title. Randy yanks it out of his hand. I think he must hit him with an RKO at that point because he gets him down at some point. Then he hits him with a punt. And it's punts are not something you see, really. I know a lot of people were looking at Pat and Randy being like, oh, 2 punters, a couple of punts. But yeah, I was shocked they didn't play into that, really, because of who Pat is and what his career was. And that they did it after the match. It weren't flirted within the match. It weren't really flirted with in the build to the match. It was after the match. So what does this mean now then? Randy Orton's going to go... Are they going to just do the match they should have had before? Is it now going to be Randy Orton as a heel? Do they feel like they cemented him as a heel because of the Pat thing? I mean, again, I said it on the build-up show. Is that what this was all along? They just felt like Randy was going to get cheered too much and they needed to really, annoy people. Maybe it was a month too late. Maybe they should have done this at Elimination Chamber so that by the time we get to WrestleMania, Pat's out the picture and it's just they've established Randy as more of a heel. And that's what they're going to do now. Maybe that's what we're going to do when we go to Backlash. Maybe we're going to get the one-on-one proper kind of legacy type thing. But, it was all about WrestleMania for me. This match, it's been a long time coming. I said a long time ago that Randy Orton should, in my opinion, should have turned on Cody Rhodes. And that would have made him a bit more kind of evil. Do you know what I mean? So I know it's always hard with a legend like that, and again when people are slowly turning against Cody anyway, but yeah, I just think there's definitely a different route to take here. Sludge said this match should have also been longer. Oh no, that was about the Liv Morgan one. And then said best entrance night, actually really cool. Props to them. Love the entrance for Cody. Yeah, I thought it was a really good entrance. It was probably the most spectacular entrance, wasn't it, Sludge? But yeah, that brings it up to the end of the show. There was a few other things that happened on the show, like we saw the Danhausen blimp. That was pretty fun, even though Danhausen wasn't anywhere to be seen. Maybe he'll show up in night 2, but like not even like showing legends back. So, oh, you had the Hall of Fame bit. Yeah. And then probably like the best thing about the night was the announcement of Bianca Belair's pregnancy. I mean, congratulations to her and Montez Ford. Really, really great news. I really like Cena's note as well. Of course, he came out to give the attendance first of all. He said it was 50,816. And then said with the announcement of the baby, there was now 50,817. So I thought it was quite a sweet note. Really, really weird that Montez Ford wasn't there. Like I've seen a picture of them online, and she's wearing the same clothes, so it must have been taken today. But like, him kissing her stomach and belly and that. But like, why couldn't he have like maybe not done an entrance? But why couldn't he have been behind the barrier and like hugged her? Do you know what I mean? Like it was just. That was strange to me. But, man, great news. Like I say, I don't want to put a downer on that. Really, really good news. She came out. I joked to my wife saying, is she going to announce she's retiring because of her finger injury? And I'm not trying to downplay her finger injury. I know it sounds like it was pretty gruesome. I mean, about a year ago, we were like, really, her finger? Like, what the heck's wrong? And how's she been out for so long? And there was all these rumors about, like, things going wrong with her recovery and I think the surgery and stuff like that. But, like, look, even if they chopped her finger off or her hand off, like she could carry on wrestling. So my point was more like, if she retires over this will be quite silly. It's not saying it doesn't hurt, and she has to go through a lot. But you know, when we look at people like Paige, Daniel Bryan, Edge, and that turned around, of course, I thought, what's she doing here? Because Rob in our group chat as well said the same thing. Like, I thought she was going to announce she was retiring. Like, I didn't know what she was doing. But no, thankfully, it was a much nicer announcement. And it does mean, of course, that she's going to be away for a little bit longer. So absence will make that heart grow fonder, as they say. And look, man, she was in danger when she was around before of being the John Cena, where she's kind of ironic that she's in the ring of Cena, right? Shoved down her throat and the baby face and all this kind of stuff. And I think she was crying out for a heel turn. I think they might have been getting close to it. I still maintain that I think she might have actually been originally meant to be part of the Jade Cargill Naomi situation, as in like she actually was the one that did it or told Naomi to do it. But hey, it's probably not going to come to fruition now unless somehow Jay turns babyface and Bianca comes back and ends up being a heel eventually. But yeah, I was really shocked because I was like, why here? What the heck is she doing? Like, why is surely night 2? She's going to attack. It makes perfect sense now, right? But yeah, she came out to make that announcement, which again was really nice. So congratulations to Bianca Belair and Montez Ford. And yeah, just looking forward to that next stage of good news, really. So yeah, well done to them. But yeah, let's wrap up here, guys. It's a nice note to wrap up on, right? Considering the the negative points about the show. Look, I've come around to it. We're about 50 odd minutes into the stream, and it weren't a bad show. It just weren't a great show, and it weren't WrestleMania worthy, in my opinion. There were some good moments, like Paige's return, great, but there's like an asterisk on all, even the good moments. I feel, like, did she need to win the title? Like it's frustrating for the Bellas, or for fans of the Bellas. Even if the Bellas are fine with it, like I just think it muddies the waters there. The iShow Speed stuff, like, it was always going to be that, and that's okay, and it was fine. But like, there was just nothing that made you go, man, like, or like, that was amazing. I can't wait for tomorrow. Or nothing even that led into tomorrow, because I just think this 2-night thing, they've really struggled to know what it is, like, to really. Sometimes it is that. Sometimes there's this thread that goes into night 2, and that can go awkwardly sometimes, and sometimes it can work. Sometimes night 1 has been way better than night 2. Sometimes 2 is better than 1, and that's always going to be the case as well. But yeah, like, it just, I don't feel like I'm watching WrestleMania, other than the fact that there's a massive stadium, and they put some surprises in there. Like, I just, I don't feel like this was like, I look at the card and I'm like, yeah, I could see that as as like a one nighter. I could say, yeah, it's a WrestleMania card in itself, to be fair, but like, don't know, it's just the presentation, the execution, the delivery of it just doesn't feel like what I know WrestleMania to be, and I think it's just a combination of all these things. Some people put it down to the celebrity, some people put it down to the booking and the build, some people put it down to the shortness of the matches, the lack of backstage stuff, the lack of just like fanfare for WrestleMania. Like there was no, I don't remember seeing any footage of WWE World, for example. It used to be Access, and maybe it'll be some of that tomorrow, but it just felt off. Then and all the ads, like ads on WrestleMania, like there's ads everywhere. Like I understand the commercial side and stuff like that, but like I think that's the problem. All these things are kind of building up at once, and it's just really frustrating. I actually did enjoy the ads. I don't know if it was the same in the States, but like the ads that we were getting sometimes was like part of the Hogan documentary, which I found quite interesting. Like I thought, oh, maybe this was the kind of thing they could do in the future. But then like it played the same one twice at one point, and it was a bit like, oh, all right. I've gone from wanting to watch the documentary and learn more about what they're talking about. I know Hogan's a polarizing figure and stuff like that, but you know, still interested in, I think, some of the stories they were telling. But then I just ended up being like, yeah, I'm kind of sick of this. So it kind of backfired. But yeah, that kind of thing, I don't mind that. Like if that's in the way of ads, if America's getting ads, then yeah, by all means, show me some extra content or something like that. But they were doing that before as well, weren't they? We talk about these promo videos. Like they were cutting them for American audiences. We were getting them. When it was on Peacock, we were getting them and they were getting ads. And it was like, well, then it's not really serving its purpose, you know? Like it's just really messed up, the kind of I guess organization of these things, but hey, that's that. Night one is in the books. Thank you for joining me on this stream. I hope you got something out of it, some sort of enjoyment out of the night. It was really fun, kind of getting hyped up and in the mood for it with you guys on the build-up show. We're going to be back for the build-up show of night two as well. We'll be talking last minute room. We are back for the build-up show from from night two last night, Scott. Appreciate your comments, and again, I've been lurking in the background with you and replying to some of those. We'll get to some of our favourites throughout tonight's stream. Later on, we're going to be joined once again by Lucas and Rob for their last-minute predictions, and we'll be talking last-minute rumours, as I said last night as well. We'll be talking about all the kind of things that are flying around. Of course, there were loads around night one. What did you think of night one, though, guys? Let me know in the comments what you thought of it and what you thought my original review was like. You know, my instant reaction review, you could tell I was quite tired there. It was 4 a.m. or half 4 in the morning, I think, when I wrapped up. But yeah, it was, you know, in a cold light of day, as the comment said here, you know, like it was not bad, but not WrestleMania. And I 100% agree with that. Like it wasn't the worst show, but like it just doesn't feel like WrestleMania at the moment. Sludge said that might be the worst night of the 2-night era. I mean, I don't know, overall I remember a few years ago I felt the same. I did feel like night one, I can't remember which year it was now, but like I did feel the same night one. I was like, night two's got a lot of heavy lifting now, and I think night two definitely has that this year. In our little group chat, the Rebellious Noise team are chatting away about the show, so I'm looking forward to seeing those guys come on live tonight as well. But I can see Lucas has sent in a message that says that night one's right in WrestleMania 39, apparently wrestling time, at least it was 1 hour and 57 minutes. WrestleMania 40, it was 2 hours 4 minutes. WrestleMania 41, it was 1 hour 45 minutes. And WrestleMania 42's night one was 1 hour and 24 minutes, which is ridiculous. I mean, none of them are amazing. I mean, the longest you've got there is about 40 odd minutes more anyway, you know, WrestleMania 40. But man, it's only going in one direction, it feels like. And yeah, it's a real shame. Keep your comments coming, though. I want to know what you thought of WrestleMania Saturday overall. And again, we're going to get into WrestleMania Sunday and hopefully get you guys hyped up and in the mood for it, despite some of the challenges we'll face with that as well. Let's get to some of the comments that have been flying in since we were playing the replay at the time. Hello Media One says, hi, Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling, first time viewer here. Good to have you in with us as well. Sludge says that he's got way higher expectations for tonight's show, and I would have to agree as well. Love Deep Sing Gaming says, brother, old WWE is good. I miss you, old WWE. And again, I was replying to somebody's comments in the chat already, but again, I really do feel like WWE lost something in recent years. They certainly peaked around 39-40 for me in this era at least, but the past 2 years, man, there's still good stuff. Like, I don't want to be doom gloom about everything, but like, yeah, just WrestleMania is not feeling like WrestleMania at the moment. Saji Yousev says, according to you, who will win and will The Rock come? Talk about that main event. I mean, yeah, I think The Rock could be showing up tonight, but look, I don't want to, and I appreciate that every year we kind of say that. And then there are times when The Rock, like last year, should have shown up and didn't, and it was more kind of needed. It felt like with a TKO storyline, he could have slotted in there, but of course he could always slot into a Roman Reigns storyline, so maybe we'll see him tonight. Whether or not he wins Roman, I don't know. I mean, that's who I went with my original predictions. We're going to see my original predictions in a little bit. We're going to show a clip from myself and Rob chatting about night 2 very soon. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Another comment here as well. So Joseph says, nice t-shirt, man. I was relating to yesterday. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Marius wants to know what time it started in Ireland. It starts at 11 p.m, just like it does here in the UK as well. WrestleMania Night 1 cook, bro. TKO ruining everything. Look, I think it was... Like, again, there were good moments. I like the fact Paige came back. I think the Braun Breaker stuff was pretty good. But, again, as I mentioned at the end of that stream, every good thing has an asterisk on it. Like, Paige shouldn't have won a championship, in my opinion. Not with Abella, anyway. I don't think they should have had... I mean, Braun Breaker's return was good, but it was kind of sloppy the way it was filmed. Bianca Belair was... such a great moment. Even that, I'm like, where was Montez Ford? So like everything, even like the really nice life stuff, ended up having a bit of an asterisk to it. But yeah, like Seth versus Gunther was a really good match. Cody and Orton, the match itself, I think was good. And I think they did well, to be fair, of just getting rid of the stuff that people didn't like straight away. Yes, they brought Pat back later on, and then he got RKO'd. But it was just that reminder of like, oh, so you see it then, like, this wasn't the way to go with the story. You know the deal says, night 1 felt soulless. Every match seemed rushed just to get more advertisements. Yeah, 100%. And I know that's that kind of the topic at the moment, the ads, and the lack of wrestling time. But like the whole night, I was thinking, not even so much about the ads, but I was like, yeah, everything feels rushed as far as the matches go. Like, the entrances, I'm okay with WrestleMania entrances being long. It's grand, it's a spectacle. But, like, everything else is getting bigger and creeping into the time that the matches have. Like, mad. Like, I think it was something like 8 minutes, 35 seconds for the women's tag team title match. Like, there were 4 teams in it. That meant they all basically got a minute's worth each. Like, if you look at it like that. So, yeah, not my favourite WrestleMania so far. And again, it's starting to feel like just a stadium show. And maybe that's part of it as well, because I like the fact that WWE do more stadium shows now, make those shows look better. But, like, I think it brings down, you know, this and the ads and the booking and the 2-night thing. Like, there are so many things going on at once that change your perception, I think, of WrestleMania. Slow says, they listen to me. There is a hype package, but it's for the 6-pack ladder match, which has no story. Yeah, how did that one get a hype package and the others didn't? I think they did have some, but they were, like, shown on the kickoff or what do they call it now, the countdown, which, by the way, we'll be using this stream as a watch along experience for that as well. We'll let you know of any big stories that break on that. We're talking last minute rumors. Again, other members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team are going to be joining us later on as well. I'm sure they're going to want to dive into the big stories coming out of last night. So please keep your comments coming. Let us know what you thought of last night. But we are going to turn our focus in a bit to night 2. And, you know, that's what the show's all about. If you're new here, my name is Scott. This is the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. And what we do on the night of a PLE is get you hyped up and in the mood for the PLE. Usually, that's not hard to do for a WrestleMania. But I feel like people are kind of lagging after last night. But hey, this is your build-up show. We're going to talk last-minute rumors. If you want to just use this as a place to vent, we'll do that as well. But we'll try our best to kind of get hyped up and in the mood. And I think once we start breaking down the kind of fantasy booking and the predicting of some of the matches we're going to see tonight, because it is a decent card, hopefully it'll get us all in the mood. Like I say, we'll talk last-minute rumors and things like that as well. So keep your comments coming. We appreciate all of them. What we're going to do now, though, is we're going to throw it over to a clip from our weekend kickoff show. Again, if you're new here, what we do on the weekend of a PLE, before we hit with a build-up on the night of the show itself, we like to give you a weekend preview overall. And yeah, that works a little bit differently when it's a 2-night event. So what we're going to do now is specifically show you our predictions. You don't want to see predictions of night 1, right? That doesn't make any sense. We're going to show you our predictions for night 2. Now, this was recorded just before SmackDown, so keep that in mind. But I don't think any of my predictions would have really changed anyway. I reckon Rob's probably going to feel somewhat the same. We'll ask him when he comes back onto the show later on. But let's throw it over to our original predictions. This is going to last for about an hour, but I'll be lurking in the background as always, replying to comments, and when we come back live, we will be diving into all the kind of big comments, the best comments that you guys send along as well, and all the big news stories as we get closer to WrestleMania Night 2 anyway. But as I say, keep your comments coming, guys. Without further ado, let me throw it over to me and Rob from Friday night with our original predictions for WrestleMania Night 2. And let's start out with, I've got to be honest, probably one of the matches I'm most looking forward to on this entire weekend, and that is Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi, because this is one of the few feuds that they've built, in my opinion, in the right way. What are your thoughts on this one?
Do you know, yes, finally we have it. The build's been great. The big question is Oba Femi going to be put over the right way? I guess that's the main thing. Like, whoever wins this, Brock technically doesn't need to win this to all of a sudden become a star. Like, he's Brock Lesnar, you know. Yeah, so if he's on his way out, I guess doing the right thing would be like doing the job. But again, that's questionable. You know, he doesn't have to technically lose the match in order to, it's Oba Femi I'm talking about, to look like a monster. However, if he's going to go on a monster run after, it would make sense to start with Brock. You know, normally Brock would be the final guy, but if you're going to start with Brock, go from here. So yeah, look, I'm all for it. I think the match was good. The only thing I would say negatively that I didn't like was it was really weird with. It started with Seth Rollins, with the Seth Rollins coming out, and then, you know, with what he's doing and the return of him obviously coming back and, you know, giving the curb stomp to Heyman. And then Heyman comes out, and then it's the F around F5 and all that stuff. I love that, the play on it. And then Brock comes out, all of a sudden Oba Femi comes out. So Oba Femi then comes to Seth's aid. So
I forgot all about that. I forgot Seth was even... Yeah, because so basically when we were talking about WrestleMania Saturday, I was talking about like Seth's, you know, and again, we'll touch on this more on the weekend, but Seth's kind of bizarre kind of situation where he's thrown into a match that doesn't seem like it would have been something they pitched 2-3 months ago. And then, like they kind of weirdly transitioned, didn't they? Because, he was looking like he was going to go out a match with Brock. Oba gets involved, and then Gunther gets involved with... I think that will play into it eventually.
Yeah, I feel it's got
with
to.
Brock Lesnar, Heyman, but I completely forgot that Seth looked like he was kind of maybe going towards a match with Brock Lesnar again. So, it is a bit of a weird way they come about it. But ultimately, this is the match a lot of people wanted to see, right? A lot of people have been saying since Oba Femi came, this always happens with big guys. You know, they should face Goldberg. It happened with Brock Lesnar. He should face Goldberg, and then when it's Brock Lesnar, it's the other way as well. So, I think. Generally speaking, they've built it really well. My concern is, like, Oba Femi has looked so good. Brock has like retreated like quite often, and Oba Femi's got one up on him, and Brock's been angry and done a few kind of things like throwing chairs and stuff like that. But like usually, if you're going by this, like, who's won it so far? In my opinion, it's Oba Femi, which means he won't win the whole feud. As you say, like they kind of can't do that. Like, he's got to beat Brock Lesnar. And, you know, like you say, it's got to be in the right way. But usually they would do that by, like, making it seem, can he beat Brock Lesnar? I'm going into this thinking, of course he can beat Brock Lesnar. He's battered him every week, you know? So Brock looks scared, you know, looks angry, but he looks a bit scared, or like he's met his match sort of thing. So, in my opinion, this is perfectly lined up for Oba Femi to win. But it's not the way they usually book it. I just hope I'm wrong. And they've basically done a whole story where Oba Femi looks better than Brock, and then he is better than Brock. Like that's that. And then Brock has to move on to something else, which is, again, probably Gunther and Oba. I mean, what does Oba do after this if you've already beat Brock?
I mean, again, fairy tale booking, I guess. But if we're looking from here, the next big card will be SummerSlam. So on a hypothetical, you could technically do Ober beats Brock, but Seth loses to Gunther, and
Right.
then there's a lineup there. So obviously we've already had the Seth and Gunther thing that had gone on. Seth was around with the Brock stuff before Ober Femi come in, so it'll be a really strange tag team. But if you had Seth and Ober Femi versus Brock and Gunther at SummerSlam, if some way they could kind of put that together, and then eventually, I mean, you could even do it as a thing of those two win, and then Brock turns on Gunther, and then bang, we set up for Brock Gunther. Do you know what I mean?
Could you? Brock and Gunther is such a like 80s tag team, isn't it? Like, they're two just massive dudes.
On NWA as well.
Yeah, gosh, yeah. But look, that's completely kind of out of my thinking. I wasn't thinking anything like that because I was thinking about the Brock Gunther match. But yeah, I mean that's the way you could get to it, right? I mean, a lot of people think is it this year that SummerSlam's in? Is it Minneapolis?
I believe,
and that's why people think Brock Lesnar's going to retire this year. I think the weird thing for me is like Gunther, and again we touched on it with the Saturday night predictions, but Gunther, retires 3 people in a row, then faces Seth, and then gets, maybe to retire Brock after that. It's a weird thing to take, a little bit of a sidestep, and then for Brock to lose against Ober, like Gunther's going to be like, well, he beat you, I can beat you. Like, and now if Gunther doesn't beat Brock, it doesn't make Gunther look good, But then Brock losing twice on his way out, like, I mean, it does a lot for those guys. It probably is the right thing to do, and you could start arguing things like, oh, well, now they've beat the one in 21-1 or whatever it was, and this kind of lineal kind of history, if you want to look at it like a boxing record or something like that. So maybe you could argue that, but it's just not the way they've booked Brock before. Like when Brock puts you over, he puts you over good, like to his credit. The Drew McIntyre stuff he's done, even in the Rumble years back with Keith Lee, that little exciting exchange between the two. So I think Brock will do a good job if he puts Ober over and then Gunther, but it's kind of unprecedented. But maybe that's what you want. Like the Beast has been slayed eventually, do you know what I mean? And he's not as good as he once was, but is that really, if he's been beat, then is Gunther beating him that special? Or then you could just argue, yeah, but he didn't just beat him, he retired him. Like so it
has to be
special,
something.
but
yeah.
So it's funny, right? Because this match is exciting on its own, but I guess what's good about it is it does play into like where we go with the rest of the year for both these guys, and then maybe Gunther as well. Bring it back to this match itself, and I can see we've got some comments coming in there, so we'll get to those in just a moment. But bring it back to the match itself, Rob, if you had to pick, as we are here on Friday night, who would you say is going to win this one, Brock Lesnar or Ober Femi? Your heart of hearts, who do you reckon it's going to be?
Honest, do you know what? I really want it to be Ober Femi, but I feel like we're getting swerved with something to do with Heyman, which is why Brock's going to win. I think Brock's going to get the win here, but by like hook or crook. It's going to be one of those like barely gets it. There's there's going to be some shenanigans. The reason that Brock wins, I think, if they do, the only other thing they can do then is push this to SummerSlam and have them go again and have Ober go over like proper clean, and then maybe that's the last way we get Lesnar, and he retires.
I think what's interesting is like usually this is the kind of perfect scenario for Heyman to jump ship and attach himself to the next big thing. And that being Ober Femi, but because Ober Femi's a good guy, but he could be a bad guy, so, but people want to cheer. They've got something good with him here, like not just as a talent, but as a babyface as well.
Lightning in a bottle.
It'd be kind of it'd be kind of a waste. So, but it does feel like the typical thing. Like I was starting to think earlier today, I was like, what if? I mean, Heyman did it last year. He could do it again this year, and it kind of, jumped ship from Brock again. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it'd be interesting to see, but I say this kind of loosely. When Heyman goes with someone, let's say 7 out of 10 times, the person that he's gone with, Heyman becomes their mouthpiece. There's only rare moments where Heyman, I would say, Roman, Brock, and Punk were the only ones that really. Actually, Roman and Punk are probably the only ones that can really do the talking. Oh, and Seth. Brock can talk, but he's not the most comfortable. Whereas Brock is he's the big attraction. He just stands there looking menacing, and Heyman does the work for him. You know. So with Obafemi, I think he's a full package of he can talk the talk, literally walk the walk, you know, and does it in the ring. Like, he's an absolute monster. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Him being with Heyman, I think might do more bad than actual good in this scenario.
Yeah, and like Heyman's CV is like not like when you give him too many stars, and it doesn't like the jumping ship all the time. Like, yeah, it makes him look smart, but also it makes him look like he backed the wrong horse. You know? So it's not great all the time. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think Obafemi will be winning. So yeah, I'm gonna go Obafemi. What about you? You going the same or?
Look, I'm going to say Brock because I feel like there's some shenanigans. However,
Okay.
if Obafemi wins, I'm not going to be annoyed. Like, I love Obafemi to win, but I feel
Yeah.
that
You
I
just think
think
it might be Brock.
we need some more meatiness in this story, and I think that's what's going to happen over Mania.
Yeah, I think you could be right there. Let's get to some of these comments. They're mainly referring to WrestleMania Saturday, so we've done our predictions for those, and you may be watching this on the build-up show of WrestleMania Sunday. So some of this might be irrelevant by the time you watch it in the replay, but live, this is all still fresh to us, so I'm going to go through some of these comments as well. Six Clothes and Co says, I am enjoying the Pat McAfee stuff, still trying to get used to the Pat McAfee being with Randy Orton, but the internet lost the plot over Pat McAfee and tore the segment apart. It wasn't... I don't think this segment was too bad. I think it was more... I don't think Pat should be shoehorned into this storyline, but again, we've touched on that already. We'll dive into it more over the weekend, I'm sure. It says, I think CM Punk and Roman Reigns will be a good match. Obafemi versus Brock Lesnar will be a good match, and I'm going to say for Risk Keys on SmackDown to win the Andre Giant Battle Royal tonight. Again, yeah, we're recording this just a few hours away from that as well. I wondered if they were going to be doing the Andre Giant Battle Royal. So yeah, Royce Keys is a good shout for that. Only just debuted, on the main roster calls. Took quite a bit of time to do that. Mercedes Jessica says Randy Orton will be the champion at WrestleMania. Could be the case. And City Close Code said also, I totally get people being disappointed with Pat McAfee stuff. Thanks for your comments, guys. Keep them coming. Let us know what you're most looking forward to at WrestleMania. Again, we're now talking about night 2 of WrestleMania, so we'd appreciate your comments and predictions on that side of things as well. But of course, we'll answer your questions relating to night 1 as well as we make our way through this. Again, I'm Scott. You're joined here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel by Rob as well. The idea is to get you hyped up and in the mood for the big PLE this weekend with our weekend kickoff show. We'll also be doing a watch along for WWE's kickoff as well, so stay tuned for that. As I mentioned, on each night there is a build-up show for both nights of WrestleMania where we talk last-minute rumors and get you hyped up and in the mood for both events. Let's bring it back to predictions though for night 2, and let's get back to the card itself. Again, I'm going for Brock Lesnar to lose, and Rob is going for him to win, but wouldn't be against the idea of Oba picking up the victory. Now, let's move into the next one. We got Finn Balor, the Demon Finn Balor, I should say, versus Dominic Mysterio. And I got to say, again, this is an example where I've one of many examples over this WrestleMania build where I've gone, actually, I like that one. What'd they do that for?
Yeah,
because
I agree.
why have they announced the Demon? Again, like, and I think Finn's even gone on record of being like saying he doesn't like when it happens. He doesn't like when it's, like the Demon's not as special anymore because you keep making him lose. Or making him fall off the top rope for no bloody reason and never paying off that storyline. Like, what are you doing? Like, the Demon just... They're scraping the barrel of what the Demon means now just to sell a few tickets where they can. And the amount of tickets it will sell will become less and less and less when you make it such a weak thing. Like, they've really weakened it. So it's made me think even more so that Finn Balor's got to win, when realistically going into this match I felt like Dominic should probably win because he's still the young up and comer out of the two of them, and Finn doesn't bloody need it. If this was Finn winning the championship to give him a bit more of a bulked up CV, which I think he deserves, I'd be more for it. But because he's facing the up and comer, I still think the up and comer should win, even though last year it was the IC championship. You could argue Dominic had his moment last year. now that you put the demon into the mix, I think Finn Balor needs to bloody win. So it's kind of annoyed me the way they built into this, because much like Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes, there's a bloody storyline here already. Why do we need to ruin? Like, you could say he's so angry with Dominic, he brings out the demon at WrestleMania, it's a special occasion, and he's, he has played into, even when he was having those matches against Punk, he was playing into, like, he did his old entrance when they were in Belfast, so they've played into that and him being a good guy. But man, like, did they really need to spoil the announcement of the demon with this one?
Again, I completely agree. Why did they have to say anything to do with the demon? They could have teased that when Finn gets to a certain level and of disrespect, he gets attacked too much, a different side of him appears. They could have teased that on commentary.
It's obvious, but it's not obvious. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And it's like poking the bear. They're poking the bear. In my opinion, tonight should have been the night where, I mean, it doesn't make sense now, but tonight should have been the night where they do something with the Judgment Day. Finn comes out and they're doing the contract signing. Tonight, everything, just how I would have booked it. Right. Yeah. They should have done a contract signing tonight. And when they sign it, he then gets jumped and literally get battered and battered and battered. And like hits with chairs and all that stuff. And you think, okay, well, there is clearly no way Finn Balor is walking out of now for night 2. He's got a day to recover. Night 2, that's it. He's going to be like easy pickings, literally like Dom, like a vulture, just picking up from the bones, bare bones, what's left.
Which ties into Dom's character and the Judgment Day as well. So
exactly. And then night 2 happens. Dom comes out first. The champion comes out first. Even cuts a promo. Finn, come out. I'll do this. I'll give you this. I'll give you this. Do you know what I mean? I'll make it easier. I'll do it with my arm behind my back. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Then the demon comes out. Yeah. Now
with the slow burn to his song as well, with the dun 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 in the lights and all that. Like, it would have been such a cool surprise.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, there might still be surprises at WrestleMania. I don't know. They always tend to have one or two, right? Man. But like, that's a missed opportunity now. If we come out of WrestleMania and there's not many surprises, we're gonna be like, we could have at least made the demon a surprise.
Exactly. But that's how they should have done that. Like really teased it, and then put Finn in the basic on the back leg of, he can't do anything. Like, he has to do something. Then we get a demon. But look, I mean, I think I made it clear on here before. I mean, we haven't seen the demon in a long time. What was last time against Edge? Maybe.
Yeah, that was WrestleMania, and he was a bad guy. He had the purple stuff for the Judgment Day. Yeah, Hell in a Cell. Yeah.
Obviously, he lost that.
Which was great, by the way. That was great. He got busted open badly in that, didn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't. Edge. Obviously, we're going on a tangent. Edge didn't need to win this. This would have been a moment where the demon starts to build up his victories again. But even then, I made it clear that my biggest criticism with Finn as Finn and Finn as the demon is there is no difference. Yes, he puts the paint on, and the paint is the war paint, and that's that thing that he does, and that's it. But I think personally, the coup de grace, the shotgun drop kick into the turnbuckle, all those things are a demon thing. Finn Balor shouldn't do them unless he's a demon. I think when he comes out as a demon this time, he has to be vicious. We have to see a completely different side of the demon and think, okay, you don't want Finn to become the demon because you are not going to win. You need to make him just absolutely monstrous, like a version of Venom. And then when Venom's there, that's it, you're not winning. And then that's how you build that character up again. I feel like we have to get that from this time from Finn.
Yeah.
If we don't, then and Dom wins, oh man, it's just a wasted point, isn't it?
The thing is, like, I don't want anyone to think I'm just saying the demon should always win, because, like, in order to be a threat, I think you need to show a bit of vulnerability and lose sometimes, right? But
yeah,
but rarely, like, you shouldn't, like, they've just wasted. Like, when they brought it back for Roman Reigns and the turnbuckle exploded, like, and nothing ever. It was clear they just went, let's make him the big demon, and that's it. Like, so that's why it's just frustrating. Like, I don't think he should win every time, but because he's lost the last 2 times, it's going to be, the big bad demon's back, is he? You know what I mean? Like, Dominic should, that's more likely now that Dominic sees him as a demon and laughs.
Yeah.
Because I would have been more scared facing Finn Balor, not the demon Finn Balor. That's what they're at risk of getting at, really.
Yeah.
because as you said, there's not a lot of differences. It was more about the presentation, and that's not holding them up anymore. So, but look, let's get back to the match itself. I mean, ordinarily, I'd want Dominic Mysterio to win, but because it's Finn Balor, the Demon, I think I want him to win instead. And then I think, like, Dom doesn't need to win. Although he's the younger of the two talents, he doesn't need to win. He had that moment last year at WrestleMania, as I say, win the IC title. Surprisingly, they didn't turn him babyface. Didn't give into it in the whole year, so he's still a heel. He doesn't need to win in that sense, but like, so I guess, like, in my opinion, Finn needs something. Not just the Demon. I think Finn needs something to keep him looking credible as well. So. Yeah. I just don't know if, like, maybe he could have argued enough, like, guys, if I'm going to do the Demon, not to politic and say I've got to win, but maybe it hasn't fell on deaf ears. And he's said, look, guys, like, if we're doing this Demon thing, it's got to be worth it. Like, and that's why they've pulled the trigger, because he is going to win. So, as far as, again, I think Finn Balor should win. I think I want him to win, even though I really like Dom, and ordinary might go for Dom. I'm going to say Finn will win, and I'm not confident about it. But I'm gonna say Finn will win. Yeah, I'm not. I'm really not.
Do you know it's a crazy time in wrestling where we're discussing the likes of Finn Balor, and I mean this in no disrespect to Dominic Mysterio, because he's a phenomenal. The way he portrays himself, as a wrestler and performer. But it's crazy to think that we're having this discussion about. Dominic Mysterio can bounce back from this, but Finn Balor can't. Just saying that blows my mind. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
So I feel if we're getting the Demon, I think Demon time is officially going to be a proper thing, and I think we're going to get the Demon that we actually want to see. The Demon from NXT. I think we're now going to get on the main roster.
We can only optimistic there. You are being optimistic there. Let's get some of these comments here as well. Thanks for sending them in, guys. We appreciate it. City's Clothes and Co says, I won't be watching night 1 till Sunday and night 2 on Monday, so City's going to be a little bit behind there. But hey, try and join us for the build-up show if you're in the right timeline then, at least, and let us know your last-minute predictions. But let us know where you're watching from around the world, guys, as well. It's always interesting to know where you guys are tuning in from. For us, it's going to be 11 o'clock at night, which is a little bit earlier than usual for PLEs in the UK. Also says, Tiffany Stratton not even on the WrestleMania 42 card this year. I get what you're saying. Should have done something about Finn Balor getting beaten up on SmackDown. But yeah, great point there. No Tiffany Stratton on the entire card.
That didn't even cross my mind.
She was such a big point, part of last year's. Of course, it was sloppy. Don't get me wrong. The Charlotte match, yeah. I think the build, obviously, we're not to tread on old ground too much, but the build made them both look bad, and the match made Tiffany look bad, in my opinion. I think she really struggled to keep up. But yeah, definitely interesting to see. I mean, of course, it looked like it was going to be her and Jade for a little bit this year, but it wasn't to be. Cody Burris is in the house. Hi, good to see you, Cody. Thanks for tuning in. Always great to get your input. So I hope you're looking forward to WrestleMania as well. City's Close and Go also says Judgment Day beat Smack. Yeah, as we said, should be happening on SmackDown. But I think we won't go down well if they pull out many surprises at 42. WWE's cooked in a bad way and it flops like last year. Look, I think this is a wider discussion on the build-up show. We'll dive into kind of, I guess, people's view of WWE at the moment, because I don't think there are many people's good books at the moment. When you look at this time last year, I think we were going into that WrestleMania thinking it was a weak card. This year we're going into it thinking weak build. I just think that they really exploded for WrestleMania 40. It was like the peak for this period, this generation, and look, you could argue, well, then it was only going to go in one direction, right? But I think there's been a lot of questionable things. I mean, the way WrestleMania ended last year, I was saying earlier on, Rob, I came on air, and I was saying that I'd watched like the first few minutes of my reaction to night 1 and night 2 from the last 5 years. I quickly went and checked like the archive on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel just to see what my instant kind of thoughts were and my mood. And for all of them, I was pretty hyped, except for night 2 last year. Even the other years where I was like, I weren't sure about this and I weren't sure about that, but it was a really good show. Last year, it was like they ruined it at the end, you know. So I hope we're not coming out of it this year with the same kind of thought and feeling. So,
sorry, I was going to say, so I don't want to cut you off quickly, but do you know, I've not even looked. I was going to quickly check the wiki to see the matches. Right, I can't even remember how Night 2 ended last year.
So Night 2 last year was the John Cena stuff and Thingy coming out and just whipping people. What's his name? Travis Scott.
Okay, yeah.
Like, it just fell apart. Like, not the Rock didn't show up. Like, it just fell flat in my opinion. But again, the John Cena. I mean, the funny thing is, and you were not, and that's kind of the point, right? But you were not around the channel much for any of the heel John Cena stuff. So me and Lucas have been saying that we want to do like a retrospective look back at that whole thing now that it's over. So it'd be good to do it with you because I really don't know much of what you thought about any of that at all. So we'll have to dive into that someday. But hey, look, John Cena's going to be at WrestleMania. Don't know how much he's going to feature on Night 1 and Night 2 individually, but yeah, he is going to be the host. So they couldn't keep him away for too long. And I got a funny feeling he'll get physical as well. But yeah, well, we'll see what he's going to do. I'm
just hoping we get a John Cena Danhausen moment.
Oh, that'd be good.
It's got to happen.
I was saying to Tom, of course, friend of the channel, been on this channel and co-host of Talking Beans with me. But I was saying to Tom that I think the thing I'm most into in WWE at the moment is Danhausen. I think he's still,
crazy, right?
like when I watched all the highlights on YouTube and I think about, do I watch the main one and just get all the kind of pinpoints and I go, oh, you know what, that's a big feud, I'm interested in that. I'll watch the full segment of Punk and Roman, for example. Yeah. So there'll only be certain videos I'll watch individually, but I always go, let me watch the Danhausen one. Even though I know it's him going to be going, here's some t-shirts, I still want to watch it because I just find it really entertaining. But yeah, but let's hope he has something big to do at WrestleMania as well. Let's move into, we've kind of touched on it a little bit already, or this person at least, and that's Jade Cargill. Again, it looked like she might be facing Tiffany Stratton. It wasn't to be. Rhea Ripley was going to be her challenger instead. And this is kind of like you got to be honest, this is a big marquee match. These are two names that you would imagine that you could fantasy book. When Jade was in AEW, people would have been looking at this kind of matches again as a fantasy booking match or one for the future. Well, the future is here and we're getting it. And I do think this will be... I do think it does have the star power. I kind of like what they've done with B-Fab and Michin. Even though I liked Michin being a babyface, and I think B-Fab had other things to do on her own, but hey, I'm not against what they're doing at the moment, putting them together. I think it might actually benefit all three of them. Io Sky, of course, in the periphery for this as well, being friends with Rhea Ripley. I kind of usually, I think, would be going into a match like this going, all right, as much as I love Rhea, we can't have her win. Not again. She doesn't need it anymore. And again, with the newer star, I'd be going Jade Cargill, but I kind of think it's run its course and it's okay to take the title off of Jade. But then again, I'm thinking maybe not if she's just got this stable to take it. What do they do without a champion? And maybe that's kind of a thing. So usually I think I would be annoyed. As much as I like her, I'd be annoyed with Rhea winning this one. This time round, I'm like, I kind of get it. Because they need Stephanie Vaquer, obviously, and by the time, we get to Night 2, this might be different, but being the champion, and Jade Cargill being champion, they're two very different talents and different amounts of experience, but they're fresh in WWE. So do they need to then start moving over to... They can't... And I think they've done that a lot with the women's titles over the past year or two. It's been kind of Tiffany Stratton. It's not really been your established stars, which, don't get me wrong, it's the kind of thing we've been crying out for, right? We don't want it to always be Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Becky Lynch, and all these kind of talents hogging the top spot all the time. So I think it's been good. But at the same time, every now and then, I think you do need to go back to the well and you do need to go for your established star. So I think this could be an opportunity to do that. I mentioned Bianca Belair in there. I mean, we still don't know how bad this finger injury and surgery and all that is. So whether or not she's ready to come back, I don't know. But in storyline kind of fantasy booking, this is a great way to do it. I think there's also a potential for an Io Sky turn, which I don't want to see, but there's potential for that here as well. So this could go in many directions. And again, you've got to factor in Michin and B-Fab. So I actually think this is a tough one to predict. So for that reason, I'm going to throw it to you first, Rob.
Oh, thanks. So I look weirdly this is such a marquee match. Like you could look at it. I think if other stuff wasn't happening, and let's say WWE were in a position where they were trying. Do you remember before when they were trying to put the women at a higher up the card? In my opinion, this should be second to last. Weirdly, like this is a match that would be second to last. However, I just feel like it's missing something. Like there's the build is great. You know, you got a star in Jade and a star in Rhea Ripley, 1,000,000%. You know, both of them they look phenomenal. Their work rate, I would say Rhea's got a better work rate. Jade is still kind of green, but she's showing a lot more promise.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. There's something about this that something is missing, and I don't know what it is that's missing from it. Like the promos haven't been somolid. Do you know? There's been moments where you think, oh, that could have been done better. It just feels. I don't know. As I said, I feel something is missing, and I just think they don't know what that final piece of the puzzle is to really like send it off, like rocket it to the moon and really make it have more meaning. However, I think the match is going to be really good. I think it's going to be a very one-sided from Rhea, and I think because of that, I think actually Jade's going to win. I think with you said with Michin and BFAB, which by the way were fantastic as a tag team. So obviously, and I understand if you can't, the enemy of my enemy, and I understand all this sort of stuff. It's a bit weird. I didn't like the idea of it, but I mean, funnier things have happened. In wrestling, is this how it works? I mean, if you can get Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn back on the same page, this is nothing. And they tried to kill each other more than once in the ring. So I guess if you look at it from that perspective, this isn't that bad. I'm all for it, but I do think this. I think this will be the moment where we get the trio more established. We have Jade as this big champion, and going forward we have they look more dominant. We conquered Rhea Ripley. Who's next?
Yeah, I agree. I think they're better off. They're better suited with the title, as I say. If you take the title out of this little stable, then what is the stable? Unless they've just been set up for WrestleMania, which could be a potential because that missing ingredient you might be looking for could be Bianca Belair. I mean, it felt more like that when EO come to make the save, but it's still only two of them. So like, I think Jade probably should win in that sense if we're going to keep this stable together. And then maybe the way to do it is, like you say, Jade wins, and then they're beating down Rhea and Io, and then Bianca makes the save, and then that means Bianca can go after Jade for the title as well. So like because if Bianca comes in to make the save and it affects the match, then you put the title on Rhea. You have Bianca going up against the three of them, which again, another example of a title not being necessary in the feud because Bianca doesn't need to go after the title herself. But I think the stable probably needs the title more than that feud would need it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think as well. Do you know what would be weird in that aspect? If Bianca comes out and she makes the save, right? Then you got to look at it from another perspective of, don't forget she also teamed with Jade. And she was the teaming more, I would say, with Jade as in doing the double team moves, the finishers and stuff, than Naomi was. Even though they were together. Obviously, Naomi's had the baby now, right?
I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, but yeah.
I think she has. I think Jimmy and Jay done like a Hot Wings thing or something like that, and I think they were speaking about the baby. Oh, okay. I may be wrong though. Right. In the comments, let us know if that is because normally they would do an announcement, but I think they kept it quiet.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, so I'm not saying there'd be a Naomi return. Take as much time as she obviously. A woman's body needs a good amount of time to heal up before she comes back. But with Bianca, it'd be strange being her making a save this time for Ripley, knowing that the last time she was there, she was technically wasn't feuding against Jade. So it's more of a case of why are you going, like now she's back. It's like, let's get you off this path. Let move you back to Jade that I know. And then there's already a story written there of like she's trying to redeem her. So there is something there that can really work.
I still think all along that they should have, or maybe were gonna make Bianca turn heel and be the one that was revealed. She was part of the plan with Naomi, and that's why Naomi was so upset with her for not kind of backing her, because she knew that Bianca had told her to do it. But I think they've since then, Bianca got injured. They've took her out of the storyline. They used her a little bit in the match between the two of them, where she was kind of torn, but more aligning with kind of Jade, because Jade was naturally the babyface at the time. So you're right, for her coming back, like, why does she not like Jade all of a sudden? Like, Jade was still the one that got attacked by Naomi. Do you know what I mean? So, well,
even
if last year she was in a match with Rhea as well. So
you could even do it as Bianca comes out. Literally, if you do it so she comes out not in gear, so she's just there backstage, comes out to stop Jade from doing what she's doing, and then they attack her. Then it puts her in a position where she's like, I don't want to fight you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then you're putting her on the back foot of like, you're my friend still. And then
she could be like, what's got into you and stuff like that. And then because they are ruthless with Bianca, that now gives Bianca, for whenever she is ready to come back, let's say this is just a stopgap, that she's now got a reason to go after Jade when she comes back.
Yeah, exactly.
She's like, I have to fight you now. Yeah. So maybe that's the way they do it. But yeah. All right. Let's commit, Rob. Who are we going with? Jay Cargill or Rhea Ripley in this one? Again, remember it's for the Women's WWE Championship.
I think Jay can actually do a lot more with this, but I think they need to put her in a position where when she conquers Rhea Ripley, I think that this moment after that, now it would be a bit more smooth sailing because they've done something at Mania. Now we can establish something else after that. So yeah, I'm going Jade.
I started out thinking Rhea Ripley, but I think I've come around to the idea of Jade as well. Again, because I think the trio need that title if they're going to make that more of a thing. And I was just imagining there, actually, when I looked at the graphic, the picture of Jade's foot on top of like Rhea as she flexes or something like that is like, that would be massive. You could argue it's damaging to Rhea, but like Rhea's made. Like she doesn't need to, like it makes another star, and that's only positive really. So, I mean, you could say, well, she's the champ. Is she not a star already? But, I'm always of the opinion that these people, when they win the titles for the first time, their starring moment isn't necessarily the title itself. Sometimes it comes later on, to really solidify who they are and that they belong in that position. And as you say, like there's still a lot of talk about Jade's experience and stuff like that, but I think she is continuing to impress and improve, and I think this is a positive step for her. So maybe she keeps it as well. Another example with weird twists and turns in this build is that they started this being like personal on Twitter, didn't they? And a lot of people not sure still was because it stopped, because it was either they were told, hey, stop doing that, or it was fake and they've decided to kind of end it. But like it started out like really like as if they legit hated each other. So I don't know. But anyway, yeah, let's go with Jay Cargill on this one as well. Gonna get to some more of these comments here. Suiti's still giving us some good ones. Says, I like Danhausen. I look forward to him. Same me as well. As I said earlier on, he's one of the highlights of WWE at the moment. I'm going for Rhea to beat Jay Cargill in this one, says Suiti. But I don't understand if they do something big for night 1 of WrestleMania 42, but what will top it on night 2 being the last match being CM Punk versus Roman Reigns? It needs to be something in this one, in my opinion. We'll get to CM Punk Roman Reigns in a bit, but says we need talking points after WrestleMania 42 Fallout on Monday Night Raw to become interesting. CM Punk and Roman Reigns to me just can't be a standard match in my opinion. Yeah, you'd imagine there's some sort of big story that comes out of this one. We got the Travis Scott stuff last year in Vegas. Again, that was the kind of controversial way they ended things. Exactly, last year's again, the fact that you forgot that really drives that home. Let's get to the next match, Rob. It is one that I think we can comfortably say is one that excites most people, and it's the kind of match that doesn't need a big build because the match itself is promising. It's the 6-pack challenge ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship. You've got 3 luchadors in this one, Rob, so I'm sure this is right up your street for that reason alone. We've got JD McDonough, we've got Dragon Lee, we've got Penta, we've got Javon Evans, Rey Mysterio, and Rusev in a match that I am very much looking forward to. I'm all about these kind of multi-man matches at WrestleMania, not just as a way to squeeze everyone on the card, but I like multi-person IC ladder matches anyway. I think they're quite fun. The Money in the Bank, of course, used to be at WrestleMania originally as well, so for me, yeah, this is one of those things I'm holding on to on WrestleMania weekend as something that I really hope delivers, and they usually do. So, thoughts on this match overall?
I will say, firstly, 3 luchas is hard to pick which one I want. Obviously, we've got Ray, which is obviously the original. Penta is I guess he's the guy that you've always wanted to see. And then we've got Dragon Lee, who everyone, Rey Mysterio dubbed is to be the next Rey Mysterio. To have that anyway is phenomenal. I love when Mexican wrestlers, or even not even just Mexican, but when wrestlers are used the right way and they're not just stereotypes. As in, for example, do you remember when we had it was kind of like an LWO, or the Mexicals?
Yeah,
and come out and and Super Crazy was amazing, and he come out on so it was just it's such wasted talent, and the Lucha House Party were great, and then they come out with pinatas and I hate it, but the fact that we're getting 3 guys all luchas and they're being put on
very different luchas as well. Yeah, their characters. I think Dragon Lee is probably the least defined out of the 3 of them, but he's still an interesting character that I think has got over quite well over the past few years and has had some great performances himself. So, I'm really looking forward to this one. Like, those 3 guys involved. I mean, Javon Evans is really exciting. Rusev is good because it breaks things up. It's not the same character all the time. And Jaden McDonough as well. It'd be interesting seeing him in the scenario. So, yes. So, man, I'm really looking forward to this one. I think it is hard to pick. I mean, it's been one of those where it's been done on the interest of fairness and competition and everybody just getting along, right? Apart from Rusev being a nutter, but you've got basically Penta jumping up and down because Rey Mysterio is in the match, because they're trying to be hero. Usually that would play into a heel turn, but Rey ain't turning heel, is he? But
imagine.
But I just think it's a respect thing, and then you've got a little bit of the heels on the outside with JD and Rusev here as well. But man, as far as I know, a lot of people saying Javon Evans, it would just shake things up and it'd be a great result. It'd be really interesting. I think Javon's great. I just don't see him as Intercontinental Champion just yet. I think there's more to do before you give him that spot. It's still very early. I mean, it took Penta nearly a year to become Intercontinental Champion, and people thought he might do it within about a month. People thought he'd do it after last year's WrestleMania. He'd beat Dom or something like that, and it pretty much took him a year to get to it. So, I think it might be a bit too soon, but it'd be a feel-good moment. So I'd be pleased with that either way. I think we might have lost Rob there, so let's... have we still got him? Have we still got Rob? Let's see. I'll see if Rob can come back in just a minute, but before that, let's... All right, let's let him jump out for a minute. I think we might have lost him for a little bit, but hopefully we're getting back in a sec. Oh, there we go. He's in the background. He's back. Don't worry, guys. Do not fear. We'll bring him back in just a moment. But again, I think it might be a little bit too soon for Javon Evans, and that's not saying I don't enjoy him. I think it would be a feel-good moment, but maybe a little bit too soon there. Too soon to lose you, Rob. I'm glad we got you back, mate. But
literally, you started talking, and when you have one of these moments when something's live, and you're like, I don't know who it cut out. So I felt like if I start talking, I'm talking over you. It was weird. So I was trying to hold a silence, and then there was nothing. Oh, no.
It's me. Yeah, no, I was the same. I was talking. I was like, am I talking to no one? Am I gone?
Am I the problem?
But who do we think's winning this one then, mate? I think it's a tough one to pick, but I think the safest bet might be keep it on Penta.
Yeah, weirdly, I think that is the safest bet, right? I mean, if you look at by process of someone always gets a big elimination or someone kind of gets taken out in a crazy way.
Yeah.
I'm. It's going to sound really horrible the way I say this. Weirdly, I want it to be Javon Evans, but because he's got he can pun intended, he can literally bounce back, right? With of how great he is in the ring and how loved he is. And he's only young still, but because he's so small in terms of frame, I want to see him kind of be the one that's taken out, because I think that's going to be the most believable in this aspect. Normally you get someone, and when we had Shelton Benjamin before in the Money in the Bank, went through the ladders and that was it, he was out. We had Chelsea Green go through the 4 tables, and then they take someone out, and that's a great way to do it. I think with these, Rusev doing it, being the thickest guy, taking out Javon Evans, I think would be insane.
Yeah, a big power move.
There's something there for that after,
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's a good little feud to go into after.
But yeah, weirdly, like even the build, as you said, the build's been fun. You know, people have been giddy that Ray's going to be in it, and you know, Dragon Lee's going to be in it. Like as you said, it's been really pally, other than the two heels. But Rusev has been the only one that looks believable, like he actually cares about winning the title, whereas everyone else seems excited about.
They're in it for just have a laugh. Let's all just have a nice little match together. But you're right, Rusev's like I want the gold, guys.
Yeah, I think if we're not keeping it on Penta, technically Ray doesn't need it. Dragon Lee, I don't know how the reaction will be. I feel there needs to be something a little more there. He's kind of in that Callisto phase where if you win the title, great, but okay, you're going to win it. You win the title. You know, and I don't want it to be that. I want whoever wins it, there's got to be a key moment. JD McDonough doesn't need it right now. I think the safest bet, if you're not keeping it on Penta, give it to Rusev. Because I think Rusev can go on a huge destruction spree.
I feel like that might disappoint people because like the non-high flyer wins it, and Rusev's been a bit stop-start since he come back. I mean, he come back a year ago anyway, so like it's been a bit up and down really his return, but I think there's so much potential with Rusev. Like, if him winning it, like, could be good. And again, him being the different kind of different stylistically in this match, I think could be good as well. But I think it might annoy people because I think people won't be sure if they're going to commit to Rusev and what we're going to get from a Rusev title run. That they might look at that combined with him being an only non-high flyer in this and go, really, you had a ladder match with all these guys in and he's the one that won it. But I think it could play into their advantage, but I just don't know if there was going to be a negative backlash because people were kind of concerned. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you. Like JD, maybe depending on the dynamics of the Judgment Day after WrestleMania, you know, because if the Judgment Day starts stripping down and maybe Liv does turn eventually and Finn's well and truly gone and JD somehow becomes like the big shot in the stable, you know, because he's the one with the gold, then that'd be an interesting way to do it because he was kind of, you know, the apprentice is now kind of taken over essentially. But but I'm with you. I think like taking it off, I think the most likely to become a new champion is, unless it's just for the moment, maybe Rey Mysterio and they take it off him in a few days. But like I think if they're going to change the title holder, I think it's either going to be Javon Evans because they see big things in him and it'd be a big positive babyface pop, or Rusev because they've got a actual story they're going to give him. Other than that, again, I don't see the need in taking it off Penta. I'm with you with Dragon Lee as well. I think if Dragon Lee was in a one-on-one match, it would mean so much more if he beat someone. If he beat a heel, basically, if he like beat Dominic Mysterio who was champ, it would mean a lot. But him like pulling the title down as these other stars that people like more, and again, no offense to Dragon Lee, but at the moment Penta is the bigger star, Javon is the shiny new toy, Rey Mysterio is the legend, you know. So I think those other baby faces are going to be looking up at a guy and it's going to look a little odd for people to accept Dragon Lee to be the winner out of those four baby faces. I think it's a risky move for that reason. So I'm going to go with Penta keeping the title.
Okay, I'm going Rusev, as much as obviously repping a luchador esque look. Like, you know, if anyone gets it, I mean, to be fair, I think if anyone was to get it, as you said, Javon Evans having that big WrestleMania moment, the huge pop, the crowd losing their minds, I can see it happening. But there's also other time he's still young, whereas
for me, this is Javon's. Like the moment, we've said it a few times on the channel, but sometimes the moment is the moment. It's WrestleMania. It's being in a ladder match and having the spots, like, and the titles come later. So,
I'm going Rusev.
Cool. Yeah, I'm tempted to go Rusev as well, but I've settled on Penta now. Let's get some more of these comments here. Sorry,
he looked like a monster when he was just taking everyone out. Man, that's a Rusev that you can get behind and think, do you know what?
I mean, it's set up to make him look good because again, he stands out so much in this match. City Clothes and Co says, I would love to see Penta retain the title, in my opinion, for me, but love Rey Mysterio for loving the match. To also watch Javon Evans, I'm looking forward to this match. Me too, buddy. Also says, and Dragon Lee in this match as well, but I love Dragon Lee, Javon, Ray, JD, and Penta retain. I'm going for in this one. This match will be fire. Yeah, I completely agree. I think this, I think me and Rob would agree here. This is probably one of the most exciting matches of the entire weekend, just because it has a lot of potential to be exciting, because hey, it's a gimmick match and they're usually quite fun. Let's move into the next one though. Two guys that you might have seen in that type of match ordinarily. Of course, they are instead fighting one-on-one, and they are fighting for the other mid-card championship. It's Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams. Now, when I look at the graphic, I think, man, cool. I like Sami Zayn. I like Trick Williams. But the problem is, what the heck are they doing with the booking? Like, they've made Sami Zayn sort of a bad guy, but not really. Like, what's the point? Why have they done this?
I hate doing certain comparisons, right? And you may disagree, and that's fine. Obviously, it's a a free thing when we're discussing this kind of thing. Not everyone is an opinion. Everyone's got one. Doesn't mean it's right. Okay. I enjoyed them leaning into the fans didn't want it to be Sammy. I'm not against that. The fans pick, this is our person. This is who we're going with right now. Once you've done your stuff and you're not really who you were at the start, we're going to move to someone else. Seth Rollins has had this for years, right? We're now kind of getting into it with Sami Zayn, and Sami Zayn isn't the underdog anymore. We're bored of Sami being this underdog. And I hate to say it, but Sami Zayn with a kind of embracing the hate and stuff is giving me some Kevin Nash vibes. With the I'm the guy, but you don't like it, and do you know what I mean? Like, and it's not a bad thing, because you can be an asshole and still look good doing it. And that's not to say that Kevin Nash done that, because that's another story. However, I think Sami leaning into it and embracing this hate and being like, well, don't like me then. And I really like it, because whoever beats him now is going to get a bigger pop when they beat him. And it's
only if he fully goes heel though.
Yeah, but I think it's going to happen. I think it's already naturally. It's been happening for like a year.
I think it's too early. Like, and
even
I mean, there's an argument for a double turn here. I know a lot of people are thinking that might be the case, and that's maybe how they subtly do it. But like for me, like. I've said it years in a row now. Like, Sami Zayn, and this was another opportunity to do it. Sami Zayn should have been winning a world title at this WrestleMania. That's the way I see it. I'm so sick of him holding mid card titles. Like, it's the same story all the time. And yeah, all right, you could say this is a different one because they're toying around with Sami being sort of a bad guy. But like, I don't think the payoff's here. If they're going to turn him heel. Again, why that annoys me is because it delays. Like, they've missed that opportunity of the. I know what you're saying. Like, the underdog stories run out. Like, but it didn't have to. So maybe that's what I'm just more annoyed about. Like it didn't peak. It didn't have the peak. It should have.
Really? You don't like?
Yeah. He should have been world champion. He should have become world champion.
I would say, and I say this obviously because like you don't want to bring politics and stuff into it, right? But I would say the moment. His underdog moment, and his biggest underdog moment, was when he was back in Saudi and he done his intro there. After that, Sami Zayn is just Sami Zayn. He's just another guy in terms of he's no longer an underdog. He finally went back to a country that he couldn't perform in, and he had that crazy I think it was Ramadan last year where he done like 45 minutes, and he had fasted in that time. So. We'd heard and seen and this build of Sami being this underdog, being this guy, building, and they didn't pull the rug on him, right? They didn't pull the trigger and let him do it. Instead, they pulled the rug. But now it's like, okay, we're Sami Zayn. We know he can go. It's like having Rey Mysterio now as an underdog. It wouldn't make sense. Javon Evans would be.
Yeah, you can only be an underdog for so long. With this,
Daniel Bryan was only an underdog for so long. Once he won that world title the second time, and he was the planet's champion. That wasn't an underdog. That was a completely different shift in character. Yeah. Even when he won it at AEW in the UK, even against it was Swerve, right? And they'd done this whole thing and that was his crowning moment. He still wasn't an underdog there either. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think wrestlers have a certain period of being this underdog, and if you run it for too long, people stop caring. You know, and people stop caring
Oh yeah,
when they
100%.
wanted it to be Chad
The
Gable.
last bit of it that they could have done is in win the Rumble in Saudi and then win at WrestleMania, or lose the Rumble in Saudi, win at the Chamber, get to WrestleMania. That's what they could have done. And it is the argument that next year it's in Saudi. Maybe they come back to it there, but I think it'd be a crying shame if, when he hangs up his boots, he's not been a world champion in WWE. And what makes it even worse is that they missed the opportunity, like at its peak. You could argue the peak was the Roman Reigns one, and they had something else going on with Cody, who didn't finish the story that year anyway. But then you go for the next best thing. Like, I hated how they treated him winning the IC title for Gunther as if he had won the world title. Like, we'd seen it, and I've said it on this channel many times before. I said it at the time. I was annoyed that he won that, because I was annoyed that they were treating it like he'd won the big one, as if he'd not been multiple time IC champ before, if he'd not held 2 IC titles once before. You know, so like, it's so frustrating when they miss this opportunity. So now, all right, that's done. We're telling a different story now. So he kind of needs to just commit. Are we going heel with him or not? And it's tough as well, because on the other side you got Trick Williams, who people want to cheer. You got Little Yachty's going to be in his corner as well, so that'll surely play into it in some way. City Close and Co says, "I'm sorry, but Trick Williams has to win the US title. And booking doesn't make sense in my opinion. But I've funny Sammy is going over at Mania when you add Little Yachty's tricks in the corner as well. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think." It's weird though, isn't it? Because I'm saying, like, Javon, who's coming at the same time, isn't ready for the IC title. But
really? Oh, okay, sorry.
But I'm saying that I'm probably going to say that I do think Trick Williams should be US champ.
Yeah, but then I guess that's an aura thing, isn't it? It's that, you know, for example, that's looking at Brock Lesnar should never be an IC champ or US champion. He'll only ever be a world champion. It's the same thing. Do you know what I mean? It's like you would have someone like Trick Williams has enough potential there to be a Grand Slam champ, and then just like Cena did, drop back down and become an IC title, you know, or a US champion, make it mean something. Whereas Brock couldn't do that. I mean, I'd love to see it happen, but Brock wouldn't have done that.
Maybe, he ain't hanging up his boots just yet. You never know.
I
think you're right. There's that aura around Trick Williams, and even though I'm probably more entertained by what Javon does in the ring, like in this match that we talked about a moment ago, with the IC title ladder match, I think that'll be really exciting. I think, like you say, there is that aura, and I think people like champion. He's a champion already, you know, like putting that gold underneath that big white fluffy coat. I think it's gonna have such a look to it, you know. So I can see him winning this title.
I can. I hope it happens. He's who I want to win. I must say as well, one of the things I'm really looking forward to is, you know, when you get wrestlers have their entrances and they have these moments and things like that, you know. And again, I think the idea of Trick Williams kind of coming out on one of those spinny, what they call the spin plate, like a Lazy Susan, just turning round, and then as it happens, you just see the coat, all the aura, and then you just see the entire WrestleMania just singing that trick.
It's gonna look great. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
There's potential here for some really cool shots with his entrance. I mean, there's going to be so much hype around him, and again, because people were starting to turn against Sammy, so maybe it's a smart thing. You know, people want to cheer Trick Willie, and you know, they're doing it by allowing Sammy to kind of play into that by being a bit of a bad guy. Go on.
Yeah, sorry, I was gonna say, you know what I think would be nice. Again, I don't like doing certain comparisons, but let's go back to Rock Hogan, right? Where, I mean, they said that they called in a ring where they didn't decide who was heel, who was face. I mean, both of them, they both were loved at that point by fans, and I would say, kind of directly, Sami Zayn still is, but I think people are just getting bored. But I think people would still like to sing along to his song and things like that. So I think the safer thing to be would be let the crowd decide during the match who's going to
in the match
or heel.
Yeah,
and
I think that might be where they go with it.
That's the safest bet, man. And then from there, I don't think they'd call an audible, but if they did, call it as an audible. So if the fans are rooting for Sammy, overall Sami at that moment. Like, and I think that's the safest bet for this, because if you go one way, that way you lean into the crowd are kind of dictating, well, here's our bad guy, here's our good guy. And because it's a Mania, I think that's a good way to go, okay, this is going to happen. The match is planned this way. The finish is either going to be this or it's going to be this. We're going to tell the ref and we're going to call it in the ring. I think that's
it'd be an interesting way to do it. I do, because it would be more like organic, you know. But I do
100%.
wonder if they turn Trick face on the night, at least, if it would be like Dominic was like last year, everybody cheered Dominic winning, but he went back to being a bad guy pretty quickly. I wonder if Trick Williams would be the same, or if they'd commit to an actual babyface term. The other thing we've got to factor into this as well is Carmelo Hayes. I mean, Carmelo Hayes was, you know, taken out of the match, you know, because Sammy won it and was a bit kind of, and this is how Sammy's been playing into being a bit of a bad guy anyway. But I don't think Carmelo's strong enough as a babyface for people to go, yes, he's come to stop Sami Zayn, you know, like and Sami Zayn strong as a heel. Or is it about keeping Trick Williams a heel and then Carmelo versus Trick, just like they had in NXT, but with a different spin?
Yeah, I think that's the route we go. I say keep Carmelo completely away from this. And I think, you know, honestly, the best thing you could do is if Trick wins, have Carmelo come out. Have Carmelo and celebrate with him. You know, and solidify a face turn here, right? And have that happen. Solidify as a face turn. Have them celebrate. And this time, have them have this build. And Trick then turns on Carmelo and returns the favour. Because,
I mean, they could even do that on the night. They could make Trick
have them celebrate and then whack him after.
Yeah, so Trick wins kind of in a babyface-ish way. And to get us there, Sammy's been really, really dastardly, right? So people were like, you know what? And then Carmelo comes out and it reminds the audience, man, Sammy's been a bit of a, you know, twat for a while, you know, and Carmelo's going, you know what? We've got history. And then the commentators can really play into that. They go, these guys, you know, they've fought against each other, but they've been friends as well in NXT. And like they've, you know, and it looks like two good guys embracing each other. And then Trick turns on Carmelo straight away. And then it goes into a storyline there. And then you kind of get the best of both worlds. And then Sammy goes off weirdly and becomes a heel on his own anyway. But then you've got new directions all over the place. So maybe that's the best way to go about it. But yeah, look, I mean, to be honest, it's not the most exciting match. I didn't think anyway, but we've sat here and predicted quite a few interesting possible outcomes. So again, hopefully, you know, the annoying thing is when you come out of a PLE and you're like, man, we talked about all these different outcomes and it was all the same old stuff. So hopefully that's not the case. But this one does have potential to throw some interesting stories out there as well. Let's move in now, though, to the main event of WrestleMania Sunday. Before we do that, just a reminder, you are watching the WrestleMania Weekend Kickoff show from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. We are recording this on Friday night, just a few hours before SmackDown and before WWE do their kickoff show, which we'll be covering on this channel as well. If you are watching this as part of a replay on the build-up show, then stay tuned. We'll have a live section for that. We go live on the night of each PLE and get you hyped up and in the mood. And something I want to talk about on the build-up shows, Rob, is you kind of touched on a little bit there, but special entrances. You know, I want to talk about surprises, special entrances. We talk last minute rumors. So again, if you haven't already, subscribe and make sure you tune in for the build-up show. But let's talk about the main event for night 2. WrestleMania Sunday is looking likely to close with CM Punk versus Roman Reigns for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. And once again, Rob, this is another example of a feud where I've gone, oh, I like this one. Oh, what'd they do that for? Oh, why are they doing that? Why, again, just like the Sami Zayn one, why was CM Punk acting like a bad guy by being mean about someone's dad? It was so unnecessary. And now he said, sorry about what I said about your dad the other day. I'm really sorry about that. Like, why have they gone back on it? Now, I know they did this kind of, I respect you, and actually, I'm a bit jealous of this. And then, oh, that's funny, because I respect you, and I'm a bit jealous of this. And then they both turned into, actually, you know, I hate you again. I know Roman Reigns has done that kind of scathing promo in the back of a car. So, again, there are things about it that I like, but, like, in the early days, I know it's tough when you've got two baby faces. There are people naturally booing Punk because they're big Roman fans, and Punk did that thing at MSG where he was like, it says wrestling on the marquee, and he was having to go at the fans and, you know, not cinema or whatever it was. So there were good elements to it. They were kind of, in my opinion, playing into the fact that some people were like one good guy and some people were like the other good guy. But then it felt like they were turning CM Punk heel, and I thought, well, all right, maybe they should just commit to this then, because I think out of the two of them, naturally, Roman Reigns is more of the heel at the moment. He's more of the kind of cocky bad guy. Yeah, because he is just still Roman Reigns, the bad guy. He's not playing up to the fans like CM Punk is. You know, CM Punk is more of a traditional babyface. Roman Reigns is kind of like, you like me, and I'm not as mean to the guys that you like as much as I used to be. You know, like he's not going against Cody, he's not going against Sammy, he's not, you know, ruling the whole company with the bloodline. He's getting by as a decent guy, but I think when push comes to shove, he is kind of still a bit of a naughty geezer, right? Whereas CM Punk is a good guy, right? And they decided to make CM Punk look like a bad guy, but then they didn't pull the trigger on it. So what was the point? Unless they were going to go full force with it, I really don't understand why they've done it. Just to pull back on it anyway. Now, that being said, this is, again, an example of marquee match. CM Punk, Roman Reigns, marquee match. I'm a little bit annoyed that they already did it last year with Seth Rollins, and now they've taken Rollins out of it, and they're doing it again. You could say they're milking it and getting more out of the situation, and it's a new dynamic. Yeah, you could, and it's been a story that's a long time coming, because the famous War Games thing where Roman put his arm in a way and all that stuff, and Punk kind of having this history of famously, in real life, being annoyed about Roman being the golden boy. There's a big story here, don't get me wrong, and a long history between them. And maybe it is awkward to tell when they're both good guys, but I just think it's kind of muddied the waters in a weird way. But that's not to say I'm not looking forward to it. I think it is still a big match that'll be exciting. As far as the winner goes, Rob, I think Roman Reigns should win it. I know there's the whole argument of like, but what if he's not around? What if he's a part-time champion and all that? I still think, though, much like with the women's IC title, and much like with the women's tag titles, when you've got teams like the Bellas and who have never won it and never had the opportunity, and now they're back. You've got Becky Lynch, who came back, and the IC title wasn't around when she was kind of coming up. So they're kind of going in reverse. They're winning these mid-card titles and whatever else. This is still, the lineage is confusing. Is it the World Heavyweight Championship from the past? Is it not? But in some ways, it's a new title. I think putting that gold around the waist of Roman Reigns makes that belt look good and makes that belt look credible. So I think it's positive for the championship. Is it positive for the championship if he's not around a lot? You can argue no. But generally speaking, I think it's positive for the championship. Then you get the other side of, but if Roman gets it and he's not around for a lot of time, he can't have it for long, right? Who beats him? Does that make Roman look weak? Because he can't go as long as he did before, but he can't go too short. So that's a risky move as well. But to freshen things up, I actually think giving it to Roman Reigns is the better thing to do, which is insane. If I could hear myself say this 10 years ago, that I think you should take the title for CM Punk and give it to Roman Reigns, I'd be thinking, Scott, what alternative universe have you woke up in? But since then, Punk is a legendary figure now. Roman Reigns is become, this incredible new version of himself the past 5 or 6 years anyway. So I'm at peace with that. But I do find it bizarre that I would never have said something like this 10, 12 years ago. And I think that plays into it as well. Like that, I think it'd be so ironic if CM Punk eventually, after all this stuff in real life and what he said in Colt Cabana's podcast back in the day, which I get and I sympathize with him. If at the very end of it, things are so hunky-dory backstage with CM Punk and WWE that he actually goes, you know what? Yeah, it is the right thing to do. Put Roman Reigns over. Like in the end, it all ends with how it began, with Roman Reigns being the golden boy, and CM Punk not quite living up to it. Like it would be. It's not actually that, because Punk's had this incredible run since he's come back and he's got his flowers, but it is a bit ironic, right? If Roman Reigns wins this one.
No, I know what you mean. Like in terms of, it's weird. Like again, in terms of the booking, as you said, like, is Punk the bad guy in this? Is he not, or is he just being Punk? Because again, you got to look at it from a thing of when Punk cut the first pipe bomb. Yes, he was a heel, but fans started cheering from that pipe bomb. By the time he'd left Money in the Bank, fans loved him.
Yeah.
So, are we just getting? Is that just a generic CM Punk promo, and he's doing what he does best? And playing your weaknesses because he knows that in mind games. Because he done the same thing with Cena. Do you know? So again, how do you book it? At the same time, as you said, Roman said he's not a bad guy, he's not a good guy, he's the guy. So you know, and that was, you know, one of the big promos that he done before. I think maybe before he was a champ, or he became a champ, and then that was.
Was it after he beat Undertaker?
It may have been, no, because he said I run this yard now, so it may have been around about that time. But I do feel there is a crossover there. But even then, you know, like I don't understand what we're doing with. You put two people that are better faces and fan favorites to either side, and then you make the fans pick, and then you have to pick a heel from that. You know, it's just really weird. There's no mutual respect there, even though I feel like there is mutual respect there because they're envy and jealous of each other, but they don't, and they admit that, but they don't want to like each other about it. It's strange, man. Like it's
like two teenagers flirting. Like, what the heck's going on?
It's like watching Ross and Rachel trying to figure their stuff out in Friends. This is literally what it feels like. Were they on a break or not? So yeah, I don't know, man. It just feels so like it's like a muddied water situation, and I don't know if I like it or not. And I think that's half of my problem, because when we were discussing it, that there's two matches that I'm really looking forward to that we've discussed, and the rest, it feels like it's a lot of fluff. Like for me, the big moment here is CM Punk actually main eventing WrestleMania. Everything else around it is, you know, it's just background noise. The main thing here is Punk is about to main event Mania, literally main event at the end of Mania, the final match, something he hasn't done. And last time he done it, as you said, there was a third person involved. This time it's just him. So if he wins, he gets his moment. Or, as you said, does he do what's right, and we full circle this moment, and he puts over Roman? Do you class it as putting over Roman? Or
it's not like Roman's a new star now, though, is he?
Exactly.
You know, he doesn't need it in that sense.
Exactly.
So do you allow over the championship? You know, you're doing it's good for the title if Roman wins the title.
Okay, so let's class it as Punk has to do one or two things. He can either have his moment and win at Mania, and have his full I won at Mania, I headlined, I won moment, or we have Punk do the other thing for the title and having headline WrestleMania, but he loses because it's a good lineage for the title. The question is, which one do we want more? And I think that's how you look at it.
Yeah, again, I feel weird saying it, but I think Roman Reigns should beat CM Punk for the title. We can worry about what it means in the end later, but which is crazy. Like, Punk's been champ for a while now, so like, I'm alright with it. Like, if this was CM Punk going into face Roman Reigns as the challenger, I'd be completely the other side of the fence. I'd be saying I want CM Punk to win.
So if you spin it on his head and put it the other way, would you say whoever the challenger is in this scenario has to win because it's good for the title?
Yeah, and you know what? Like, it's good for Roman as well, because like, as much as we say, like, again, we've given examples in the past, Becky Lynch, Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair in the women's division, for example, like, not always being champion. John Cena for many years, he was in that position, and that's what we don't want that to be with some of these stars. Then you got on the men's side, like, it'd be nice for Cody to move away from the title for a bit. He did that, you know, in his feud with Brock last year, year before and whatever. It's nice for the fact that Randy Orton hasn't been involved in the title picture for so many years, because as fresh as it is now, it wasn't fresh for quite a while. So, so I've wanted that with Roman, and we've got that with Roman. But at the same time, the argument is, but eventually they've got to get back there eventually, right? So if Roman doesn't win another title, like, he's had a successful career, don't get me wrong, but how long can he stay around for and be a main attraction and never be champion, right? You could argue, right, the Undertaker's streak, at least he had the streak, you know, he was in his own thing, excuse me, separate at WrestleMania. If someone comes back as a legend, that is their thing at WrestleMania. They don't need to be involved with the title. I completely get that. But I don't think Roman's quite at that level just yet where he's going to be dipping out just for WrestleMania each year. I think he's still going to do a few things sprinkled out throughout the year. And if that's the case, then they need to keep him or bring him back to the point where he is a threat again. And he is. I know some people will be annoyed by that, but at the same time, like, again, if he doesn't win it, like, when was the last time what, 2 years ago. Like, how you can't go on forever coming back going, I'm back, and things are going to change around here, and then
I mean, that's just a generic Roman promo, isn't
it? Yeah, and then all right, I didn't do it. See you later. And then 4 months later, I'm back. You know, like at some point you got to win. So, yeah, for that reason, I think weirdly enough, Roman Reigns needs to win the title. So I can't believe I'm saying
it's
this.
strange, isn't it? See, I'm on the opposite because as much as I think the title is great, and it looks nice, I don't like the idea that we brought back a title with a separate lineage, where if it's a separate thing, like let's say for example they say in a couple of years' time, oh no, it's connected to the world title. Then if that's the case, the conversation we're having it was like, oh well, Punk may as well have won it then, because he does nothing for the title then.
But at the same time, did Roman ever hold the old version of the world title? I think he only ever held the WWE and the Universal.
I don't think he did. He had the
WWE
Universal. Yeah.
Yeah. So even still, even if they use the old lineage, like.
So in this aspect, technically, Roman isn't a Grand Slam.
Now we're opening another can of worms.
So, but do you know what I mean? If that's the case,
the universe don't exist.
Technically, that's
you just need a world title, though, don't you? That's all it is.
Well, if there's 2 world titles, you need to have both world titles and both the mid cards.
Yeah, but that's like when there's different versions, isn't it? There's different versions of like.
I guess so. But if you include this and it's a separate title and it's not a world title,
you want to win every active title, right?
So,
yeah. I
think again, depends how you look
for it.
So I mean, look, I think I would like to see personally. I would like it to be Punk wins because Roman can do his back thing again. Whereas at the same time, Punk has done a lot recently, and he's worked a lot, very hard. We've not heard any backstage, policing and politics and all that stuff. It seems like he goes there. He wants to help with NXT, so this is a different Punk. So I think if you've got a mutual respect with Punk and Triple H, I think maybe there's a lot there that I think that we won't see. So if Punk was to, take the pin, I think there's a reason there, and I think it's more of a we're going to build it for this. So look, I think this. I can't choose. I really can't choose because I would actually I can. I think I want it to be Punk. However, if Roman wins, I don't know. I don't like this idea of Roman winning because what's the point? Like I don't see the point in Roman.
Yeah, winning. I know there needs to be more. Like I just want the picture of Roman holding that title to make that me and this kind of full circle moment. But any other time, I'd want Punk to win for like.
It's weird, isn't it?
It's very strange, but like
I'm going Punk.
Again, there are so many ways to go.
I'm going Punk.
We haven't even talked about the fact there could be, as there tend to be quite often in Roman Reigns matches, some sort of shenanigans here. There could be someone get involved and all that. So, but again, we'll dive deeper into that on the build-up show on Sunday night as we get closer to it. Again, if you're watching live, we are recording this on Friday night, just as our weekend kickoff show. We'll also be doing a live watch along for the WWE's WrestleMania kickoff show in a little bit as well. So stay tuned for that. If you're watching this as a part of the replay section that is playing on the build-up show, then stay tuned. We'll be live on the night of both Saturday and Sunday, breaking down the card in more detail and talking last-minute rumors. We'll be talking about things like WrestleMania entrances and the stage, injury rumors. We've already touched on a little bit of that tonight as well. Hopefully it'll be a bit clearer once we get into the weekend itself. So make sure you tune in for that. This is the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. And again, you are watching the weekend kickoff show. Let's get to some more of these comments before we wrap up. Rather than, as I say, we'll be back for the kickoff. We've got City's Close and Coast. CM Punk vs Roman Reigns is going to be a good match, but why is it last? I get it, but can't just the promos between the two was played out. It was a bit boring for me. It needs to be something in the one. Got a bit tired of the promos between these two, CM Punk and Roman Reigns, but this has to deliver. I think it will deliver. I hope. Also said, but we're loving Roman Reigns to win the title, but Punk coming out on Monday Night Raw, Fallout Raw the next night after WrestleMania, but really strange booking segment between the two. I was okay with Roman Reigns winning the Royal Rumble in 2026. I forgot that was the whole way we got here. Oh my gosh. but didn't really have a massive problem with him winning it. I do like Roman Reigns. I'm looking forward to this match though, and also the only thing it does CM Punk win is if Roman isn't sticking around. That's the only way I see CM Punk retaining. But I don't think Punk will be sticking around. Yeah, again, whether or not Roman goes away, I know. Look, he's going to be promoting Street Fighter, so there's one argument to say he's going away. There's another argument to say put it on a red carpet, you know. So they're going to be tempted to deal with that in both ways as well. But
especially as well. Sorry, just to jump on what you're saying. If we've got Cody there and he's got a title, and you've got Roman and he's got a title, and then two of their world champions are in the film, it does look good for the company. And as you know, they love to get a bit of PR with, let's have this person, Jason Momoa, hold the title. Let's have it. So there is that, especially with if you have Momoa,
at least one
and
Roman. Yeah. It's not often that they've got two megastars in a film
in the same film.
So very interesting.
Sorry, just to go on though.
Go on.
What Sooty was saying, I completely forgot Roman won the Rumble.
Same.
Because it felt
what does that mean? Does that mean I can't even remember how I felt at the time. Which probably means I didn't like it.
But it's crazy to think that obviously he'd done that. He'd picked his challenger, and that was it. And again, I guess this is something that we can kind of moan and go on a tangent about. But a one Rumble winner, and yes, they headlined finally. Someone that's won the Royal Rumble finally goes on to main event WrestleMania, because sometimes that isn't the case at all. Especially in terms of the women, Jay, he won the Rumble, didn't headline Mania. That annoyed me. But again, it felt like they'd won the Rumble, and normally the person that wins the Rumble is
it's all about the Rumble.
I've got this. It's about the Rumble. This is this title. Like, if we go back to, let's say, my favourite, probably Rumble 2001. I know it's the hardcore Rumble. It's not the greatest one. But 2001, I love it. Austin won. And then the big build was from there. Obviously, we had Armageddon of that 2000 build all the way round. I thought it was perfect. It was a really good build. It made sense. The finish, the line the story was there about him winning his title again. This time it feels like the title is second fiddle to these two guys. They just want to beat each other. They want to hurt each other verbally. So again, this could have been done without a title. I think it still would have felt great. So
again, last year it kind of was, and the story they did was the Seth turn and the Roman Reigns, the Paul Heyman stuff. So I guess it does add a new element to it. But as you say, it kind of does feel like the title's playing second fiddle, especially when we forget the fact that someone won the Royal Rumble to create. Didn't need to win. And we always said it about the Rumble, right? It's annoying when that person doesn't need it, but because I reckon they would have just, if Roman came out on Raw and challenged Punk, this match would have probably happened. So anyway. All right, so that was myself and Rob predicting Night 2 originally, and we'll have Rob back on the show very soon to see if his predictions have changed relating to Night 2, since one, SmackDown is in the books, and number two, Night 1 is in the books. And of course, Night 1 hasn't really got the best reaction online. So it's going to be interesting to hear the rest of the guys and what they thought of that. Again, I did my instant reaction review earlier on. You would have seen it as an original part of this stream. We had a replay on the earlier section of this show. But now it's about getting hyped up and in the mood for Night 2. Despite what happened last night, there is a good card ahead of us. And hopefully there are some good moments as well. There's a lot riding on it, I feel, which is kind of unfair to the performance tonight. And maybe, again, that'll be something we touch on with the rest of the gang as well. I know Lucas is going to be joining us very soon. As I say, Rob will be with us in a little bit as well. But keep your comments coming. I appreciate them. And it might be a little bit harder for us to lift you tonight, guys. These build-up shows are about getting hyped up and in the mood, right? But when you've got the previous night still on a lot of people's minds, I'm sure that's going to come up as well. Got a comment here from KXSHHA. Says the final boss will appear in the main event. We talked a little bit about this throughout the weekend, and I also replied to it in the comments. I don't know, like maybe Maybe. And if so, does he help The Rock? Does he help Roman, sorry, or does he go against him? We also had Cody Burris in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Says ready for night 2 today. That's the spirit, Cody. We want to see people excited for night 2, despite some of the letdowns about night 1, which again, I'm sure we're going to dive into. Good to see Casper as well. Some great comments coming for you here as well. I see you said, but tonight WrestleMania night 2 has to deliver, has to be better and better. Last night for the card was a little bit lackluster for me anyway, about superside quality wise, but we'll see. Yeah, I thought the card was good last night, and I think the performances were good for what they got. But, you know, when most of them are getting 8 minutes, what can you really do with it, you know? So, again, I'm sure we'll dive into that with some of the rest of the gang throughout tonight's stream as well. But keep your comments coming, guys. We are just under 2 hours away from night 2 kicking off. WrestleMania Sunday is upon us, and at the moment, WWE has the countdown show live as well. Let this be your companion piece for that if you are watching it. We've got a conversation going on at the moment with Dominic Mysterio and Adam Pearce. And Dom saying, look, I should be wrestling the Demon tonight. And Adam Pearce says, yeah, you're not just wrestling. You're having a street fight. So breaking news, guys. Breaking news. The Dom and Finn match has turned into a street fight. And this is what we love about these streams, guys. You never know when something significant is going to pop up as far as last-minute rumors or actual breaking news. Let's bring in Lucas and see his reaction to that announcement. Once again, just to quickly recap, Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio is not only going to feature the Demon, it is now going to be a street fight. Lucas, how you doing, mate? And what are your thoughts on that breaking news?
Yeah, that's good news. I think, obviously, with the bad news coming out, that obviously Cody Rhodes is injured, may be out, indefinitely for some time. Again, how much of this is them kind of doing the storyline versus them being a real life thing. At the moment, we have to just imagine that it's a real life thing, particularly because we saw the state of Cody Rhodes' eye afterwards. But I think this is kind of a nice way of kind of like giving a positive out of the pre-show. I did think this match needed the stipulation anyway. So one of those where it didn't have one, I was a bit like, well, why wouldn't you have one? Just so you know, I'm actually watching the live matches from WWE World, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Los Americanos just defeated Miles Bourne and Charlotte Hill from NXT.
Hold on, is it live at the moment? I know they've been doing it over the weekend. Are they live there now?
I don't know, I think so. Because if
that's the case, could this not have been the pre-show?
Yeah, it's on... It's like 23 minutes ago.
Okay, right, it must be.
Yeah, it's literally live on the WWE YouTube channel. So they got 2 live streams going at once.
Wow, I didn't realise that.
So yeah, I'm just watching that because you see the fans there, and obviously the Superstore in the background. I don't know how long it's going to go on for, but I figured I'd rather watch that than people talk.
So I completely agree. Sludge agrees with you as well. So they're basically doing pre-show matches then. It's just what we've always wanted, Lucas, but weirdly not in front of the Mania crowd or anything like that. So quite strange. He also thinks Finn and Dom was going to be a squash match, but now not so sure. So yeah, breaking news, guys. Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio is now a street fight. My concern with this one, Lucas, is that they're doing it to give a reason to once again squash the Demon. I know he loses a lot, but this time it's because Dom was naughty and he used some weapons. You know, so I hope that's not the case because I think the Demon needs to win eventually. He's being interviewed backstage again now. He looks quite stressed about this. I'm going to bring in a special guest to the stream. You know him, you love him. We do at least on this channel. Mr. Andrew Spores. How you doing, mate? And yeah, breaking news. Dominic Mysterio versus the Demon Finn Balor is now street fight. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, straight into the big questions. I see. It's good to see you guys. Hope you're well. Street. I don't really know. I'm hoping it kind of opens things up to maybe progress the story a bit because I'm sure you'll talk about it a little bit more. But after last night, I don't know. It just feels like there was a little bit of we're missing some storyline progression or a little bit of like shock value in terms of a turn or something. So I would love it if maybe this opens the door to Liv screwing over Dom or something, just to give us a little bit of spice in there or something.
Yeah, I'm not against that idea, to be honest. I think she needed to win last night as a heel, but I mean, she would be a heel still, but I think eventually, she's going to be either turned on, I think, from jealousy from the rest of the girls in the Judgment Day, or, which felt the case when she first come back, she had a cunning plan all along and she turns on them. But to kind of, I think they definitely are not done with the Judgment Day, so I don't see it kind of falling apart from here. I know we haven't got you for too long, Andy, so I do want to dive into your thoughts first of all. Your general vibe coming out of night one as we head into night two. How are you feeling overall about kind of? I know a lot of wrestling fans are feeling a little bit down, and they feel like we've got to pick ourselves back up, right? Which is a harsh position to put the superstars in tonight. But what about you, mate? Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing the second part of the Hulk Hogan documentary. I won't have to wait till the 22nd for that. Yeah, I think that was the only really major gripe I had, to be honest. I think it was just the elongated adverts that we got when you're watching on Netflix just seem to get really tiresome because you're fighting against staying awake when it gets to sort of 2-3 a.m. and
Yeah.
that wasn't great. I thought there was a couple of really good matches. I thought there was a couple of like things that they should have been better. I think it was, if you were grading it, maybe like a C grade. I don't think it was horrific, but I think it could have been a lot better. I think some of the matches people are really looking forward to are on tonight's though. I also, I'll be the sort of the positive vibe, and I'll say I actually really enjoyed the story that they told throughout the main event last night. I thought it was really old school work by Randy Orton selling the sort of the backside, like the back of spot, the lower back where he's had his surgery done, and. I mean, he really laid in those punches at the end as well. So they did put a little bit of spice in there, which I enjoy. So I do think there was a lot to like about the last match. I thought at any point they were going to make it like a double turn though, and they were going to make Cody go full heel, and maybe Pat coming out was going to help him, but they swerved all that and kept him, fairly clean. Like I know he did the low blow, but it just kind of showed he'll step up and do what he has to. I did worry at one point when he came out and was hugging his daughter. I was like, oh, they're going to really make Randy go like full evil and interact with his daughter and stuff. But I think they moved on quite quickly. So, yeah, Seth versus Gunther was a good match. I thought the ending was pretty inevitable because you knew when it was, there was a lot of reports that Bron Breakker was fit and ready to go, so you knew he was going to get involved in some way. So, yeah, I thought there was a lot to like. Could have been more, though, is probably the way I'd say it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think it was a terrible show. I'm with you. I think every match there was something in it I liked, but even every good moment had an asterisk to it for me. There was, I know you're not the biggest fan of Paige, but we'll skip past that. But I like Paige being back. I didn't like her being the other Bella. I don't like her winning a title and the Bellas not being tag champs themselves. I think it just delays that and it's frustrating. I liked Seth versus Gunther, as you say, but then it also had some weird kind of production mess ups and things like that when Bron Breakker's return. There was just a lot of things. Like, I mean, to their credit, I think they realized in that main event, like, we need to get this Pat stuff out of the way until the end, and they did the Jelly Roll thing, and I reckon it was going to be a lot bigger than it was, and they just saw the online backlash, and eventually, it feels like we've got to where this should have always been, but maybe this should have happened a month ago, so that WrestleMania could have been Cody versus Randy. As Lucas said there are reports now that Cody's injured, so maybe not, but certainly by the way they closed the show, it seemed like Randy had actually become a proper heel now. He finally kind of became that heel, and I think that was what they were trying to do, is trying to do that all along. There were also reports going out around today that it was supposed to be Aleister Black in this position, and he was going to be the one that kind of turned Randy Orton and kept saying, "Come on, you could be, it's still in there. Don't deny it." And then eventually, he would have to punt Cody Rhodes, but like that was only half the story they told. It was very, very strange. And if you look back, there are screenshots of Aleister Black in the background of a lot of these things now as well, even up until very recently. So it seemed like they were still, even like a week or two ago, thinking Aleister might get involved here. But again, maybe that's a long game. Maybe that's what they do going into Backlash if Cody isn't injured. But Lucas, what are your thoughts on that? As particularly going into the main event, I would agree with Andy here. It was well executed, but it was just another example of, but there were a few asterisks on it.
The thing is, like, who's leaking some of this stuff as well? Like, he's like Kofi Kingston, like, running to the PW Insider, like, the minute WrestleMania's finished and being like, that mess that you saw, that meant to be Aleister Black. Like,
and I'll send you the screenshots as well, yeah.
We're talking, a few hours after Mania's finished, and this has already come out. Look, the main event was the best part of the show. It wasn't like good, like it wasn't good, but it was better than like almost everything else we saw. I think in terms of the storyline, they knew, I think, that they had messed up big time, and obviously if the rumours are true about the TKO being the one to obviously insert Pat McAfee into that role are true, it definitely would be that now WWE had to make conscious decisions to kind of fix that. But it also kind of messed it because it wasn't a stipulation that if obviously Orton lost, that Pat McAfee had to leave wrestling forever.
Yeah.
So obviously Orton did lose, despite what obviously the end of the show kind of came through. So I guess they're going to have to probably backtrack on that. Or maybe McAfee, or maybe legitimately McAfee just wants to be done, and he just thought, and he's just going to go along with it and just be like, this is the way I'm out, in the biggest way possible. But the biggest thing I think I had from yesterday, show-wise, other than the advert, was the fact that it just feels like the well is dry. The idea well is dry. Like the minute you kind of got into the show, it was just like, oh, we're just going to do the same thing we do like every single time with almost every single match. And whoever's producing these matches needs to be like cut. In my opinion, I know obviously it's a tough topic to talk about, especially in this climate. But we are getting towards the spring cleaning time. But I think the spring cleaning needs to be most of the management and most of the producers, because who's producing a show where 3 matches all do each other's finishes as a part of the match? Who's producing a show where 2 matches back to back use the announce table and the main event also use the announce table? Who like so much of the show just made me sit there and question who is this for at this point? Who is this for? Like who is sitting there going, okay, Cody Rhodes, because I said to you yesterday on the pre-show, Scott, didn't I? I said about the Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes points they put up. The part of the points are obviously legacy. Orton being his debut match on Raw. Orton also being the reason why Cody Rhodes was not let go, but ended his career in WWE at one point. And then obviously the fact that all the stuff dumps into return. Who went through all of that? Knowing that we could let these guys cook and come up with amazing promo content that could probably last, to be fair, the entirety of the spring. They could have started this in November from War Games if they wanted to. They could start it at War Games, let it brew until we get to the Rumble, the Chamber, boom. Then just let them cook with it, and just decided we're not going to do any of that. We're just going to have the commentator just decide he's the person who's behind this. And he's going to come out like Stone Cold Steve Austin for some reason and start flipping the bird, saying things and just insulting our fan base. That's the biggest thing about it. Like you're sitting there basically insulting the fan base. You've got fans who are paid upwards of 5, 6, 7, 10 grand to go and sit at WrestleMania for 2 nights. And then you're insulting.
Mate, I would have been livid if I paid the prices they're charging and I was there last night. Never mind the fact that...
look, I gave you a 25% discount or whatever it is.
Yeah, true. I mean, look, I'm sitting from, home and being like, I don't know if I can... I know I can commit to night 2, don't get me wrong, but I'm hoping night 2 makes up for my investment of time, right? Imagine being there in Vegas and being like, I hope night 2 matches up to my investment of money. You know what I mean? Like it would be infuriating coming out of night 1 thinking all this hinges on night 2. And let's say you could only, get tickets for night 1. Well, that's it. Your Mania weekend's over and done with, and you ain't going to see potentially what we're all hoping is the better night. Like it just... There are so many factors into this. The way TKO run things, I understand the commercial aspect of it. I understand the 2-night thing, but there are so many things piling up that make this a hard watch, essentially. And we look back as well to the Rumble. The Rumble wasn't good either. Do you know what I mean? Like night 2 of WrestleMania last year, I should say. I came out of that disappointed as well. So this is happening more and more frequently. And I think we are definitely far away from that peak of WrestleMania 39, WrestleMania 40. I think we are going in the wrong direction, unfortunately, with this one. Saying that, let's lift ourselves back up, guys, and let's hope that tonight is going to be good. Andy, what are you looking forward to tonight? What are the matches that are kind of grabbing your eye as the kind of hopeful moments?
I do love a good WrestleMania ladder match, so I'm all in for the ladder match, and it's got a good sort of AAA or AAA mix in there as well. So I expect that would be a pretty big one. Javon Evans, I think this could be his like big moment. I also have to feel like there's a reason why Rusev's in there. So I kind of expect if he's got this moment to shine, he's got to grab it, because what's he done really since he's been back?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's crazy as well, by the way. So, what I will say, that point before, I don't want to drag the vibe down, but listen to what Lucas said. I often just wonder if the thing with TKO is there's too many people involved, because I wonder with the producers, do they have a lead or head producer who goes, right, they're using that spot, so you shouldn't. And if they don't have that person, that's what needs to be had, because if one producer's taken away, because I've seen it with my own eyes. You can, when you go backstage and you walk past people, you'll have Jason Jordan speaking to the people who he's producing, and they'll go through the match or whatever. But if there's not someone who goes, right, well, they're doing this spot, so don't do that straight after, or let's vary it up, because that needs to be continuity. And is Triple H really got his hands free to do what he needs to do? Because they're playing it too safe. And this is what like it kind of they need to work on, is if you watch NXT or if you watch AAA, they both have this like chaotic feel about them, but like a good chaos in terms of, yeah, sometimes it's a bit corny, but they're trying things. So like it sometimes it sticks, sometimes it doesn't. But you know, in NXT, you've got Robert Stone basically inviting that chaos in, and you don't know who's going to be in the parking lot, or like something's going to happen where someone comes out, and it threads nicely through the show. Everything's very, as I think someone in the comments said, it's copy and paste each week, and it felt almost like just a Raw with big entrances last night. And it's kind of like you've got to move on. WrestleMania has to be more than that. And if they don't watch night one back and think we need to go bigger, like that, there's something wrong, because it was a bit flat for WrestleMania. So let's go in and go, right, well, you're going to have, is Brock over Femi, isn't it, to start with? So that's
yeah.
yeah, and they've got what the first hour's free for ESPN. So they've got to then entice people to then tune in. So they've got to do something special here. This can't be a 30-second squash match. They've got to do something big. But my fear is Lucas is going to love this. It's going to be another commentator's table spot. And
Yeah, but
and
the thing is, that match suits it though.
Yeah,
the issue.
but now they've got a problem because they've done it already.
You know, but
Yeah,
I
we can
think
see.
if they are doing like that, that should be their match, not the other matches. I think that the thing is, a lot of people mention this now, because obviously it's mad to think that obviously this was one of the holdovers from COVID, wasn't it? This 2-night mania. They did it obviously for WrestleMania 36. They're kind of forgotten WrestleMania because no one can rewatch that. I'm sorry. Like no one with sanity can sit and rewatch that as part of a WrestleMania rewatch. But anyway, they did that during COVID, and then obviously the second year it made sense also because of limited seating, obviously at WrestleMania 37. But we've now had 36, 7, 8, 9, 41, 2. This is our 7th year in a row of 2-night WrestleManias. And the trend has shown that night 2 tends to be the stronger night, and night 2 seems to be the kind of quote-unquote proper night of WrestleMania. And there's a problem with that, because they're selling combo tickets, and they're selling both shows under the premise of being WrestleMania. You know, they had obviously, remember when they used to have NXT the night before WrestleMania or the night before pay-per-view. That's not the case anymore. You know, both nights are advertised as WrestleMania, so both nights need to be treated equally. And so I think something that they may need to learn from, potentially for next year, is they need to might try and flip the balance. You know, make night 1 the really, really strong show and night 2 the weaker one. But it's difficult, because I have a discussion with friends of mine all the time about this 2-night thing, because it kind of has to be done because of the conditions they've imposed on themselves. And the two most common things of that are the 50-50 booking of the men and the women. So obviously, if the men have a world title match, so must the women. If the men have a tag title match, so must the women. So that already gets you up to about 6-7 matches before you've even, left the gate. And then once you add in like the part-timers, and once you add in obviously the mid-card titles and the kind of grudge matches that most we've got to have, you are left with, it will be, 13, 14 matches, which we've sat on for the past couple of years. So the options are, you either limit the matches. Was it WrestleMania 30? I think had like 8 matches. That was the last one that kind of didn't go like crazy. with match numbers. I think it was WrestleMania 30 because that's what, and even had Danny Bryan work twice. But I think All In had 8 matches, you know. But then since then we've seen it increase, and obviously firstly over one night, obviously most famously with WrestleMania 35, which I think is still going on.
I'm still sitting up, freezing in the seats.
But you know, since then we have got to the point where the 2 nights has to exist. But the issue they're creating is the fact that one night is much better than the other. And it is the first.
Yeah.
It is the second night that's better. So how do you guys think they should do it? Can they?
Yeah, it's hard to actively make night 2 worse in order to make night 1 great. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a weird kind of balance to do. I think there was it might have been 39. I can't remember. There was definitely a year where I was like thinking I think night 1 might have been better, but generally speaking, it is night 2. And I think you do get this weird vibe where it doesn't feel like WrestleMania. And again, for so many reasons, whether it be the ads or whatever it may be, but one of them for me is that the 2-night balance doesn't always work. Sometimes I like the story that leads into night 1 and night 2. Sometimes I think that's a hindrance as well, because you're still feeling like, well, night 2 is the proper one. So yesterday, because of the pacing and the ads being longer than the matches, it felt. I was there just the whole time going, all right, when's this going to kick on? And before you know it, it's match 6, and you're like, oh my gosh, there's one more match. Like it's not kicking on. Tomorrow is when I have to feel like it's really WrestleMania. So it's a really tough. I don't think it's impossible, but I don't think they're doing a good job of it. Andy, what are your thoughts on what Lucas is saying?
I'm going to be controversial here. I'm going to invoke his name. Vince McMahon is missed in this circumstance, because I think even when they moved to 2 nights, he knew how to pace over the 2 nights. Because if you're listing the ones where the flow of WrestleMania was better, even the early 2-nighters, he split it much more evenly, and then there wasn't this kind of there wasn't as many. And this is the problem, I guess, with Netflix and TKO. They've got to try and get a return on their investment and things like that. But I don't know. I just feel like creatively, he's more of the person who would go, right, at the end of night 1, give them a hook that makes them come back for night 2. And they almost did it last night, because, you know, Cody getting kicked in the head was like, all right, great. But then you get this avalanche of content that goes on social media where it kind of shows you, well, this is what happens. So you don't need to tune in, because you kind of got closure on, well, Cody's eye's absolutely messed up because he can't see out of it. He's not doing signings today because of that injury. He might have a concussion, etc. But why give that freely when you could say, all right, we'll have an update for you tomorrow on how Cody is. Get him, stretch it out. Make it tell me why I have to come back, because there's a lot of people who would watch that last night and gone, I'm sat here going, do I want to stay up till 3 a.m. and then do the school run at 8:30? It's not a massive, it's not an interesting thing for me to do. I'm kind of like, I'll see how it goes for the first couple of hours and then just sack it off and watch it the rest of the morning. That's not a good place for people to be.
I agree, mate. I actually felt this morning, when I woke up tired, and again, I know we're not the core audience because we are in another country, right? But still, it's going to be the same for Americans as well. But when I woke up this morning, I felt like a mug. Staying up, I actually felt like a mug. Look, on top of that, again, I'm staying up even later. I did the instant reaction review. Thank you to those that tuned in. We'll be doing the same tonight because I am a mug. But I hope I don't feel like that at the end of tonight's show or tomorrow when I wake up. Because like you say, there's no I don't feel rewarded for my my commitment to WWE. Do you know what I mean? I don't feel like I'm being rewarded for that. And we went into last night being like, you know what, the build's been weird, but hopefully tonight's card pulls it off. And again, I don't think it was the performers. It was the biggest gripe I think with yesterday was the pacing and the booking itself, not the in-ring action. Because I think out of the 8 minutes some of them got, they did as best as they could. Lucas, hand over to you on this one, mate.
Yeah, so back to your point about Vince, going to those early 2-night manias. Obviously, 2 of the ones that stand up for me were, I think they did the year where they had the women's tag gauntlet on night 1, and then night 2 was the actual women's tag title match. So that was a good use of the 2 nights where Vince was we're going to have the women's tag teams on, but we can split it over 2 nights. So we've got so many tag teams, people that were thrown into tag teams back then, as it still are, to be fair, did that. And obviously the most famous one really is their usage of Stone Cold for WrestleMania 38. 39. 38? What's 38 when he faced?
Yeah.
39 was the tag, wasn't it? The tag was the main event of night one.
Yeah, the Usos.
To be fair, even that one was another good example. But anyway,
The
38 and then
40 as well with The Rock, where they had the tag match with a stipulation about who wins, then he'd be banned from ringside or not. So it was
So there's a trio in a row, I'd say. 3 in a row, really, that went very strong. Because Stone Cold obviously was utilised to set up the main event for night one. And then obviously was on part of night 2, which is still bonkers to say that was, as of time of recording, I believe, well, definitely Vince McMahon. No, it was Vince's last match, wasn't it? I don't think it was his last appearance in the company.
No,
I think he appeared. I think he appeared after that, didn't he? We did those weird promos after the allegations and kind of went, "Hello, welcome to SmackDown." What a weird time to be alive. But anyway, my point was, it was a good use of Stone Cold, but he was also part of the Vince McMahon match the next night. So it made sense. And the same thing with the Bloodline rules and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, you even have like The Rock being part of WrestleMania. It's a good way to utilise him over both nights to shift tickets. Pacing wise, it's been a problem ongoing though. Like, it's not just a Mania problem. We saw it, like you said, at the Rumble. We've seen it really since ESPN. Like, ESPN have been the ones who have started with these adverts in a PLE, which I just find bonkers. Like, I just don't see what's premium about, seeing adverts for the Mario movie. Like, when I'm watching WrestleMania, I love Toad as much as everyone else can, but I don't love him on WrestleMania. When we're meant to be invested in, the stories that they're meant to be producing. And I just felt a bit sad, like, when the women's tag match started and, was it Lash and Nia come out in the Demolition-inspired gear. And I legitimately thought, I think that's the first celebrity and first, like, non-celebrity they've shown on this show in the crowd. They showed half of the NFL and NHL and all the L's. Showed half of those people. But it's like, where are the days of, like, here's Demolition, like a tag team that, bloody hell, they kicked some ass back in the day. Do you know what I mean? Here's Demolition went into the Hall of Fame. They're sat in the crowd. Gears inspired them. Do you know what I mean? I just feel like that.
I think it goes back to that whole point you said earlier. Like, who's it for? It's not. It kind of feels like it's not for us. It's not for wrestling fans. WrestleMania at the moment, right?
Yeah,
it feels like it's more about.
Moment, it's annoying. It's gone from obviously like a very storyline-driven company and product to just about moments. Because the minute the ISO Speed match got announced, I was like, it's just because they want to do something with ISO Speed and Logan Paul. They want some sort of interaction there. Couldn't quite figure out what it would be, but I just knew it would end with Logan Paul basically being punched in the face or something like that. And obviously it was better. Ended up being the table spot. One of the many on this today. But I was like, that's what they want. They don't care about the match. The actual 10 minutes they wrestle for, TKO don't care about that. They just want that viral moment.
It's all the vehicle for that one moment. Yeah.
Yeah, they booked that whole match on that show. And even like last year when we had the tag title thing with New Day and War Raiders, just booked for a sponsor. Didn't care about the match. All we needed was 4 wrestlers to agree to just be part of a commercial, essentially. And the wrestling was just in the background. All we needed was, I forgot what game. I even forget what game it was now. But it was a sponsored match. But that's what you're dealing with now. It's sad. It's so sad in a way.
Their best hope, by the way, is that they read the feedback that they're getting and they see the ticket sales down because they've had to put in hefty discounts, and it could be the best thing for them to go, well, actually what we're doing is going to hurt the bottom line, because that's what they're about. And I get it, they're a business, and if it's going to affect their bottom line, that is the only point they're going to change. Because if you think, I personally think the Moments thing is absolutely bang on the money. I also think they're grasping to try and find the next big storyline that they can sink their teeth into, and they just can't get it because they're limiting themselves and playing it too safe. And even that massive bloodline feud that they had that went on for ages was a Vince thing. It goes back to Vince when he set that up, and it was under him. And it's kind of like, right, well, if you're looking for the next bloodline thing, you've got to let things move a bit faster. You can't be 6 weeks of the same thing where it barely progresses. Then we hit a premium live event and you play it safe and everyone gets pissed off because of how many adverts there are. It's rinse and repeat. And this is where tonight they have to make a statement, because if you want people watching, because it happens every year, there's a slump between WrestleMania and SummerSlam. People are already at the bit where they can't be asked with with WWE, this is danger zone for them. They need to nail it tonight. So they need, hopefully they do. And there is a lot of matches tonight that there is to love, and the Roman Punk one has to knock it out of the park, because this is going to be the last thing people see before. Tell me why I need to watch Raw. Tell me why I need to watch SmackDown. Give me a reason to invest my time for the next 6 weeks until whenever the next PLE is.
And I think for me, the Roman and Punk match, it needs to fully close a chapter, because from next year, these spots need to be given to fresh people. Like, we cannot go into next year's WrestleMania with it being, well, Roman and Punk's got to win the Rumble and face like Rollins. Or, do you know what I mean? Like, we cannot be thinking the same things 1 year from now. And I know they've been obviously unfortunate, some of these injuries that have happened. But that's the other thing that annoyed me with this Seth and Gunther thing. When they did the whole, so they just were keeping them off television because they were waiting for Ray and Braun Breaker to maybe be around. But it's like, just something Vince was good with is he just move it on. Like, do you remember, like, before I don't know what year it was now, the year Lacey Evans got pregnant, the whole Lacey Evans Ric Flair baby thing, and Vince just moves it on. Like, he goes, cool, you're pregnant, bye. Like, not supposed to be like, cool, enjoy your baby, but now we've got to have Charlotte Flair face someone else. Like, he's not going to sit there and be like, okay, Charlotte, you're off TV now because we're going to wait in case she maybe has the baby in 2 months. Like,
I think it is like a commitment thing. I don't think they're committed to anything at times, because Sami Zayn was a good guy and he was a bad guy. Like, there were so many things. I mean, that's tonight's show, don't get me wrong, but there were so many things in this build that, like, Punk acted like a bit of a bad guy by bringing up Roman's dad, and then all of a sudden I was like, I'm sorry I did that, mate. Like, what the heck was that? Why are we doing this? Why are we going back and forth on this stuff? Like, commit to this stuff. Like, the two. I get what they're saying in the modern storytelling, like, not everybody's a clear heel and a baby face, but don't do that for every single match. Yeah. Like, it's starting to get a bit ridiculous.
That build, though, by the way, that build for, I would argue this, the build for Roman Punk has been great. It's just been the wrong way around. They had the ingredients were there. They put them in the wrong order, because they seem to go, right, I'm going to do this last week, where it's all the go home shows, no one's going to touch. And you're like, you do that towards the end. You've already had the fight at the beginning. It's really confusing to go, they're going to brawl this week, but then this week they're going to respect each other. And it's it's not, you want this realism thing. It's like, well, that's not going to work. But it's got to be, right, there was the respect for, like, the first one where they went, I hate you because this is what you did. I understand that. That tells me your motivations. Then you go, Punk goes, right, yeah, maybe I went a little bit too far. I'm not that guy anymore, but you bring out the worst in me because you remind me of a time. That's so easy to explain why you would feel like that. And then just escalate it up and go, but also at the same time, if you talk crap about me or my family, I'm going to go for you. And then they released a weird social media thing where Roman's in the back of a car, basically said he's going to F him up. And you're like, this is so weird. Like, you just need someone threading the needle a little bit better to go, right ingredients, wrong order. You've now got the weirdest cake ever. So,
strange timeline, that's for sure. I'm going to get to some of these comments because I can see them flying in. I'm also going to bring in Rob. I know, Andy, you're only about for a little bit, mate, so we'll bring it back to you in a moment to kind of take your final thoughts, if that's okay. Let me quickly get some of these comments as well. We've got Demon vs. Dom in a street fight now. Again, this was announced on the Countdown show, as Kieran mentions there. Casper said about last night, it was a cool match card. Tonight's a bit lackluster for me, but I did enjoy the show last night overall. Sludge says, hey, it also had Jada Parker and Kiana James on there. This is referring to the WWE World matches that are live that could basically be the pre-show matches.
It was Van Henley, not Kiana James.
Oh, Fallon Henley, okay. Casper saying, but yeah, last night wasn't great. And again, he also said that comment about it being feeling very copy and paste at the moment. Alex from MWA says, what are you most excited for? Alex, we're going to get to that in a moment. I'm going to hand it over to Andy before he gets out of here to let us know about that. Casper also said, had some good spots last night with Paige and Becky winning again. She didn't need the title again, and everyone knows he's a massive Becky fan, so that's saying something. I get what you mean there. What else do we have? Yeah, Casper's looking forward to the ladder match, as I think most people are tonight. We've also got Sludge saying that he hopes that Brock versus Oba is the length of a Goldberg match. I just want a brutal 6-8 minutes like this match should have been, like most of the matches on night one. I think that's a good point. This is the one match where it's okay to do 8 minutes, you know. So let's hope the rest of the card isn't like that though, which is crazy because we're always saying WrestleMania goes on too long, but it was only too long because of the crap they put in place of matches. Sludge also says, I think across the 2-night era, I only feel like there's 3 of the 7 manias at a better night one, and that was 37, 38, and 41. Casper says, I do think Brock and Oba will be a 9-second squash match. It's being rumoured for Lesnar everywhere, but I really hope not. I hate a 9-second match. Paul Levesque needs to resign, says Casper. Not a big fan of his creative direction at the moment, but I'm kind of with Andy in this one. I think there are just a lot of cooks in the kitchen and someone just needs to take control. And when you've got people above them, like TKO, I'm sure it's a bit of a sloppy mess there as well. What Scott said last night wasn't a bad show, but it wasn't great either. In-ring stuff was time and booking was the pacing was the problem. Lucas mentioning pace is right. Sludge also said, like the same 4 or 5 names fighting in the main event in reference to what Lucas said earlier on about the past few WrestleManias and hoping that we don't have the same next year. I understand those big names need to be on the show, but again, I think we're all in agreement that this merry-go-round's got a little bit bored. Someone needs to get off and someone else needs to jump on that ride. Casper also says, didn't have a problem with tonight. The in-ring stuff just corrected. Oh, yeah, your last comment. What else do we have? Sludge says, I would rather see Brother Americano versus Talatonga rather than another Punk, Roman, Cody, Drew, Seth, Gunther. It's like the same names rotating. WWE can't build new stars. I think they can, they just don't want to. Sludge says, that is what I think about the future of women's wrestling. We'll take over as men's. Wrestling will be about 5 women's matches and 2. Imagine that. I mean, to be fair, there is a bit more freshness in. They've done a better job lately at freshening up. They've taken people out of the main event picture in the women's. They're trying new things with Jay Cargill,
the women have been
Tiffany
the best
Stratton.
for quite a while now.
Yeah, that and Danhausen, of course. Rob, I know you're eagerly waiting in the background, but I want to quickly throw it over to Andy because I appreciate he's not got a lot of time with us tonight. So I just want to get his kind of final thoughts on night 2. And as the comment said earlier on, what you're most looking forward to about tonight. Come on, let's get some positives, Andy.
Yeah, so really looking forward to the ladder match. I hope this is a big moment for Penta. I think he's earned it since he's come in. He's got a lot of buzz behind him. This is the one to solidify him in, like, just take him up one more level by giving him a big Mania win. But I want big moments in that match from people like Javon Evans. I think the other one I'm weirdly looking forward to is Sami Zayn versus Trick Williams. I'm interested to see how the crowd responds to that one. And this is the one I'm desperate. If you are going to make people for the stars of tomorrow, Trick Williams is not the best in the ring, but charisma-wise, I don't think there's many people that can touch him on the microphone in the ring at the moment. So I'm hoping for a big Trick Williams moment. I think that would be really cool. And the main event as well. Just give us a bit of a brawl between the two of them for a long time. I want to see it get like pretty nasty. But I'd also like this to be the one where Punk finishes the night on top and Roman's kind of got to be forced to move on and do something a little bit different, because I think it would be a really bad look for WWE if they end up having Roman back in that top spot again. I don't understand what they gain from it. So I'm all for Team Punk tonight.
I've been I'm surprised to say honestly, but I've been thinking Roman just purely because I think the image of holding that belt, and that's all I want. Is I think it'd be good for that belt, and that's it. But I don't think long term Roman is the guy. Like you say, I think they're going back to the after last night. I think it'd be even more of an uproar. Even though people love Roman, I think there'll be people going, "What are they doing? Like, where are we going after this?" And that's what it's all about. You know, the story's got to move on, and Monday Night Raw's got to kind of, you know, be sold to us as well at the end of night 2. We talked about night 1 not really selling night 2. Well, night 2's got to sell the rest of the year. So let's see where we go with that. But Andy, it's been great having you on board, mate. I really appreciate your time. Always good to see you. Tell people where they can find you, and enjoy WrestleMania. But yeah, let them know.
Yeah, I'm a little bit lesser spotted these days, but you can check out my work over on Soundsphere. We get a lot of interviews with TNA, WWE wrestlers, some features and stuff like that. So if you want to check out that good work, then go check us out. You can also catch the guys over on Gimme Hull Yeah still as well. They pop in now and again. So if you do want random content, Dom likes to do all the kind of quirky stuff. So he's very big on Wyatt Six and Danhausen and all that sort of good stuff. So yeah, check it out. If you want to see anything to do with my running, go check out Roller Coaster of Running. That's a cheap plug for my channel as well.
All good, man. Always good to have you on board, mate. Enjoy WrestleMania, and hopefully we'll have you on for another stream soon.
yeah, fingers crossed, guys. Enjoy the night. I hope it is worth staying up for.
Cross fingers.
See you later, mate.
Yeah, guys.
All right, now that Andy's out of the way, Rob, how you doing, buddy? Are you as tired as all of us, and are you really, really just looking forward to a night that kind of makes up for a little bit of a mess last night?
I'm tired for twofold. One, obviously, staying up and watching the show. Obviously, I had to travel back today, so
Yeah,
for me, it's been, we had a real early dinner at like 2:00, which is really early on a Sunday.
that is an early
And
dinner.
we had to travel back, and obviously we had delays and things like that. So yeah, man, I'm just glad I'm here and I'm
I'm
awake.
glad you made it, man. I'm glad you made it. Look, we've touched on night one quite a bit, but I do want to get some of your kind of brief thoughts before we dive into the card. We're about an hour and 15 minutes away from WrestleMania night 2 kicking off, so we'll try our best to mainly focus on that. But of course, it does play into it, right? So, what are your thoughts on how night 1 has kind of set up night 2?
But put it this way, I probably have more negatives than I do positives for night 1. Obviously, I'm assuming obviously what we said in the group chat anyway, but I know you most probably have already spoken about pace, the really weird booking, Randy turning on Pat McAfee, things like that. So obviously there is some stuff that's left unanswered, obviously, which is great for Monday Night Raw. But one of my things is Randy lost, so we're only ever going to get to one side from why Randy's done it now. There's no technically Pat can't be there to answer these questions. Fire back. So again, it's an open end, kind of a one-sided argument now that we're going to get. Didn't like that. We called the Paige thing. All the whole thing that we were discussing about the minute she come out with that on her leg, I was like, okay, Paige is coming out. So that felt really predictable, annoyingly, because they had announced it, or someone else had spotted and they said it should re-signed. I would have wished that they'd have kept that quiet, so then that would have been a mega surprise. Obviously that can't be helped. Dirt sheets do dirt sheets. Other than that, though, man, personally, and again, it's probably controversial. The best thing on the night was finding out the news about Bianca Belair. Personally, in my opinion, that's the best thing on the night. I think
that was lovely. That's a good point, actually. Really weird that Montez went out there, but yeah, I agree. Probably one of the nicest things on the night.
The entire show,
thingamajig. Jimmy wasn't out when Naomi did her.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they like to have the women. It is the woman having that moment. It's there.
Yeah.
Kind of say what they say, isn't it?
But,
yeah.
Excuse me, as someone who's just had a baby, I want to be included.
I
would have stole that limelight from Laura easily. I'm joking.
But yeah, do you know, honestly, it just little things that annoyed me. Why are we still getting ads? Like, I know it's Netflix and you need to do this, but I sent that statistic to you. Like, we had about an hour and 15 minutes worth of wrestling on like a 4-hour show. And had an hour and about 45 minutes worth of ads. And the rest of that time was bloody entrances. What are we doing? This is a wrestling show. Like, just little things. It frustrates me. How are the women getting 7 minutes when we're trying to push a women's division? Like, what is happening? The show was just badly booked. From start to finish, it looked a mess. The production was all over the place. A cameraman fell over. Like, come on now. I know things happen, but how are you falling over? Like, it's just so much stuff. I think.
Oh, sorry. One of the best parts for me from last night, was that AJ Lee entrance was really weird, by the way. But the little girl who ran away.
She down house.
I don't want to do this.
Yeah. Oh, talking to entrances, let's focus on a positive. How the heck did Seth Rollins change his eyes so quickly?
So,
that was pretty cool.
From what I've read, because a lot of people were saying about it online, is when the camera panned off, I think it was just like a contact, so it was just covered in the eye.
Yeah, but so how did he do it so quick? How did he get? He turned around and did this, and it was like they were gone. I was like,
yeah. It's witchery. It's but honestly though, I mean, look, I think personally as well, one of the match that I really didn't enjoy it was the Usos. Just
you were worried about this as well, weren't you?
I said this. It was just bad. Things. The Drew match, they've done all this hype for it, and the Randy and Cody one was more vicious than Drew. What is happening? What are we doing? If we're making something important, do something to make it important. It doesn't have.
I would have done Drew and Jacob in the cage personally.
Yeah, just man, honestly, it was so.
You had the whole thing where you couldn't control them. That's what cage does.
So yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't like it. I would say I got myself burnt out because I watched at one point I was watching WWE, AEW, TNA, trying to kind of keep up with everything else because I really wanted to dive into more wrestling, and I got burnt out. I was
Wrong
like,
move.
yeah, and it was the wrong move. And do you know, honestly, guys, TNA is doing some good stuff. AEW is doing some good stuff. WWE is on. I'm on the fence about it, man. Like, I feel like even though I've just started coming back to watching it, if I didn't watch it again for another couple of years, I wouldn't miss it. Honestly, they are making.
Ironically, yeah, you dipped out at a time where it started to dip itself, but like it's worse now. Do you know? Now that you've come, it's actually worse. So I don't want to be just as negative about everything, but there are good things. But yeah, I think when you mention those other companies is key, because this is an opportunity. When AEW first launched, and I don't mean to be tribal with it, I just want everyone to do well. But AEW did well because WWE wasn't fun. So and AEW really capitalized on that. And then when AEW messed a few things up, WWE were right there to take advantage as well. And that's their highest period in the past few years was when AEW looked a bit of a joke. So the tide is turning again. It'd be interesting to see how things unfold throughout the year. All in.
I think TNA is going to be that.
I mean, they are linked with WWE anyway, so there is that kind of factor. But yeah, there's a lot of wrestling out there that we can hopefully enjoy it if Mania doesn't work. But speaking of Mania, night 2 coming up, of course, in just over an hour, I should say. The match card order has come out, guys. It was leaked again. We're going to go through the rumored match card order. Last night it was spot on. They tend to be spot on, to be fair. So I'm going to run through what we're going to get tonight. Apparently, John Cena opening the show just like he did on night 1. First match, this has already been announced, of course, because it's going to be free on ESPN. It's Brock Lesnar versus Oba Femi, as expected. After that is said to be the Intercontinental Championship ladder match. Again, this was also announced on last night's card. But where it does become news to us is that the next match after that is said to be the US Championship match between Trick Williams and Sami Zayn. That'll be followed by the Demon Finn Balor going up against Dominic Mysterio. And again, if you're just joining us, breaking news as of tonight's countdown show, they've announced that this is now going to be a street fight as well. So that does kind of change the elements and the dynamic of this match. Then we move into the 5th match of the night. It's going to be Jade Cargill versus Rhea Ripley for the Women's Championship. And as time of recording, it is supposedly going to be, and I think this is the most nailed on, CM Punk versus Roman Reigns in the main event as well. So, guys, any kind of thoughts on the match order there? I'm going to go to you first, Lucas. Does that kind of sway your kind of opinion for some predictions or anything like that?
No, I think it's perfect. I think that they're mimicking what they did last night. Obviously, the women's world title went on before the men's world title. They're starting with a talking point match. Obviously, last night had ISHO Speed and celebrity involvement. This night has Oba and Brock, which is, being real, probably the most talked about match of this year's WrestleMania build. The best built match, the match I want to see the most. And then obviously now, because they've got the street fight and the ladder match, they've had to separate them. So it makes sense for the trick match to go in between, because otherwise you're going to have weapons and weapons back to back, and let that thing. So from a pacing point of view, it makes sense. Also,
on paper, the pacing looks good.
I anticipate as well, Jade and Rhea will be quite short, and whereas Roman and Punk will be quite long. Well, you'd think so. Anyway, so I think that there's that kind of chalk and cheese. But I just hope and pray to God that it's not going to be the awkward 40 minutes that there was last night between, match 5 and 6, on tonight's card.
Right.
I must
there should be what? Sorry.
Should be a Danhausen appearance as well, I think.
Yeah, there has to be. It was good to see his blimp last night, but they're not. I mean, that was it. What was missing, right? It feels weird to say, because I think a few years ago, if you would have been arguing the case for more backstage segments and more promo packages and stuff like that, it would have been like, yeah, but you're taking away from the wrestling. It's like, no, the wrestling is still not a lot, but it's been replaced by ads and weird kind of promos. And again, I understand the commercial side of things, but man, there's too much going on in the wrong direction. Let's get to some of these comments here before we throw it over to actual predictions for tonight's show. Again, we're about an hour away. We're going to take you right up until the show itself. You are tuned into the Night 2 build-up show for WrestleMania. Again, we appreciate you as always. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe and check out more of our content here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. But like I said, let's get into some of the predictions. But before we do that, we'll get into the actual some of the comments that we were getting as well. Throwing it over to Casper once again, says, I'm looking forward to the Pentagon match myself. I hope he keeps the title. We'll predict that one in a little bit, Casper. But yeah, I'm really excited about the Intercontinental title match. Also says it'll be a fun ladder match tonight. I hope, but I think tonight is a bit lackluster superstar wise for me. But looking entertaining at last night's card was better. Maybe not an execution, but I can see what you mean. Like there were big stars on last night. We're not gonna talk about the Wonder Years, the sludge,
No.
mate. If you, I went quite in depth on my thoughts on the Wonder Years last night. So if you want to see that, if you haven't seen it already, go back and check out my review of night one. I like the song. I didn't like the. Can I use the web performance? Probably not. Let's leave that one there. Casper says I've never really been a massive fan of Bianca Belair, but cool spots from last night. But 30 to 40 women I prefer over Bianca. Man, that's putting a low down on your list, Casper. But yeah, great news for Bianca either way. I really don't watch TNA much. I'm a WWE guy, but I keep up to date with what's going on. But I do prefer WWE. Fair enough, Casper. But yeah, there's a lot going on in wrestling at the moment that if you did feel like dipping out of WWE, don't worry. There'll certainly be people kind of picking up the scraps essentially. Let's get into the card itself though. Again, we'll go in the order that it's been announced for. And Rob, I'll hand it over to you first of all. We talked about this the other day, didn't we? We did our kind of original predictions on Friday night. But any thoughts, coming out of now that night one is in the books? Do you think like the booking for this is going to be a little bit different to what you expected, or do you still kind of feel the same way about it?
Well, I mean, when you get a Brock Lesnar match, if you want, I feel we get two types of Brock Lesnar match. If Brock wants to work with a person, right, and it's something that he's interested in doing, then I think the match delivers a lot more. Whereas if Brock is being told he's got to work with a person, he's going to turn up and just be Brock Lesnar, right?
Yeah,
and I feel with Obafemi, I feel like he actually wants to do stuff because I think he likes the guy. So 8 minutes is, well, do you know what? At this point, I mean, we're barely getting a long match anyway. So if we get 60 seconds of Brock Lesnar, I'll be amazed that he's put a shift in because it just feels. Oh man, I just don't like what they're doing. I'd like to see these guys go for 15 minutes. Give them time, just let them destroy each other, and then, if whoever gets put over, ideally, I would like it to be over Femi. But if we're gonna run this back and something else is gonna happen, then I'm more than happy for. Brock to win, and then Obafemi's like, well, I'm going to beat you, and then we go to SummerSlam. I have no issue doing this. I like if those two had a trio of matches, one apiece, then the final one happens. I'm all for it because we can make this work. But yeah, I think if anything of all the entire card, the two things I was looking forward to is this match and the ladder match. So I'm glad night two has got at least two of the things that I'm looking forward to. But I'm hoping this one still is the show for me.
Lucas, thoughts on this? I know you have been banging the Obafemi drum for a long, long time. So I'd imagine you are pretty excited about this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a great match. A great way to start the show. I think that it could have maybe dealt with being on yesterday's show. And they could have maybe, I don't know what match you would remove. Maybe just remove AJ Lee from having to be booked and entirely, maybe. No, I think that this is going to be still a weekend. Deadly honest. And Rob, I'm also with Rob. I think the second most match I'm looking forward to is the ladder match. So for me, it could be a short night. To be fair, I think if match 3,
that is a bit mad, right? That the freebie is what people are most interested in.
Yeah,
it's the two best matches for me. I think they do well with these ladder matches. Usually they're quite fun, and it's just I think that's what's missing. Like when I'm watching the stream, like I said to you yesterday, watching the stream of old matches and just like fun WrestleMania matches. Every match is just so serious and so they just try to do the same things and all that kind of stuff. But you don't get these fun matches anymore that used to exist. And this is an example of two examples of it. I think Brock's going to win. I think the ESPN thing influence will be too much for them to. It's like a WrestlePalooza thing again, isn't it? They wanted him a WrestlePalooza, so he returned at SummerSlam to set up WrestlePalooza, and he beat Cena, didn't he? It's fine though. Like I know, either way, I do feel they're kind of messed up with this one because obviously if Oba wins, then it's a case of like, well, is Brock going to retire? If obviously Brock Lesnar wins, it's a case of, well, is Oba buried? And I don't think he is. I think Oba can definitely rise from this. Again, I do believe that Oba will be a big part of Raw. Or SmackDown, I guess he's a free agent, isn't he? So he can go wherever he wants, going forward. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the title scene like very, very soon. So I think even with a loss, he can do that. But they do like people losing upwards, don't they? In a weird way. So like it's a kind of like he can lose this, and then he could then kind of go into a bigger program after thing. I mean, you know how much I love the guy. I just think I'm literally at the level of just thinking, like, just have Roman and Punk end in a draw and have Oba just come out and beat them, like tonight. Just do it. Just pull that trigger. Like, just pull it. Like, he's just it's so rare you get it, yeah. But when it works, you know. Like, you've got the whole crowd doing the Oba walk, doing the Oba chant. Like, he gets a pop from the lights being turned off. That is Undertaker level. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's Undertaker level. How many other guys in this main roster, or girls on the main roster, are getting the pop from barely a second of their music playing?
Do you know? Sorry.
Stone Cold level. That's Hulk Hogan level.
Yeah.
Already, he hasn't had a match. I don't think he's had like 2 matches on the main roster.
Insane. I was going to say, it reminds me of, obviously for us, it was back then, it was a little different, but the knocking off the door for Goldberg's entrance, the crowd going bananas. The difference is, I feel like Oba Femi can actually wrestle.
Yeah.
But in the most respectful way, Goldberg was like a 1 or 2 hit wonder. Oba Femi his NXT run was unbelievable. So yeah, honestly, I know exactly what you mean. So, but then would you have him come out and just attack both of them, attack one of them? How would you, perspective wise, how would you like to see it happen?
I mean, there's so many ways you could do it. Like, you know, I think anything over I mean, I guess they like that in some being inserted into a match, and I guess that's the only way that it would work. Because I guess this would be an escape plan if they didn't want to have a winner out of Punk and Roman, essentially. So obviously they have the whole smoz they have and everything destroyed, referees going down, and then inserting Oba into the match would be the best bet. But I guess it's a whole you could go with the whole it ends in a DQ and then Oba, but I think maybe I'm being over the top with it. But I don't know. There's definitely like ways to do it, like tonight. Or there's ways to do it. There's several ways they can do. And I think what we were talking about with Andy is if they really got to think about tonight proper, like, you know, being a good show. And I do wonder, you know, again, we may see some of this on the next series of Unreal. You know, when they detail stuff they maybe have changed and thought process of things, because it must be a long 24 hours, you know, between night 1 and night 2. Do you know what I mean? Like, only 24 hours, I guess. It's about 20 hours less sleep, isn't it? I guess.
I don't think Triple H slept much. I'll be honest. If people were reading to him and with his yes men, he was like, "Oh, this is the response that you've got." Now, I would not be. I would be like with my towel between my legs, sitting there, being like, we need to do about. Do you know what? Sorry, you know what just dawned on me as well? You're talking about Unreal. I swear, if we're being worked in a thing of this is all just for video content for WWE Unreal, what has the business become? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if it was like you're working the work on it, and I don't like that.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, Unreal is obviously also a work show.
It's got to be.
They decide what gets discussed.
More so, now as well.
You know, like, I think. Oh God, I hate that stat when they keep putting. Oh my God, those graphics are horrendous. What are they doing? Okay. So
it's just the different WrestleManias. Yeah, the Rushmore. What?
Yeah. Who made these graphics? Fire them immediately. These look awful. That's not Cody Rhodes. Who was that?
That last one was CM Punk, but it looked like a computer game from 2004.
What is
they
this?
haven't chat GPT'd it, have they?
This is like the Scorpion King.
Could be.
This is like
it looked like it. Look at it like that.
Yeah, get that off. Just never show that again, WWE. Whatever that was. And as we all know, you know, there's 11 main events. Hogan would have done 16 back in the day, easily. So there's, you know, it's funding to bring it up a lot, but yeah, it's too many. that's the answer. It's too many though. But yeah, in terms of like this tonight, like I do think they're gonna. The street fight could be a sign that they've changed some things. They've probably looked at it and gone, "Oh,
Yeah.
like, people paying money." Like, and AEW obviously, it feels weird. You have to always kind of bring them up, and they did a good job of obviously having their show last week. And it was very well, Dynasty was a very well received show, and they do these things. They do one night events with, 12, 13, 14 matches, and they get 3 or 4 gimmick matches on, 3 or 4 multi-person matches on. You see all the champions, you see promos and backstage skits, and the main event gets special entrances and stuff. So you still get all of that, but the tickets are pretty much like half or if not a quarter of the price of the WWE. And yes, AEW events are very, very long, but it means you can watch them in 2 parts anyway. So, an AEW event can become a 2-night one if you want to do it that way.
Yeah, you can make it 2 nights yourself.
Buy-in. But yeah, this should be bare minimum though, that like we should be getting, stipulation matches and that added.
Yeah.
It's WrestleMania, not Raw. Like that's the point of it, surely, to have the biggest stipulation and biggest matches.
Yeah. We'll get into that match in a bit and whether or not that kind of changes our predictions and stuff like that for it. But we'll move in match order again, as being reported at least at the moment. We talked a little bit about Femi and Brock Lesnar there, and just how exciting it is. But yeah, who's going to win it? I go. I mean, me and Rob, I think both of us on the weekend kickoff show were saying that we thought Oba would win, right? Do you feel that's any different now, or would you stick with that?
I feel like I'm in 2 minds with this one, and not in a bad way, as in a good way. If Oba wins, good for Oba, because he gets elevated and there's a catapult. As you were saying, like as Lucas actually said, he's like lightning in the bottle. We pulled the trigger on him earlier. We've had it before with Braun Strowman, like a plethora of guys.
Took too long.
We need to do it, and with Oba, they have to do it quick. So if he wins, this is something that they could really do for him. However, if he loses, this is something that I think that if he loses, they're gonna run it back. But I think Oba winning, they have to run it back for Brock to get that equal, because Brock won't go. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's the way they're going to do it. So I'm happy either way, because I feel like we're going to get at least 3 matches out of them if they go that route, which I hope they do. But yeah, if we only get 1 and done, then I feel Oba Femi's got to be the one to go over.
I think that's a good point you make there. Again, I went with Oba Femi the other day. My biggest surprise with Oba Femi winning is the fact he's won every week so far, it feels like. So I'd be really shocked if he won again. And I think it does look like they're going to go into Brock and Gunther, maybe to a retirement match at SummerSlam. And if that's the case, Brock's still got to look like a threat. So my big kind of challenge has been, well, if Oba wins, yeah, Gunther can play into that and say, look, you're not what you were and I'll beat you. But it's not as impressive if Oba's already beat him a few months earlier, right? Yeah. So maybe the way around that is, like you say, Oba Femi doesn't win and then beats him at a late date. Or maybe does win this one and Brock gets his win back and then Oba Femi still gets his WrestleMania moment. But for me, it'd be shocking. Even though I want it to happen, it'd be really shocking if they... Because he's won the feud in my opinion already. If he wins on the night, I'd be really shocked. It'd be a great decision, but I'd be very shocked in that. Lucas, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, do you agree with me that Oba Femi's kind of won every week anyway?
He has, yeah. He won every single week. He's a star already. So I think him losing doesn't matter.
Yeah.
In effect. There was a lot of discourse about Lesnar maybe retiring this year. Obviously, SummerSlam's in his hometown. But I don't see Lesnar as a sentimental type to kind of care about that. I just think if he has big check of money that is going to be signed for him just to appear, stand next to someone talking about him. It's so fun when you say it like this. It's Lesnar's gimmick. His gimmick is he stands there while someone else speaks about him.
Hops up and down.
And then whoever his opponent is, he has to be suplexed and F5'd, in the weeks building to the pay-per-view, because that's how they sell tickets. And then he gets the show, and then you can't be a hard one to sort a match out with. I mean, just what are you going to do? Well, you're going to German me, and you're going to F5 me, and then I'm going to kick out, and then I'll do my 2 moves, and then you'll kick out of those, and then we just keep flip-flopping into whoever wins. Like, not supposed to way.
Yeah.
If they want us to do a barrier spot, we do that. The barricade, I love a barricade.
Yeah.
They haven't done one in ages, actually, saying that.
There'll be 7 tonight.
They love the announce table.
Unless
announce table.
I'm saying, unless this is the match where they're the best thing you can do is run it back, but it ends in a draw instead of the Punk one you're talking about. If these two end in a draw by going through the barricade or something like that, what we spoke about with Drew and Jacob yesterday, if we get that in this case scenario, then I won't be against that because I'm like, okay, well, no one won. Let's go again. You know?
I think the difficulty is obviously I was watching on the dream when they've shown like the 80s and 90s WrestleManias, like that it was full of that because obviously it was all whole protecting the stars, all that kind of stuff. You saw a lot of DQ, short matches, count outs, all that kind of stuff. But I think now they're more likely to do a bad decision. Well, that's proven by last night. Like, they would rather do a bad decision of, okay, of course, Pat McAfee's going to come out and get in a referee uniform and then get RKO'd and then Randy Orton loses. Of course, that's going to happen because we need a definitive winner, rather than what they used to do. And the thing is, I think it's all down to the model. Something you mentioned just there about them having 3 matches, but it's like in WWE land now, that's going to be like a year. Because that's how long they take to do stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like Vince's day. Like, when the famous thing of Triple H and Batista, for example, and Batista beat him 3 times back to back on pay-per-views. That was Mania, Backlash, and was it Judgment Day, Bad Blood? I think Bad Blood. It was a Raw pay-per-view. But that was done in 3 months. And there's so many other instances of that happening where it's just like, cool, you get a 3-month thing. And when you include house shows as well, like they're probably having about 20 matches together in 3 months. Whereas in modern WWE, this would be Mania, SummerSlam. They can't fit singles matches that aren't title matches onto War Games because they have to have everyone in War Games. So then they would have to probably do maybe a Saturday Night Main Event in like October.
I'd drop the War Games element. It's a bit stout.
Yeah, but that's another discussion. What I'm getting at is, going the spacing of these, of where you put these matches, there can be 3. Because remember years ago when they did the Hogan and Shawn Michaels thing, and that was going to be a trilogy, and they were going to use, I think, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, and Rumble, or maybe Mania. I guess Mania for the last one would have made sense, to be fair, because it was Shawn. But but that was back then. And the wrestlers who, again, these wrestlers, remember, they wrestled on Raw weekly. Like Shawn Michaels had, and Hulk Hogan had matches on Raw in like 2006.
Now they just turn up, do a promo, maybe, some kind of attack or beat down. That's it, done.
So this trilogy of matches, I don't think it's going to be possible under their model, unless, obviously, and especially when you factor in that, while I don't think Lesnar will retire this year, I think, obviously, we have to be realistic and be like, it's sooner rather than later, isn't it, surely? If it's not this year, maybe next year. I think he's going to hold out to Saudi to see how much they're going to pay him, basically.
Yeah, it'd be silly to give up on that paycheck, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Let's move into the next match, and it features someone who's kind of breaking their way into quite an impressive league table here. It is Javon Evans I'm talking about, but he is apparently going to be making his debut at WrestleMania as the 5th youngest to do so at 21 years, 11 months, and 11 days. I'm going to run through the top 5, and I'll see if you can guess some of them. 4th, I'll give you that one straight away. It's iShow Speed. Yesterday, of course, 21 years, 2 months, and 28 days. Top 3, though. Any guesses for the top 3?
So top 3 people on Mania?
Youngest debuts at WrestleMania. Youngest people at WrestleMania.
I know number
Nicholas.
1. Nicholas, yeah.
Nicholas is number 1 at 10 years old.
Rene Dupree, is he on there?
Rene Dupree is number 2 in 2004.
Is he?
20 years, 2 months, and 30 days. 3rd is Aguilar, S.A. Rios. But this looks like a WWE graphic. It says 20 years, 3 months, and 19 days in 1996. I just had a little look. He actually wrestled at WrestleMania 14, which was 1998. So I think they've got that wrong, the year. So they might have got the rest of it wrong as well. But that's apparently the top 5. But yeah, Nicholas. I mean, when you look at that, you think 2018 was a wild time for pro wrestling, wasn't it? Let's move into the match itself, though. As we mentioned there, Javon Evans is, a big star at the moment. People are really excited to see what he can do in this match, as they are with many of the other competitors in this. This is just a good old-fashioned WrestleMania multi-man exciting match that I think we're all looking forward to. Doesn't need much story. As Andy alluded to earlier on, putting Rusev in there means there must be something going on as far as he goes, because the rest of them are just kind of a certain style. I think it kind of lends itself to Rusev winning for that reason. But yeah, other than that, it's just a lot of luchas and JD. But I'm really looking forward to this. let's throw it over to Lucas first of all on this one, mate. Who do you think's going to win? This is one where we sometimes do process of elimination. For me, I think I would understand Javon Evans winning, but I think it's not necessary at this point. It's another example where a retention would be fine for me. I think Penta or Rusev are my two picks. But what do you reckon, Lucas?
Yeah, so I like this kind of thing, and I've heard a lot of discourse. I've seen a lot of discourse online about people not being most satisfied with the lineup, but it's like these are the people on Raw, bro. Like this, this is the cast of like Raw, the mid card. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't know who else you'd have put. Like I think at one point, I did feel maybe they could have put one of or both of the Americanos in, but that aside, when if you watch Raw regularly, these are the mid card.
These guys, yeah.
Like these are the guys that exist that are currently available for WrestleMania. And yes, like, and there's other omissions on the card elsewhere, but a lot of them are SmackDown guys. Or have been put into other programs. So, I like the idea of this. I think it's always a fun one when we did it. They've done a few. We've had a match at WrestleMania. In terms of winner, see, I'm between a Penta retention.
Pentention?
Pentention and Rey Mysterio winning.
What? I didn't expect that.
I just think they like the soppy stuff, don't they? And I think because he wasn't on Mania last year, he was injured. It's always a guaranteed pop, and if they want to do a title change again on Monday, Rey Mysterio is a perfect person to do it with because he doesn't need the title. He's it's crazy still talking about Rey Mysterio in 2026. It's crazy. He should be a name that we should all be talking about as in past tense, like what he did, because he could have not wrestled for 10 years and he'd still be one of the best to ever do it. In terms of from a Lucha Libre perspective, but all these 10 years are just bonus years now.
And that's not to say the last 10 haven't been good either. You're right. He could have hung up his boots. Yeah, I agree.
Bangers in the past 10 years. But yeah. So I'm torn between those two. I think Rusev's in there because they always need a big guy in a ladder match to move furniture about.
To kind of break it up a bit, yeah.
Well, to move furniture about. That's why Kane was in so many Money in the Bank matches. You need big guys to lift ladders and move them into position and hold them and do all that kind of stuff. You need big guys in there. You can't just have guys flying about. Hope they're not going to land their neck and stuff. And you need that. They always like having that. Big guy gets usually it's the whole big guy getting buried by the ladders spot, and then they break out and they come in, blah blah. They like all that. So there's reasons for it. I mean, Rusev winning, you put that in my head now. It wasn't one that I thought of, but he is different from all the rest, so maybe that is. But then Javon winning as well. The only two people I don't think will win are Dragon Lee and JD Madonna.
JD
McDonough, if Finn and Don wasn't on this night, I would actually rank him a little bit higher because they could have then put that into the Judgment Day stuff. But I think there's enough stuff for Judgment Day now. They've got enough. Yeah, they've got enough stuff they can sort out for the next few months. So yeah, Penta, Ray, Rusev. They don't seem to like Rusev. They just don't, or unless they're gonna. But I have noticed you've been wearing the Rusev Day T-shirt underneath his jumpers and stuff lately, so maybe they're going to go back to that because that worked. I know it was about 10 years ago, but it worked. So I will go. Shall I just play it safe? I'll play it safe and just say Penta will retain.
All right. From a match that features 3 luchadors, let's ask our resident lucha who he thinks is going to win this one. Again, we predicted this on Friday night, mate, but has anything changed your mind? Who are you going with?
I'm still in. If it isn't a Penta retention, as Lucas
a pentention,
then I feel like it has to be Rusev, because I mean, when the big guy's there, 9 out of 10 times the big guy's there, as you've rightly said, move around furniture, do a couple of big hits, they all pull together, take him out, he's out of the equation, and then the rest of the guys can get on with the thing, and he's had his moment. But I think this time it's the other way around. Whereas he's still there to do all the big movements and move the furniture and, do the high hits, take all the big impacts and stuff. But I think he's there to take everyone out. And maybe if it is down to him and Penta left, I wouldn't be annoyed if either of those won. I'll tell you what I do want to see. And again, I think because it works really well and as I said on the other day on the build up, pun intended, Javon Evans will be able to bounce back from this moment. But I do think that Rusev needs to take him out of the equation, not quickly, but it's like I think if anyone's going through a ladder tonight, it's got to be Javon Evans.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
You know what I mean? And I mean that in the nicest way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think it'd be amazing, especially because he's so big. So even if he does like the frog splash, he gets a big moment, he gets a higher moment in front of everyone, does a really big frog splash, or from the ring to the outside on everyone, something like that. And then he gets that great moment. After that, he's pushed to the side and then he gets Rusev. But yeah, I think the idea would be if Rusev does win, then you're right. I think Rusev Day will be back in fold very, very soon because, I mean, he was talking about it on the CVV podcast just recently that he'd love for it to come back. It kind of, it's always there. Obviously, the older fans prefer Rusev Day anyway. That's probably his best run, other than when he was the monster, like Bulgarian Brute coming out on a tank. Two different versions of Rusev. So, and I like both of them. So if whatever we get from this, as long as it pushes him in a direction where, you know, he's not lost in the shuffle, I think having the bad guy have the title and someone having another guy as a face taking it off him is always, to me, that's always the best way. So yeah, I'm all for it.
Maybe Javon eventually, you know.
Exactly.
So maybe that's a good way to do it. Yeah, it could be. I'm going to get to some of these comments here before we move on to the next match. Just clarify things here. Is Casper said, I'm not hating on Bianca Belair, just not my cup of tea. Also says, we will see if WrestleMania Night 2 will deliver, but my expectations are a bit low tonight. Also says, tonight, see if it delivers with a ladder match, Roman Reigns versus CM Punk, Over versus Brock. I'm looking forward to the main event. To me, that's what I'm most looking forward to. Sludge said, this is a banger. Fatal 5 or 6. What do you mean 5? Are you excluding someone already? Everyone has a chance to win this match. Casper says, was having a bit of a debate with my brother and said that nearly went sideways, was saying, okay, Trick and Sammy shouldn't be a WrestleMania match. My brother likes Trick, but he didn't get why he's at WrestleMania. We're going to get to that match very, very soon. He says, again, talking about that, his brother was saying to me, this is a SmackDown match. And I'm saying this is the first WrestleMania one. He's over. But we're like, cool, all right, we'll agree to disagree. Casper says, Trick is a massive star who can't get the job done, he thinks. Rusev is a powerhouse, says Sludge. Penta has done great as champion, and Ray could win his last title. Yeah, it could be his last if he did win. Javon is amazing young star, and he's a future. And JD is an incredible wrestler. Anyone could win this match. Nicholas says Sludge in reference to who was the youngest again to debut WrestleMania. Have their WrestleMania debut. My brother's saying he's not a massive fan of Sami Zayn like me, but I like Trick Williams, and I think it should be Trick versus Carmella at WrestleMania 42. We'll touch on that in a little bit, Casper. Sludge also says, my prediction is probably Penta retaining, but I want JD to win it. Could potentially set up a storyline with Liv leaving Dom for JD, because now he has the gold. I would love if Kofi was maybe the sixth guy. Six-pack sounds way better than a Fatal 5-pay. JD is also, I think, the best wrestler out of these. He is insane. He definitely deserves more singles
best
gold
technical, I would say.
Casper says, I think Sammy versus Trick brings the show down unless Trick Williams wins tonight. Gopin says CM Punk. And who else? We got Amadeus in the house. Good to see you, buddy. He says, I've just got here, but is anyone else bored of Brock as much as me yet? I think he serves his purpose here. You know, this is the best case scenario for Brock, is to get him to just be steamrolled by Femi, and yeah, that's like the best they can get out of him, I think, at the moment. It's 5. What do you mean? Oh, wait, I remember why Sludge keeps saying it's 5. Sludge famously hates Dragon Lee for no apparent reason. I completely forgot. I like that you've continued that theme here, Sludge. I didn't get what you were doing there. I kept thinking, why does he keep calling it? All right, I get you.
He's got better storylines in the WWE, isn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
He's
continually. Yeah, he follows through more than some of these WWE stories. Credit to you, Sludge.
You forgot that as much as you forgot Roman winning the Rumble.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that later on. Right, let's move into the match that some of those comments were talking about. It is the US title match between Trick Williams and Sami Zayn. And while I think, even though they came up onto the main roster at the same time, Javon isn't ready for an IC strap, it's for different reasons that I think Trick is. And you mentioned it the other day, Rob. The aura, it's there. It's there. The lemon pepper steppers, man. Like, they need to be stepping down to the ring with gold around the waist of Trick Willie. I think that's probably where they're going to go with this, and I think that'll be the feel-good moment that they give fans tonight. One of, hopefully, the feel-good moments that they give fans tonight. Lucas, I'm going to throw over to you first on this one, mate. What are your thoughts on the Sami Zayn versus Javon Evans feud so far? I've not been the biggest fan of what they've done with Sami here, or what they've done with Carmelo, but does that factor into it tonight?
Just put the belt on Trick Williams. They have somehow made the US title the worst part of tonight's show by having it on Sami. It should have been Mello and Trick. It was right there, and obviously with both of these guys being young, being new on the main roster, potential. I still think there's a lot of like the old kind of guard and the old ways of doing things that exist in this company. There's still that oldness of like, oh well, of course, Mello, you got to miss a Mania, you've got to work hard, you got to work for it. You know what I mean, kind of thing. You'll be on next year. Whereas the answer,
Which is mad after the past 3 or 4 months he's had.
Yeah, the answer was there. Like it was there. I think it's what I hate is when they do the thing where they tease that it could exist. It's like, just don't have it. Don't have the tease. If you're not going to do it, everyone wants to see Trick and Carmelo, right? Don't have the tease of it existing, which they did do when they had Sami face Carmelo, for the title only a few weeks ago. It's like, just write Carmelo off so that he's not on, because he's not going to be on Mania regardless anyway. So just write him off, have him get injured, and then he comes back after Mania, to face Trick.
Is there a possible scenario that they've done this to protect Carmelo? Because I don't like what they've done with Sami, like him sort of being a bad guy, but not really. But there are rumors of a double turn, right? So if Trick is getting so over, would it have damaged Carmelo if Trick was just massively cheered? Like, has Sami become the sacrificial lamb, basically, and become the guy that's going to turn heel at the expense of which they couldn't risk with Carmelo, is what I'm kind of getting at. Does that make sense?
Because they could also have Carmelo as heel. Like, I mean, Carmelo kind of he was before, wasn't he, before he won the US title? He was
but maybe they don't want that.
Roster. And I think that people like stuff that's organic, and I think that they could definitely they'll definitely get an organic response from the audience by booking a Trick and Carmelo feud, whichever way around they decide to book it. Whether they decide Trick's a bad guy, Carmelo's a bad guy, there's no bad guy, they're both bad guys. Like, I think it works every single way because the match just works. NXT proved that. The crowd still chanting for both of them still proves that. But I think if you do anything other than Trick Williams winning, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Because it has to be a vehicle for
Trick
that.
is the moment. He has, but then. I guess to play devil's advocate, they could say his moment is his entrance, where everyone will sing the song. Everyone will sing the song. They do the Booker T,
Yeah.
That's something they could do as well tonight. To be fair, Booker T should be on commentary for that match.
No, thank you. Let's move over to Lucas's. Rob's thoughts on this one. Again, it's a match we predicted the other day, but as we get closer to WrestleMania Night 2, mate, we're 35 minutes away from it. Where do you see this one going for the US Championship? Is it all about giving Trick Williams the moment of becoming champion and maybe turning him babyface?
Man, I'd say put a rocket on his back and send him to the moon and keep orbiting. That guy he will print you money. If he's young, put it this way. Do you remember when we had this moment with LA Knight and we was like, this is the guy, and they done nothing? I think he is more over than LA Knight was. Like, the crowd sings his songs, they're behind him. Technically, is he a great wrestler? No, not really. But neither was Cena. Not everyone has to be great. Austin wasn't the greatest wrestler, but fans loved him. If you go back to WCW stuff and he was the ringmaster and whatever before, different story. But WWE's mindset and frame and the way they do things, Trick doesn't have to be great, but the crowd eats everything up. This is, if you want a babyface for the future, someone to be the next quarterback, Trick Williams is right there. He is literally right there. He's young enough to do it. What are they doing? They have Trick Williams, Carmelo Hayes, Javon Evans. You're talking about new stars that we want to get on, the roundabout and start taking over. These are three of the guys. So now with Trick.
Big words and big comparisons from you, Rob, but I do agree. I think this is an opportunity for them tonight as well to get back in fans' good books, to make people go, when they come out of the other side of WrestleMania, if there were complaints tonight, just like they were last night, at least they would get people going, but they did right by Trick. And they did right by the fans who are kind of getting behind Trick as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to some of these comments here that do, again, relate to this. Casper says, I still think Sammy is a mid-card wrestler and not a main eventer, but that's just my opinion. Again, I've said it before. Yeah, he's in that position right now. Don't get me wrong. I think he should have been competing for a WWE title here. I know we talked about it on Friday, Rob, that, have they missed the boat with him and maybe they should just give up on that. I think this was the last opportunity. If not Saudi next year, maybe he'll do it. But other than that, it's going to have to be done now, which is a real shame. But what I don't like is putting him in mid-card situations. But even if Casper thinks he's a mid-card guy, I just think don't pretend he's an underdog when he's a multiple-time mid-card champion. Sludge says Carmelo would be the ref because he wasn't in the Battle Royal, which I think he means he'd be at Mania. Maybe he'll get involved. Maybe we'll interfere in some way as well. So maybe he lets Trick win and brings back the old Trick Mello gang. But this time, Trick is the leader and they could break up and have their match at SummerSlam. I think there is a chance that he work with these two guys after WrestleMania. And it was about just getting Sammy in there, essentially, because I think Sammy deserves to have a WrestleMania match because he's such a big star, but at the same time, not this one. Casper says, but my brother is a bit skeptical on Trick Williams and I'm trying to convince him about not liking it. Yeah, Casper, look, you got our backing with that one. Trick is a star, man, and I hope tonight will be kind of something that, for those that aren't sold, it's the moment that kind of the light bulb turns on. Maybe people like your brother, because I think, yeah, there's as Rob said, this guy could, print you money, essentially. There's a lot to be excited about when it comes to Trick Williams. But yeah, let's wrap it up. Who do we actually think is going to win this match? I am saying it is going to be Trick Williams. Throwing it back over to you, Lucas. Is it going to be Trick? Is it going to be Sammy?
Yeah,
Trick for you. Rob?
Yeah, Trick. It's got to be Trick.
All right, Lemon Pepper stepping his way to a championship. Now, we found out on the Countdown show, and this is why we love doing the build-ups, is because last-minute rumours fly around and breaking news gets broken. This match here, the Demon Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio, is now going to be a street fight. Now, I've already dove into this quite a bit on the weekend preview show, so I'm going to hand over a little bit more to Lucas on this one, because myself and Rob did it again quite a bit. We were quite frustrated at the fact that they've gone with the Demon and they've announced it. It should have been a surprise to us, but maybe now that they've announced the surprise of the street fight, to announce both would have been a bit odd. But either way, I feel like for the sake of the Demon should win. Any other year, I would say, no, the fresh up-and-comer should win, especially when it comes to like enemies from a stable. But I don't feel that way anymore about Dom. Dom had his moment last year. I'm happy for him to have got that. This year, he doesn't need it. Ironically, I feel like it's Finn that needs it because of the Demon character. Again, let's throw it over to you, Lucas, with your thoughts on this one. Do you think the Demon has kind of muddied the waters of this storyline?
No, not really. Dom's bulletproof, in my opinion. He's pretty much bulletproof. This could be a 30-second squash, and Dom could literally go again. Well, this is the thing. If they do go ahead, maybe with Ray winning the IC title tonight, they could just have literally Dom get squashed by the Demon tonight, and then win the IC title of Ray on Monday.
I like that. I like that.
He's yeah. I don't think announce the Demon matters too much. Like, I'm not too hot about that. I think we're in the era now where that just happens. Now, like, the surprise element is they're learning the hard way, sadly, with the surprise element, that people just get their hopes up and expect, Jesus Christ himself to get up into the ring and do stuff, before, because look what happened with the Danhausen debut. We, as fan base, we collectively ruined it because everyone thought it was Jericho, and it wasn't The Rock or whoever else, and then with Danhausen, and it was thing. But no, I think Finn will win this one. Should be quite a comfortable win. He's owed a Mania win, to be fair. I think he should not have lost to Edge.
I agree.
Again, when he was the Demon last as well.
Yeah, and they've done a lot of weirdness with the Demon. The top rope break was never got explained from the last time he was the Demon. So yeah, he needs to win.
Yeah, 100% agree with you there. you know, especially when it comes to the Demon, if you're going to be using him at some point. He should be invincible, don't get me wrong, but like he's been anything but in the past few appearances, right? Rob, I'm guessing you still feel the same way as when we passionately ranted about it on Friday.
Well, I feel passionate about the Demon should bloody win something. Just something, you know. Just give him first prize at the paint competition. I don't care. Just give him something.
He paints himself pretty nice. He could get first prize in that.
You know what I mean? Do something. However, guys, I feel Dom's winning.
Wow.
Because now there's a stipulation in the match. I feel Dom's winning.
I think it does kind of change things a little bit for me as well. I'm more worried for Finn now, even though they display it. You know, they put it across as Finn's. You know, get like upper hand, and Dom's the one that should be worried. I think you're right. I think it does play into Dom's booking at least.
And I also think tonight we'll have a new member of the Judgment Day.
Oh wow! And anyone
in mind? I don't know. I would like to think possibly someone from AAA. Because obviously Dom being over there, he is loved over there. So I think maybe someone from AAA is going to come over. The reason being, JD's already going to be in a match, and I feel like he's going to be brutalized in that match. So if Dom's on his own in the street,
can't get involved. He needs help.
If Liv and that come out, okay, great, but like Finn isn't going to do much. Do you know what I mean? So. Like, not to them. So I feel like another guy needs to be there. So I think we get a new member of the Judgment Day tonight.
Interesting. Just when you think it's over, you know, they get a new member. It could be the case. I mean, I think as Lucas kind of alluded to earlier on, there are still plenty of stories that they clearly could be telling with the Judgment Day. So
I think a lot of them for me are their exit. How they
but it could end up being a merry-go-round. I mean, it's not the same stable as before. Maybe Edge comes back and he's the new member. That'd be quite ironic, wouldn't it? Let's get to some more of these comments before we move on to the next match. Sludge says, I thought this would have been a squash match because you need to put over the Demon. He's lost 2 matches in a row now, but that it was a street fight. I think Dom will get some offense in, but the Demon will 100% win. Lucha Troopers in the house, I know who that is, says, I can't believe they left Rey Fenix off the card. Total failure. Wait, with the amount of... Luchas in that IC title match, I think you're right there, mate. They definitely could have done that.
That's the thing. Sorry, back to that comment though. Someone mentioned that previously, and it's like about Ray Prince being left off. He's on SmackDown.
Yeah.
Like,
he could have squeezed in. I mean, when you've got the champion getting giddy that his mate Rey Mysterio's in the match, they could have squeezed anyone in.
Could have bring my brother in quick.
But I just feel a bit like those kind of comments are a bit irrelevant because he's not on the brand, you know, and
It doesn't always matter though, does it?
It doesn't always matter, but I think in this kind of thing it does because they said the qualifier matches were taken on like from the Raw Superstars.
Yeah, didn't they announce it and then they showed it on like main event afterwards after the fact?
Yeah,
they announced it was so strange. Another weird booking decision. Sludge says they should have kept the Demon as a surprise terrible decision. Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I think just keeping it quiet and then having the kind of longer version of Finn Balor's music hit, you know, with a dun dun and all that kind of stuff, I think it would have been a lot better. Casper says, not much to say about this match. I'm looking forward to it as well. Finn versus Dom, but I think it's Dom winning. I think my brother's it's a bit of a bigger star versus Trick at Mania will bring it down. Again, go back to that Trick Williams match we were talking about. I feel like if we still had Dijak as Sludge, he would have been the perfect for the Judgment Day. Good point. Yeah, but now I don't know who would join the Judgment Day. Yeah, let us know in the comments, guys, who you think would make a new Judgment Day member in a positive way. Let's move on to the next one, though. We got 5 matches down. Well, it's the 5th one we're going to predict, I should say, and then we've got one more after this. But Jay Cargill versus Rhea Ripley is said to be the second to last match on the show tonight. This is, of course, for the WWE Championship. I've got a feeling that Rhea might win it just because she's been away from the title for a long time. But at the same time, I don't think it's necessary. I mean, you've just given Jay Cargill a little stable, and I think that stable, being so fresh and brand new, need their leader to be a champion. So putting it on Rhea doesn't really make sense for me at the moment. Even though I wouldn't say the Jade stuff's been as explosive as maybe they expected. This is still, when you look back to her in AEW, this is a dream match that many people would have kind of thought about in the future. This is a marquee match. And I actually think that Jade has started to do some of her best work in WWE lately, especially on the mic. I think the addition of her two running buddies is kind of helping that as well. So for me, I think the decision probably should be a Jade Cargill win. But I think anytime Rhea Ripley's in a position like this, WWE are going to be tempted to put gold around her waist as well. Lucas, what are your thoughts on this one, mate? Would it be Rhea Ripley taking the title, or would it be Jade Cargill retaining?
It needs to be Jade Cargill for me. I think that the criticisms of the SmackDown women's division, and division's doing a lot of carrying there, mate. There's not been much division in the past year, and they're not featuring both enough women or enough different women, and putting stuff back onto Rhea would make no sense because she's the same woman who's held it previously. But I do get a feeling they may use her to help build that women's division. But I think, personally, I think Jade shouldn't be accosted for that. This day, they take brand new. It hasn't got a name yet, to be fair. But it is also a way of getting those girls, onto the show. I'm assuming they'd be at ringside for some of this. But for me, I think, especially with Liv winning last night, they have got to sort of start putting stock in other people in the women's division. And I think because of how it's been positioned, I think it makes sense for Jade to win, and then obviously for the main event to be won by CM Punk. So I think, it seems to fit. Sorry, I spoiled the next one.
I think that's a good point, actually, how night one can play into this, because we did actually touch on this a little bit the other day, myself and Rob, about how they have basically used the women's, and I touched on it a little bit earlier on, talking about Tiffany Stratton as well, but the main women's championships have been the one for the kind of new fresh people. The IC has been the one that's had Becky Lynch and AJ Lee, for example. Bayley's been in and around it as well from time to time. But look, you've gone from having two of the newer stars be your main champions, taking it off of both of them in favor of your kind of same old in some ways. Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan is kind of maybe too much at once. So maybe there is a stronger case now for keeping it on Jade Cargill. Rob, does night one sway your kind of opinion in any way?
I'll be honest, I can't remember who I said originally. I feel like I said it had to be Jade, because the faction that she's now got, she's got the Mission and FIFAB. And I'll be honest, just thinking about it more now, them coming out and, even I wouldn't be against, I like the idea of it being the dream match and then really putting on a spectacle of, really showing this is what as bigger women can do. There's only, most of the women there are a lot smaller. They're in height and obviously in size as well. A lot of them are. So when you get women that are built a lot bigger, they have a bit more muscle on them, they are a bit more taller, there's only limited that you can do that with. So having Jade and Rhea being able to do that, it's like they've got perfect dance partners. The only other person I can think of would probably be Raquel at the moment. There's also good to be in that mix. So I feel like two of the women bigger in size within the women's division can really show what they can actually do. So I think it'd be a test for Rhea as much as it will be for Jade. So I'm really looking forward to it, actually. The more we're talking about it, it's kind of this match I'm actually starting to get a bit more intrigued. But I think keeping it on Jade, and I actually think, even with what I said, I think the Michin and BFAB have to are running. I think they have to do something like that to help Jade keep that title, to show them that we're going to do this. And even if it's a case of later on down the line we get one of them does the turn, but keeping that title, if the title is on her, then they're already around the person that's got the title anyway. They're not doing too much chasing, so I feel like this could lead into another story. So
no, I agree, and I think stylistically you make a good point as well. How these are both basically powerhouses and style. That could be a clash, though. It might work against them as far as chemistry in the ring goes. So hopefully that's not the case, because I'm with you. I'm getting more and more kind of into this match as we talk about it. So yeah, hopefully it's going to be a good one. Let's get to some more comments here, and then we're going to move into the main event itself. Casper says 2 factors here. I think Jade Cargill is winning tonight and would love to have Rhea Ripley win, but it doesn't make sense to take the title off of Jade. And I agree with you. I think, yeah, Rhea is your kind of typical go-to. You can always rely on her to be a good champion, right? But at the moment, I think it is about keeping it on Jade for the sake of the stable, not just for Jade as well. It'd be mad if they put them together and then their leader lost the title and then the team broke up within a matter of weeks.
Right.
Don't get me wrong, they've done some weird things lately, but I really hope that's not going to be one of them. Casper says there's reports going around that Rhea could be taking some time off. I haven't seen that myself, but if that is the case, then maybe that could factor into it as well. Look, we're about 20 minutes away from WrestleMania Night 2 kicking off, and hopefully it will be giving us a lot more kind of things to be positive about when we come out of it on the other side tonight. If you want to see what we do think about WrestleMania tonight, then make sure you tune in to the instant reaction review. We'll be going live as soon as WrestleMania Night 2 is in the books. We're going to go live and talk about all the big stories to come out of it. If it's anything like last night, you'll see me do a bit of a tired rant. If it's anything like what I hope it is, you'll see me come on there with big beaming smiles and really excited to talk about pro wrestling, which is what I'm hoping we have at the end of tonight. But subscribe if you haven't already, guys. What you're doing now is you're watching the Night 2 build-up show for WrestleMania, and what we do on this channel is on the night of a PLE, we get you and us hyped up and in the mood. We talk last-minute rumors. We even talk snacks, and we haven't done it tonight, guys, so we better do that before we get out of here. Lucas, what are you going to be snacking on tonight before we get to the main event? What's your belly time main event?
I don't know. I've just got bits in it again. Like, sorry,
little bits.
Mr. Saving money in it. So at the moment, but yeah, I've just got bits. Thing is, yesterday, I wasn't actually too hungry, like during WrestleMania.
Yeah, I ate too much.
Yeah, I wasn't actually too hungry. I had that late lunch. I've noticed now. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting to a certain age, but if I have a late lunch, that's me set. Do you know what I mean?
Mate, it's a podcast on its own. I'm not sure how many people would listen to it, but we could go into that much deeper. I felt the same. I was like, I'm eating too much. What have I done?
Yeah, it was like 3:00, and I wasn't feeling. I had some nibbly bits, but yeah, that's what I've got tonight. Pure nibbly bits, but I don't know how long I'll survive tonight. I'm very tired. Obviously, I got up this morning to then go and take the DK training. 2 sessions back to back. So yeah, I'm quite tired anyway. And I had a late lunch.
Not again with a late lunch. Rob, mate, what have you got lined up for some food before we get into the main event?
I ain't got much, bro. But obviously, because I've just got home.
Yeah.
So obviously, I was.
And you had a 2:00 dinner. You must be getting hungry.
Yeah. So I mean, so when I got back, I had bacon and egg sandwich. I was like, I need to eat something. I was too hungry. So I had that, and obviously then jumped straight on. So I don't think I'm gonna have anything. If anything, I'll have we've got crisp. Obviously, we've got loads of crisp for the train journey. So like some bits like that. And I still got an Easter egg. I've just noticed I still got an Easter egg. So
I went mad. I saw reduced Easter eggs and I bought so much. They're gonna last me for so. I'm not even a big chocolate eater. But
they're gonna last me for Christmas.
Mate, it probably will. Good job they got a long date on them. Right, I'm gonna, as I said last night, pizza, chicken, curly fries. I'll be doing that again. Let's run it back, as Jay Uso would say. All right, let's move into the main event, because again, we are just over 15 minutes away from WrestleMania Sunday kicking off, and of course, the big match at the end of the show is Roman Reigns versus CM Punk. Again, my prediction kind of leads into something I never thought I'd be saying, and that is Roman Reigns beating CM Punk. I think might be the best way to go for the championship. Let me just clarify that. For the championship, long term, when we're looking at pictures of the title around someone's waist, again, we can argue whether or not it is the lineage of the WCW championship and the old World Heavyweight Championship. I don't know. WWE don't seem to know themselves. But I think the idea of him holding that belt is a good thing for that belt. Is it a good thing short term? Probably not, because he's probably not going to be around much for it. But I can't believe I'm saying it. I think I'm going to be okay with Roman Reigns winning the championship for tonight, for a moment, for tonight, just for tonight. I don't want it beyond that. But let's throw it over to you, Rob. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I feel like we had quite a lengthy discussion Friday, wasn't it? About have I froze? No, I'm good.
You're back. You're back.
Yeah, we had a bit of a lengthy discussion on Friday about what's the best thing to do here. Like, we have Roman. I love what you said about it coming full story and full circle of the honourable thing for Punk then to do is put over Roman on that way and, you know, fulfill the story and stuff.
After
and I
all
love
these
it.
years.
Yeah, after all this time. But so I've got two things in mind. One, Cody retained. So if Cody retained, I feel that pushes more. Roman's got to win because when the film comes out, both champions are in the film. Like, business wise, it makes sense. On the other aspect, CM Punk finally getting his WrestleMania main event and losing doesn't feel right. It leaves a bitter taste in a lot of mouths. So I don't know, man. I think because I was a bigger Punk fan and a longer Punk fan than I have Roman. Like, I love Roman. You know, but I feel Punk needs his moment. Roman's had enough of moments. He can get that title at a later date. Punk hasn't got many more WrestleMania main events. So I think if this is his one and only, let's let it have his one and only be victorious. So I say for that reason, Punk wins.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to be upset if Punk wins. I'm with you, massive Punk fan, and I'm shocked I've even had the words come out my mouth that I want Roman Reigns to win this one. But I wouldn't be upset with Punk because, again, I am such a big fan. It's just that weirdly enough, the freshness of Roman having a belt again, because otherwise, he just keeps coming back and he's not champ, and I don't want him to have it for 17 years again. But like, I you know, him putting over someone else in 2 months' time wouldn't be the worst thing for the WWE, you know. So right, let's throw it over to Lucas. What are your thoughts on this one, mate? Because it's a hard one to pick.
It is because you've got that main event where ideally, like, both people can't lose, isn't it? You think. In my opinion, though, it's got to be CM Punk, and it's for multiple reasons. Number 1, 2, and 3 is because we've got to get out of this habit and this mold of the same people main event at WrestleMania, and the only way we can do that is to not go backwards. And Roman Reigns would be a backwards move. The thing is with WWE, they might look at it as a sideways move because this is a belt that Roman has not had previously. His last run was mainly on the SmackDown brand, so this is like different to them because, you know, it's not the same as what we did before. But I think they would very quickly fall into the well of doing the same thing they've done previously, which they just can't do for another year. And I think the whole fighting champion thing has proven successful for them. I know they don't do obviously too many house shows, but they have obviously got a European tour coming up next month after, one or two, but in some time soon. And, you know, they will need to have that championship, you know, and that champion be present for those shows, and Roman Reigns won't do it. So I think that the best option is to keep it on to CM Punk. I think something as well he said in one of his last promos as well, you know, where he made it clear that this isn't cinema, this is wrestling. I think that it was, as much as they're doing a lot of this kind of, you know, work shoot stuff now, and a lot of this feud was centered around it, wasn't it, with the whole, you know, calling each other Joe and Phil and all that kind of stuff. Wink, wink, look at us, aren't we cool? I still think some of it is still Punk. Punk must have some frustrations, you know, with how the company is now. Obviously, he, you know, for someone who's meant to be a radical and, you know, stick it to the man, he is obviously a big part of this, where he's taking a check from his people in the day. He's taking a massive check to be their champion. But I do think there is still that disgruntled thing of him of like, well, you know, it's wrestling, like it's WrestleMania. You know, we should
it's almost like fire still burns in him, Lucas, you know?
But yeah, I see the Roman option personally is just such a backwards move, because he can be used and featured like elsewhere, like on the show. Yeah. And I think that, you know, you said earlier, we need to get that, and this is the end. Like, if Roman loses this, then there's nothing hanging on from the old bloodline stuff, and this is where I just hope and pray we do not see The Rock tonight, because that was to mean for another year of bloodline stuff, because that's all The Rock can do and talk about is a bloodline. Ula Fowler will come back, and then Solo Sikoa will come back from Emma. Just no. It needs to just be finished. It's been a great run.
I kind of still want Rock and Roman. Like,
don't.
because it can live on its own. I know you didn't want it when it was gonna happen, mate. So I ain't going to you.
I didn't want it when they first teased it. I was like, "Oh, this is great," but because they're teasing it for so long, and Rock weren't around, I was like, "All right, let's just move past it." Like 2014, when Rock come out to help Roman, would have been a great time for Roman, like the heel turn there, because the crowd would have booed him out of the building, and it would have been something great. You know, I mean, we're like, that was 12 years ago, guys. You know, both of them are older. Both of them really don't want to be in the ring. They want to be doing films. They want to do as little work as possible to get the most maximum pay. So I don't want to see it.
Thing is, I would have been down for it at Mania 40 if we didn't have the fact that Cody won the Rumble, and obviously Roman was champion.
Yeah,
like,
Cody should have won at 39, man. That would have solved
been
everything.
Down for The Rock winning the Rumble and facing Roman, or just anything apart from what they did. They went for the worst possible option.
They tried to squeeze too much in, didn't they? They backtracked. I think it ended up working out, but it was at the expense of other things, which is kind of a shame. Let's get to some more of these comments before we do wrap up as well. Casper says, "Hope Rob, Scott, and Lucas enjoy Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling WrestleMania 42 Night 2. Be watching, but not losing sleep. I'll be watching it tomorrow, first thing in the morning." Casper, thank you so much for tuning in as ever, mate. I hope you have a good sleep and manage to avoid spoilers and enjoy watching it with your brother tomorrow. Lucha Trooper says, "I want to see Penta retain tonight." I think a lot of people are on that kind of. Usually retention's a hard kind of thing to push for, but a pentatension or whatever we called it earlier on, I think a lot of people will be happy with that. I hope it's gonna fall flat, but I'm going for Roman Reigns winning the title, and CM Punk could also be taking some time off. I don't think he'll be taking some time off, but you never know. Lucha Trooper says, "I want Brock to beat the newbie." No, come on now. No, we don't want silliness like that. Femi says it's going to be a big fight, talking about this main event. And then Codin Sheikstar says, "Will we see the Rock and Roman next year in Mania for the head of the table?" We've kind of touched on that already. Man, if he shows up tonight, then I reckon that probably is where they're going to go with it. Look, we're a few minutes away from WrestleMania kicking off, night 2 at least. Let's hope it is an exciting show. Look, there were good things about yesterday. I don't want to gloss over that. I do want to kind of make it known that there were good performances and the wrestlers themselves, thumbs up. But the pacing of the show and some of the decisions, and they can't back out of that, guys. They can't suddenly say, "We're not going to run this Cricket Mobile ad. We're not going to have this. We're not," you know what I mean? Or whatever ad they're going to choose to do. There's not going to be another Street Fighter promo.
The thing is,
these things are tied in.
Deduct time for the entrances then. Do you know what I mean?
Or the only other thing that they might be tempted to do is make the show longer, which is not what we want either. So it'd be really interesting to see where we are when we come out of this on the other side. But again, if you want to know our thoughts, we'll be live again as soon as the show goes off the air with the instant reaction review, just like last night. Hopefully, again, I'll be in a better mood than I was last night. But before we get out of here, I want to give you guys an opportunity to give you a kind of final say on WrestleMania Night 2 before we get into it. Rob, let's go with you first of all, mate.
Yeah, I feel like the more we spoke about it, obviously doing the build-up show, there's more of this that I'm actually looking forward to. I still got a bit of taste in my mouth from night 1, but yeah, I feel like I'm looking more forward to. I'm looking forward to a lot more on this card than originally I had just the 2 matches. Final thought as well, I would say, if The Rock does turn up, do you know what would be great? Punk really called out Rock throughout a lot of this feud. So if The Rock come out and attacked Punk, and then obviously the crowd
plays into it.
Whatever they do, shakes hands with Roman as he turns around, whacks Roman, and then that sets up where you want to go for this. So we can always get like a year of that feud building, and because they're away and they're not crossing paths, so if that was to go, I wouldn't mind it as long as Punk gets the win there, because that sets up for something else. And as Lucas rightly said, the European tour, Punk will be there.
That's an interesting point. I mean, Punk and Rock, of course, have history as well. You could do that. He could come out and be on Roman's side. He's the TKO chosen champion, and then they turn on each other, and that's how you kind of get the whole year out of the two of them as well. I'd be a bit more into doing it that way. But yeah, I mean, they did use Punk. At first, I just thought it was to kind of work on the backlash and the Pat thing, but it was very heavily involved in kind of dissing, aligning himself with Cody and dissing TKO. And as you say, he's been dissing The Rock as well. So maybe there is opportunity for that. Lucas, final thoughts on this before we do get out of here, mate. This is, again, I think we've done a good job of kind of hyping ourselves up for this one. I'll feel even more disappointed if we come out of it even frustrated again.
It's the best of night. There's genuinely, like, not really a bad match, really. That I'm not looking forward to, like a match I'm not looking forward to. Sorry. Yeah. In terms of The Rock, I just think one thing I will say for certain. I think if he does not return tonight, that is it. People can shut up.
I agree. As
It's
far as
done.
storyline and active compare,
in terms of the storyline that people wanted to happen, it's now completely finished. Because whoever wins out of Punk and Roman, that's it. It's moving forward. It's moving forward. Because this will be the last possible time for him to show up. And then you've got to bear in mind, like, The Rock's not the same guy as he was at WrestleMania 40. He decided he wanted to win an Oscar, and that flopped. And he cut weight, and he's a regular man in his 50s now.
Yeah.
And I think he'll be 55 in like 2 weeks. We're talking about, I hate to say it, like an old man. Obviously, he's fortunate where, with respect, he got into the business very early, didn't he? But yeah, like I think if he does not appear this weekend, we need to drop his name from history in terms of this storyline, because it's not going to happen. But I'm looking forward to most of the card tonight, particularly Open Brock, though. I think that's going to be.
Yeah.
This has to be good. This has to be good. This has been the most interesting match of the build. It's so fresh, it's so different, and I just feel it has to deliver, because this match sets the tone for everything else.
Well, I think that's a good point, because as much as I want it to be amazing at the start, let's hope it doesn't peak in that first 3 hour. It can't do, right? They've got to use that as the hook, as you say, and set that tone. And hopefully, again, as I mentioned earlier on, we'll come off, into the instant reaction with much better kind of feeling than last night. But anyway, thank you so much for tuning in, guys. This has been your WrestleMania Night 2 build-up show. I've been Scott, he's been Lucas, and he's been Rob. Enjoy WrestleMania. We'll see you in a few hours' time. Thanks very much.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.